Avant d'entamer le débat ce soir, j'aimerais rappeler aux honorables députés la manière dont les délibérations se dérouleront. Each member speaking will be allotted 10 minutes for debate, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments. Pursuant to the order made earlier today, the time provided for the debate may be extended beyond 4 hours as needed to include a minimum of 16 periods of 20 minutes each. Members may divide their time with another member of the chair, and the chair will receive no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent. Nous pouvons maintenant commencer le débat exploratoire en conséquence. Mr. Trudeau moves that this committee take note of Russia's attack on Ukraine. Debate. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr.
Mon
Speaker.
temps ce soir avec la ministre de la Défense
I will be
nationale.
speaking tonight. I'll be sharing my
Many
time tonight with
countries
the
in
Minister
Europe
of National
still
Defense.
have civil defense sirens that date back to World War II. Some test them every month, some every year. But when sirens went off in Lviv, Kharkiv, and other cities in Ukraine last week, it wasn't a drill. Ukraine is under attack. And the sound of war reverberates throughout the whole world. The Canadian government has long condemned Russia's incursion into Ukraine. Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity must be respected, and Ukrainian people must be free to determine their own future. Mr. Speaker, this invasion is unjust, unprovoked, and illegal. And as I said before, Russia will be held accountable. Depuis la semaine dernière, avec nos alliés et nos partenaires, le Canada a annoncé plusieurs séries de sanctions concertées. Ces sanctions sont sévères et elles ont des effets concrets. Elles visent des institutions et des banques russes, ainsi que plusieurs individus, incluant le président Poutine lui-même et ses collaborateurs. Elles visent aussi le régime du Bélarus, qui facilite cette invasion. De plus, le Canada soutient le retrait des banques russes du réseau bancaire SWIFT, dans le but de les déconnecter du système financier international. Et on impose des mesures pour empêcher la Banque centrale russe de contrer les sanctions. Mr. Speaker, the world is being inspired by Ukrainians who remain strong and resilient. Everyday people are bravely stepping up to defend their country. But despite their extraordinary courage, we can't forget the devastating human consequences of war. 3 days ago, I received an email from a Ukrainian Canadian who lives in Calgary. He told me he had relatives and friends who were taking cover in basements, trying to avoid the shelling. Over this past week, I've received many letters like this one. We've all seen the images of subway stations being used as bomb shelters, of missiles striking apartment buildings, of families, including young children, leaving everything behind in search of somewhere safe. The cost of war is always incalculable. But in these dark hours, Canada will continue to be resolute in its support for Ukraine. Depuis 2015, dans le cadre de l'opération unifiée, les forces armées canadiennes ont formé plus de 33 000 membres de l'armée ukrainienne. Et on applaudit tous aujourd'hui leur capacité de tenir tête aux envahisseurs. On continue d'envoyer de l'armement, de l'équipement militaire et de l'aide humanitaire. Et on travaille sur des mesures pour pouvoir accueillir plus d'Ukrainiens au Canada plus rapidement. Monsieur le Président, les Canadiens continuent d'être solidaires des Ukrainiens. Comme je l'ai dit au président Zelensky la semaine dernière, on est tous profondément inspirés par son courage, par le courage de ses compatriotes. Le président Poutine a clairement sous-estimé la force et la résilience du peuple ukrainien, tout comme il a sous-estimé la détermination des alliés et des partenaires de l'Ukraine. When I was in Ukraine in 2016, the many people I met showed me how much they love their country and how hard they had fought for democracy. Listening to them reminded me of how peace and stability is not something we could or should ever take for granted. Now, with the unfolding tragedy in Ukraine, the whole world is reminded once again just how fragile peace can be. Mr. Speaker, in the shadow of authoritarianism, we here know that the path forward is the rule of law, universal values, and freedom. That's why Canadians and members of this House stand united with Ukraine. Democracies everywhere stand together. We stand with the people around the globe protesting against this brutal war, from Vancouver to Montreal, from Berlin to Prague, from Minsk to Moscow and St. Petersburg. We hear their voices, and we all hope they will overcome the sound of sirens and bombs. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Questions? Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his words this evening. One of the things that Canadians are talking about a lot, and we've been discussing it throughout the course of today, is the need for energy independence, energy security in this country, whether it's liquefied natural gas, whether it's natural resource production, making sure that this country, our Canada, is energy secure. I'm wondering if the Prime Minister can speak to the events that have happened in Russia and the need to secure energy in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past number of weeks, we've been working closely with our allies in Europe who indeed are dependent to a large degree on imports of energy from Russia and are right now in a difficult position. That is why we are so touched by the steadfastness and the strength of the European response in putting severe sanctions on Russia, even though there is uncertainty in terms of their energy security. And I have assured them that Canada and countries around the world will be there to support them as they move forward. Canada is a producer and exporter of energy. We have banned, as of today, any imports, which were already negligible, from Russia of crude oil. But we will continue to work with the world to make sure that we can stand strongly against Russia and support people in democracies everywhere.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je salue le fait que dans cette Chambre, et ce n'est pas arrivé souvent, il y a quand même globalement une convergence d'idées par rapport à une adversité commune. Je comprends, et c'était le souhait du Bloc et sûrement de beaucoup d'autres mondes, que le gouvernement travaille, et c'est sûrement la seule façon de le faire, de concert avec les grandes organisations internationales, que sont bien sûr le G7 et l'OTAN, entre autres. Cependant, il y a encore des décisions qui se prennent sur une base davantage locale. Par exemple, la décision de continuer à requérir des visas pour des gens qui voudraient venir d'Ukraine au Canada. Il n'y a pas si longtemps, puis vous me permettrez la comparaison, on pouvait passer, puis on pourrait encore en théorie passer, et on passe peut-être encore en effet, au chemin Roxham, pas de visa. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas lieu de faire preuve de ce genre de mansuétude à l'endroit de gens qui veulent rejoindre leur famille ou venir se réfugier au Canada?
Très honorable Premier ministre.
Monsieur le Président, depuis plusieurs semaines, à voir la montée des tensions provoquées par les menaces russes, notre département d'immigration, notre ministre de l'Immigration, travaille pour accélérer les processus pour que, justement, des Ukrainiens puissent venir au Canada. Et c'est exactement ce qu'on a fait. On est en train de voir une accélération du traitement des demandes déjà dans le système pour permettre aux gens de venir plus rapidement, pour permettre aux gens ici de rester plus longtemps. Et effectivement, on est en train de regarder des façons d'accélérer le processus de gens qui fuient la guerre en Ukraine, de venir plus rapidement au Canada et, on l'espère, pour plusieurs, choisir de rester au Canada, même même après la fin de cette guerre injuste. Nous allons toujours être là pour accueillir des gens qui fuient la guerre partout dans le monde et on va être là pour nos amis ukrainiens aussi.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are witnessing a humanitarian crisis unfold in Ukraine with bombings and attacks and casualties. So Canada must do its part as countries around the world are stepping up. One of the things we can do is learn from the past where there were significant problems with welcoming people in emergency crisis. And I look to Afghanistan as an example of what not to do, where we failed ensuring the safety of our allies to get to Canada. So when will the Prime Minister ensure that we have a visa-free, barrier-free access to Canada for Ukrainians who are seeking refuge in this time of crisis?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the weeks leading up to this terrible last week we've had, Canada was already positioning itself in case the worst, which did come to pass, came to pass. Our immigration ministry and minister have been working hard to ensure more resources for treatment of requests to come to Canada, opportunities to accelerate the treatments of work permits to Canada, opportunities to stretch out the permits of those who are here now, and most importantly, to make sure we're able to take in as many Ukrainians who are fleeing the violence as possible, to be able to settle in Canada, to hunker down while this passes, or perhaps even as so many Ukrainians have over so many generations, choosing to stay for good in Canada. We know Canada has been extraordinarily enriched by Canadians of Ukrainian heritage, and we will continue to be there to welcome in Ukrainians to build a better life for themselves here, but also back home in Ukraine.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, Putin's actions over the past week are appalling for all of us who stand for peace, security, and democracy. I would like to send my very best to President Zelensky, Minister Reznikov, and the Ukrainian people for their strong resistance against Putin's ruthless aggression and unnecessary war. Je sais que plusieurs Canadiens regardent les attaques horribles de Poutine sur le peuple ukrainien et veulent savoir comment ils peuvent aider.
And they want to know how they can help and what we as a government are doing to help them.
Russia is a direct threat not only to the people of Ukraine, but also to global safety and stability, Mr. Speaker. In the face of this brutal assault on the Ukrainian people, our support for Ukraine is unwavering. Depuis le premier jour, le Canada
From day one, Canada has been there for the armed forces and the people of Ukraine. We have consistently supported Ukraine and our NATO allies in the face of this unprovoked aggression by Russia.
We have provided lethal and non-lethal equipment to bolster their defenses. Canada has pledged millions of dollars in defensive military equipment to Ukraine. First, $23 million delivered since 2015. Second, $10 million delivered earlier this month, including sniper rifles and ammunition. Third, just yesterday, Minister Joly and I announced an additional $25 million in non-lethal aid, including night vision gear, helmets, body armor. These items have been specifically requested by the Ukrainian government, and we are stepping up to meet their needs alongside our allies. Now, to support the delivery of aid and to contribute to NATO efforts in Europe, Canada is also providing 2 C-130J tactical airlift aircraft for a minimum of 2 weeks. One of these aircraft departed Canada for Europe today, and the other will follow later this week. And at the request of Ukraine, and in coordination with NATO allies, we announced today that we are committing additional lethal aid to Ukraine, including at least 100 anti-tank weapon systems and 2,000 rockets, which are working to deliver as quickly as possible in the coming days. Nous renforçons également notre soutien pour le flanc est de l'OTAN en étendant l'opération Réassurance. To date, the Canadian Armed Forces has delivered well over 700 training sessions throughout Operation Unifier, Canada's military training mission in Ukraine. And in addition, we have 3,400 soldiers at the ready in case they are called up by NATO to serve for our alliance in a defensive and deterrent posture, Mr. Speaker. Canada is not alone in this mission to help Ukraine. NATO allies are more united than ever. The world has become a dangerous place, and while these dangers can feel far away to Canadians, these are tumultuous times, and we must unite as a country and redouble our efforts to support our allies. We stand with the people of Ukraine. We will continue to support them in the face of unwarranted Russian aggression. Slava Ukraini. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister of Defence for her speech and for her support of Ukraine and for the announcement today of providing some anti-tank missiles and more ammo, which the Ukrainian military needs desperately. And I know that, Minister, we've been putting pressure on you for some time to do this, and I think it was back in 2018 when Conservatives first said that we could take the weapons that were originally destined for the Kurdish Peshmerga to be sent over to help Ukraine, which included anti-tank missiles at that time. Now, in addition to the announcement today, I'd like to know what type of time frame, Madam Minister, when those will actually get delivered, and how soon are they going to be either procured here in North America, or are they coming from existing inventory that we have in Canada? And ultimately, how do we get more of them to help Ukraine in their battle against the Russian Federation?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and I must say it is heartening to see politics put aside in times of crisis. And I will say, in response to his questions directly, we are working to get this lethal aid in the hands of Ukrainian soldiers as soon as possible. And in order to do that, we are working very closely with our allies to ensure safe passage of the lethal aid as well as safe delivery to the Canadian Armed Forces and to Ukrainian soldiers as well. And in terms of his question relating to the inventory itself, the lethal aid that we have announced today does come from existing inventory, and I will continue to reiterate that all hands are on deck. We are continuing to ensure that we are responding as quickly as possible to the requests of the Ukrainian government. My conversations with Minister Resnikov over the past number of weeks have been instrumental in allowing us to know precisely what it is that Ukraine needs and how we can best deliver it to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'd like to hear what she has to say on the fact that Ukrainians currently are fighting with a great deal of resilience and courage. It's unprecedented. There are some 500,000 Ukrainians who have fled, and we may be called upon in the future to avoid the errors of the past. So we need to be ready, and I'd like to hear what the Minister has to say with how the CAF is ready to play a humanitarian role in welcoming the Ukrainians who have fled in collaboration with the neighbouring countries and with charitable organizations. The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And first, I would like to say that the Canadian Armed Forces are ready. They stand ready to support the Ukrainian people
Aussi, qu'est-ce que nous avons fait déjà? Nous avons mis à mettre en œuvre des sanctions de plus en plus sévères. Nous avons s'assurer que nous avons entraîné le plus de 33 000 soldats ukrainiens. Nous avons déjà donné, livré aide financière importante. Nous avons aussi livré aide létale et non létale. Et aussi, nous avons donné l'aide cyber. Ça, c'est très important aujourd'hui dans les situations très urgentes. Et finalement, nous avons donné renforcement du flanc est de l'OTAN grâce à l'opération Réassurance. Donc, nous sommes prêts avec les forces armées canadiennes, toujours, et nous sommes là pour les peuples ukrainiens. Merci beaucoup.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. A 30-second question and hopefully a 30-second answer, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this conflict, we have seen the Russian army direct intentional attacks against civilians and civilian targets. I want to know, Mr. Speaker, how is the Canadian government documenting these possible crimes, and how will we work with our allies to make sure that Russian military commanders and their civilian oversight are held to account after this conflict so they don't escape justice?
The Honourable Minister of Defence in 30 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. We know that these attacks, cyber attacks included, are part of the Russian playbook. We have been watching Russian escalation at the Ukrainian border for months and months, and we are very well prepared in terms of our intelligence and connections with the Ukrainian government to document the loss of life. More important, however, is making sure that we are stepping up with humanitarian and economic aid and ensuring safe passage for Ukrainians as they leave Ukraine. And we are doing all three, Mr. Speaker. We have provided over $700 million worth of economic and humanitarian aid thus far alone, and we are also ensuring safe passage for Ukrainians as they leave their country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And heartbreaking days for the people of Ukraine. It's unbelievable to watch images of families fleeing the violence, of citizens volunteering, lining up to receive weapons to fight for their country, and of parents sending their children away to safety while they stay behind to defend Ukraine. In the last few days, the world has seen the defiance and strength of Ukrainians standing up for their freedom, independence, and sovereignty against the unprovoked aggression of a violent dictator. Their voices were joined by millions of people here in Canada and around the world, including thousands of Russians who took to the streets to oppose the war, many of them dragged away to prison. As the official opposition, Conservatives stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine and its people. And we condemn Putin and his gang in the strongest and harshest terms possible. Putin's ongoing invasion of Ukraine is the first major European conflict since the Second World War. It is a serious violation of both international law and our collective humanity. This amounts to the most serious threat to the rules-based international order since 1945, and because of that, it is a serious threat to global peace and security. That's why Conservatives fully support the actions taken by the Government of Canada thus far. But we are calling on the Liberals to do more. On Saturday, we released our proposals for immediate additional action, and I would like to outline them for the members tonight. First, we are urging the federal government to expel Russia's ambassador from Canada right away. Second, we are asking the government to recall Canada's ambassador from Moscow. Thirdly, we ask the government to direct the CRTC to revoke the license of Russia Today so that Putin's propaganda machine can no longer reach Canadian homes. We are glad that companies like Rogers, TELUS, Bell, and Shaw have already done this, but we would like to see the federal government take more of a lead on this issue. Fourthly, we believe Russia should be isolated internationally by urging their removal from organizations like the G20 and the OSCE. And fifth, we would like to encourage the government to implement visa-free travel from Ukraine to Canada to help families escape here to safety. The Ukrainian people do not want to be permanent refugees. They want to be able to live in a free, peaceful, and sovereign Ukraine. But Canada can be a safe haven for them in this moment. Les conservateurs appuient l'Ukraine. L'invasion russe menace la paix, l'ordre international et la sécurité mondiale. C'est pourquoi nous soutenons les mesures du gouvernement canadien. Mais nous demandons au gouvernement de prendre des mesures supplémentaires comme renforcer nos défenses et nous engager en dehors l'OTAN contre les menaces de la Russie. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government can't afford to take our peace and security for granted any longer. We need to take Putin's threats seriously. We need to make sure Canada is prepared to face aggression with the same level of determination we've seen in the Ukrainian people. That's why Conservatives are calling on the government to come forward with a robust plan to defend Canada's Arctic security and sovereignty. This includes modernizing NORAD's early warning system. It's also time that we fix Canada's long-broken military procurement system. We must accelerate the national shipbuilding program, and finally, it's time to purchase F-35 jets. In addition, we need to work in closer cooperation with Scandinavian allies and the United States to ensure Canada's north remains Canada's. Liberals have ignored our Arctic for 6 years, and this Russian invasion of Ukraine should be a wake-up call to get serious about Canada's Arctic. Mr. Speaker, Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine has highlighted another serious problem. Russia supplies as much as 40% of Europe's natural gas, and we're seeing them use this power to intimidate Europeans and Ukrainians. If supplies are cut, people can't heat their homes, entire industries will collapse, and Europe's GDP will plummet. Canada has the answer here. Canada is the world's 5th largest natural gas producer. But we can't export gas to our European allies because we can't get pipelines built. The Liberal government has failed repeatedly to recognize that Canadian oil and gas is the most ethical, most environmentally responsible oil and gas industry in the world. It is clearer than ever, Mr. Speaker, that Canada's oil and gas is vital to the security and sovereignty of both Canada and Europe. It's clearer than ever that when the Liberals stop, delay, and hamstring Canadian oil and gas from being extracted, transported, and sold both at home and abroad, the biggest winner in every way, shape, and form is Putin. Canada and the world loses, and Putin wins. Why in the world would we want to do anything to help Putin fund his war chest? The Liberals need to stop putting up roadblocks to oil and gas development and exports. We need to get new pipelines built so that we can sell our energy to Europe and others and end Russia's monopoly on natural gas. Mr. Speaker, for over a century, Canadians of Ukraine descent have enriched our communities and our culture, especially in the prairies where I am from. Canada, and Manitoba in particular, share ties with Ukraine that cannot be broken by war and aggression. When Ukraine declared independence from the Soviet Union 3 decades ago, it was Canada, under a Conservative Prime Minister, that was the first country to recognize its sovereignty. We must honor that legacy. As Canadian parliamentarians, I know we honor that legacy. Mr. Speaker, Canada's security tied to Europe, and Conservatives know that. Canada must strengthen our own defences and renew our commitment to the NATO alliance in the face of the threats from both Russia and China. As we speak tonight, Mr. Speaker, Ukrainian families are huddled in subway stations, calling for our help, just as the British did during the Blitz over 8 decades ago. A country that faced the horrors of the Stalin regime with the Holodomor, but nonetheless emerged from the grasp of communist dictators, is again fighting off tyranny and violence. We must stand with them. The federal government has stepped up in the last few days, but there is more that can be done. As they say in Ukraine, Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. But let's do more than just say those words. Let's take action now and in the days and the months to come to do the right thing for Ukraine, for Canadians, and indeed for the world. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the interim leader of the opposition for those important remarks and for the demonstration of unity that we've seen in this chamber on such a pressing global issue. I know that in my riding, in Toronto, in Manitoba, right around the country, we have seen Canadians of all backgrounds, all demographics coming forward and standing up for democracy against Russian aggression, calling out for what we need from this Parliament. And we've seen some of that delivered even just today with the addition of additional lethal munitions and lethal armaments to assist Ukraine in defending its own sovereignty. But they've also talked to people like me who represent Ukrainian Canadians and to others in this chamber about a distinct type of threat that is emerging, which is a threat of cyber security and cyber threats. And I wonder if we could have the interim leader of the opposition's comments on how do we combat this pernicious threat in terms of the online world where cyber threats are festering, and if her party will work with our party in combating this, including with combating what exists online and how to getting tough with these kinds of important cyber threats. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, and I do want to thank my colleague for that question. And indeed, cybersecurity is a threat that has been a reality for a number of years. I know when we were in government, I was Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety, and we were talking about it at that time, that it's a new theatre of war, the cybersecurity and the threats that come certainly from Putin, from countries like Russia, but also countries like China. I think that's why it's so important that we move forward quickly to ban Huawei. I think that there are immediate threats that we have to take seriously, that we as a country working together with our allies, listening to our allies, listening to our allies, for example, who've already banned Huawei. That's something practically that we can do. But certainly we recognize the threat that there is. And I think the other thing in all of this discussion that we should be recognizing, we talk about Russia and the Russian threat, but let's be clear, this is a threat from Putin. There are millions, I would say, of Russian people in Russia and around the world who do not support what Putin is doing. And I think it's really important that we recognize that. There are good people who are right now just as saddened, heartbroken, and probably terrified at what this dictator is doing. So I thank my colleague for that question, and I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie la collègue de Portage-Lisgard pour ses commentaires et d'avoir peint la situation, mais vous savez, la résolution d'un conflit ne peut passer que par le dialogue entre les parties. Alors, j'aimerais savoir pourquoi la députée de Portage-Lisgard insiste pour renvoyer l'ambassadeur ou ses représentants en Russie, alors qu'au fond, tout ce que ça va nous faire, c'est de ne représenter qu'une rupture du dialogue.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Well, I appreciate that question, and I agree. In some ways, it is symbolic, but in our world order, it is an important symbolic gesture and actual action to make to send an ambassador home and recall one's ambassador. It sends a strong message that the country and the leader of that country, in this case Russia, is being isolated. I do not believe we can negotiate with Putin. I don't think diplomacy works with him. I think that's been very clear. So, to answer that member's question, yeah, we all agree. It is in a sense a gesture, but it's an important one, and I could be wrong, and if the government has more information, maybe the Russian ambassador to Canada right now is saying something to our government, or will say something publicly against Putin. I've not heard that. I think we would very much welcome that, and that could change our position. But at this point, we have not heard the Russian ambassador say anything against what Putin's doing, which means he's on side. And in that case, he needs to leave the country, and it's our government that needs to expel him.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague. I myself represent an Alberta district in Edmonton-Griesbach, and there's many Ukrainian families who come to me looking for support, particularly for their loved ones overseas. Right now, this government's IRCC system is backlogged, it's broken, and it's not effective. Would the member please comment and elaborate on the need to reunify Ukrainian families and the need to ensure that IRCC plays a major role in reuniting Ukrainians and bringing them to safety? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that question. I think we're all feeling the same way, that we want to be able to help Ukrainians who are fleeing. As I said in my speech, I don't think the Ukrainian people want to be permanent refugees anywhere. They want to be able to live in their home nation of Ukraine, a free, sovereign, peaceful nation. But in the meantime, Canada can be a safe haven. Our suggestion is that we ask the government if they would remove the visa requirement. And I think the fact is, we all saw what happened when Afghanistan came under attack, and the fact that we were not able to bring people to Canada and protect them in the way that was expected of a nation like Canada. So what we're trying to say to the government is, let's get rid of the red tape right now, so that we can immediately try to help people who want to come to Canada and be protected until peace is restored in their home nation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the honourable member, who, of course, and the leader of the Conservative Party, would she and her party consider adding to the list of actions we should take, looking across Canada at the assets in this country bought by Russian oligarchs, millions of dollars in real estate? Can we move fast and seize those assets to send a message to Putin and his cronies?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I think, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for that question. I think that's definitely something that we very much could support. I think that it's very disturbing to see Putin's assets being protected, hidden, and the money laundering. You know, I think money laundering is a big problem in Canada, not just with Russian oligarchs, but also with Chinese. So this is a prime opportunity to deal with some of these major problems that we have seen occurring in the country. And Canada should not be a safe haven for gangsters, thugs, dictators to protect their money. That has to stop. This is the best time. We're all in agreement. Let's get it done, and let's punish some of these dictators.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my leader for her speech today. Canada is united for the people of Ukraine. One of the things that she did raise in her speech was the importance of Europe's reliance on Russian gas and how that's put so much at risk. It's funding the very missiles, the very tanks that are invading into Ukraine today. Canada can play that special role. We also know that the Americans, they bring in 590,000 barrels of Russian oil every day. Can Canada not just assure the European security through our energy products, but can we also work with the Americans to secure North American markets so that we keep Putin away from being financed from our dollars, from the Americans' dollars, from the Europeans' dollars, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think what we're seeing highlighted there is some areas that have been ignored or maybe not represented in an honest, real way over the last number of years. Today and the last week have really come to light. and one of them is the issue of Canadian oil and gas and the benefit that it plays on the world stage. We've been long proponents saying Canada is the most ethically responsible oil and gas, but usually it's in the conversation around the environment and climate change. So we've been fighting for Canadian oil and gas to be used on the world stage because we believe it's actually the best thing for the environment. But lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, it's actually the best thing for the world's safety, security, and energy sovereignty. We are seeing that today. So we're here to say as Conservatives, and we think it's time that the whole House would agree, let's be champions of Canadian oil and gas.
Hear, hear.
Because it's good for the environment, but even more importantly, it's good to protect our sovereignty. And we are seeing today the biggest threat to our globe right now, Mr. Speaker, are dictators and tyrants like Vladimir Putin. So let's put that into perspective, and let's do what we can as Canadians to protect sovereignty, peace, and security. And we do that by getting Canadian energy to the world.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Monsieur le Président, je porte un ruban un peu différent de celui des collègues parce qu'il m'a été remis hier lors de la manifestation de solidarité avec le peuple ukrainien tenue à Montréal. On a senti à ce moment-là que Montréal, le Québec, vraisemblablement le Canada, et on avait vu les grandes villes et les grandes capitales du monde s'exprimer d'une seule voix pour dénoncer une agression grave, injustifiable, appuyée sur la pire propagande, désinformation, pour ne pas franchement dire mensonge, d'un dictateur qui n'a pour ami à la base que lui-même quelques oligarches qui doivent commencer à se poser des questions en regardant leur compte de banque et, d'abord et avant tout, la violence. Le droit à l'autodétermination, Monsieur le Président, on y pense souvent comme étant quelque chose qu'on veut gagner, qu'on pense aux Écossais ou qu'on pense aux Catalans ou qu'on pense aux Kurdes ou qu'on pense à la formule bien particulière de Taïwan. On y pense moins souvent comme quelque chose qu'on ne doit pas perdre, quelque chose qu'on ne veut pas perdre, quelque chose qu'on doit protéger avec sa voix, avec son cœur et, malheureusement, parfois, avec les armes. Il me semble donc tout à fait de circonstance d'adresser mes salutations et surtout de saluer, en effet, le courage du peuple ukrainien et saluer le catalyseur incroyable de ce courage que semble être et s'imposer à ce titre le président ukrainien, M. Volodymyr Zelensky. Monsieur le Président, affronter un dictateur comme le patron de la Russie et ses fantasmes de conquête est un exercice qui ne va pas sans risque. Imposer des sanctions ne va pas sans risque, mais c'est encore moins risqué que de choisir, comme organisation internationale, de prendre les armes. Je me plais à croire que le volume et l'importance des sanctions qui ont été et sont imposées à la Russie ont un effet. La fermeture des espaces aériens, les pénalités imposées à l'exercice ou aux fonctions des banques, le commerce qui est amputé, les limitations d'exportation du pétrole. Tout ça a un effet. Malheureusement, il ne faut pas confondre un dictateur et le peuple sur lequel il exerce son autorité d'une main de fer. Malheureusement, en termes d'impact, en termes de liberté, en termes de jouissance de vie, la première victime du président Poutine, c'est son propre peuple. Et inspiré, semble-t-il, par des moments parmi les pires de l'histoire, Il semble vouloir élargir cette emprise. Mais, Monsieur le Président, comment ne pas poser les gestes malgré les risques? Comment ne pas poser les gestes malgré les menaces, les bravades, l'esbrouffe, les coups de gueule, les mensonges? Il faut les poser, ces gestes. Parmi les gestes qui me semblent importants, il y a en effet, et on en parlait un peu plus tôt, la nécessité d'être une terre d'accueil. Le Canada et le Québec comptent déjà un nombre important de ressortissants ukrainiens et de descendants d'Ukrainiens qui regardent la situation se déployer en Ukraine avec la plus grande des inquiétudes, mais doit-on admettre, par moment, des élans de confiance grâce à la résistance farouche de l'armée ukrainienne, mais aussi de civils ukrainiens, de sportifs ukrainiens, d'enseignantes ukrainiens qui prennent les armes pour protéger leur liberté et qui, ils et elles, croient être de façon légitime. Parmi les choses qu'on peut faire au bénéfice de ces gens-là, de ceux qui seront déplacés, devront aller quelque part. Il y a en effet, le premier ministre le mentionnait, et je suis content que sur la plupart des choses, la Chambre converge passablement. C'est ce dont les Ukrainiens ont besoin. Il faut faciliter l'arrivée éventuelle, le rassemblement des familles, l'accueil de réfugiés. Et je me demande en effet pourquoi on ne renonce pas aux visas tels qu'on les applique et les utilise habituellement. Parce que je donnais l'exemple un peu plus tôt. Il y a des dizaines de milliers de personnes qui sont passées au chemin Roxham. Le problème n'ayant pas été le nombre, mais l'absence de cadre et de structure, d'accueil efficace et d'apprentissage de la langue, souvent, tout simplement, en particulier pour le très grand nombre, sinon la franche majorité, qui sont restés au Québec. Si on a pu faire preuve d'une telle mansuétude à l'endroit d'entrée irrégulière et facile à contrôler, pourquoi ne pas faire preuve de cette ouverture-là dans un contexte de guerre? Alors, j'invite le premier ministre et le ministre à reconsidérer. Parmi les sanctions ou les impacts négatifs sur l'économie russe, il y a bien sûr les limitations importantes à son commerce de pétrole. Et là, Monsieur le Président, et je le dis encore avec beaucoup de respect, j'ai un gros problème. La sécurité nationale, les sécurité nationale ne passe pas par une augmentation de l'extraction, du transport et du commerce du pétrole, mais bien par une libération de cette contrainte qui reste tout aussi dangereuse pour la planète aujourd'hui qu'elle était il y a 2 semaines. Et je veux croire que ce que j'entends en cette Chambre n'est pas l'instrumentalisation d'un conflit dramatique au bénéfice du commerce du pétrole de l'Ouest canadien, qui, dans tous les scénarios, avec les infrastructures proposées, n'arriverait nulle part avant que Vladimir Poutine lui-même soit en train de se bercer sur une galerie. C'est un faux semblant aux airs de prétexte dont je nous invite tous à nous méfier. Il y a des mesures qui doivent être considérées. Sortir la Russie de toute espèce d'institution internationale auxquelles elle appartient. Mais je doute de la pertinence de chasser l'ambassadeur. Parce qu'on dit parfois, même si ce n'est pas entièrement vrai avec le président russe, que c'est les armes ou les mots. Mais à partir du moment où il y a une reprise de dialogue et que les sanctions économiques ont un effet, il faut un canal de communication. Et je pense que c'est la fonction de la diplomatie. Et je pense qu'il faut, parfois en se pinçant le nez, garder les liens diplomatiques ouverts. Nous soutiendrons l'Ukraine, qui veut être et qui veut rester libre. Beaucoup de Québécois se reconnaissent dans les mots, sans jamais avoir rien vécu qui ressemble fondamentalement à ce que les Ukrainiens vivent. Nous y croyons pour l'Ukraine, comme bien sûr, nous, au Bloc québécois, nous y croyons pour le Québec. Et je crois, Monsieur le Président, j'ose me permettre, prétendre parler pour tout le Québec. Lorsque j'assure le peuple ukrainien et le président Volodymyr Zelensky de l'appui et de l'amitié indéfectible du Québec. Merci, M. le Président.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais remercier le chef du Bloc québécois pour son discours et remercier les députés du Bloc pour leur soutenir beaucoup des mesures que le gouvernement du Canada a prises dernièrement pour supporter l'Ukraine pendant ce temps extrêmement difficile. Aujourd'hui, le gouvernement du Canada a annoncé qu'on va envoyer une troisième fois des armes à l'Ukraine, cette fois des armes anti-chars. Et je voudrais demander au chef du Bloc québécois s'il appuie cette décision, supporte cette décision, et pourquoi envoyer les armes à l'armée ukrainienne est une mesure très importante. Merci.
Honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
C'est quand même un regret. Pendant longtemps, nous prétendions, et j'étais de ceux qui disaient qu'il faut être prudent avant d'envoyer des armes, parce que des armes n'ont jamais une vocation de paix. Mais la situation dans laquelle le président russe a jeté l'Ukraine en est à ce point une de désespoir qu'il semble nécessaire d'offrir à ces hommes, à ces femmes, à ces militaires, à ces civils, le moyen d'essayer de préserver leur sécurité et leur dignité. C'est dans ce contexte-là qu'on comprend aussi symboliquement lorsqu'on envoie des armes anti-chars, dont peut-être pas de la dernière génération, mais quand même, lorsqu'on envoie des armes anti-chars que les Ukrainiens sont confrontés à une puissance militaire démesurée et que ces véhicules-là qui roulent sauvagement dans les rues de leur ville paisible doivent en effet en être retirés et, s'il le faut, bien sûr, par la force.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Merci à mon collègue, le chef du Bloc. Nous avons parlé beaucoup aujourd'hui, ce soir, à propos de fait aussi, c'était mentionné par mon leader, qu'un grand problème que nous avons vu, c'est que il y a beaucoup de pays, ça inclut le Canada, qui utilisent le gaz naturel qui vient de
natural gas that comes from Russia.
Et le monde maintenant est
This is truly a problem for the world.
Le pays qui achète le gaz naturel
that buy natural gas from Russia,
et ça c'est contre l'Ukraine à ce moment. Donc, je voudrais savoir
from Russia and Putin are working against Ukraine right now. What does the Bloc Québécois think of using only natural gas that comes from Canada rather than buying natural gas and oil from other countries? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Le mérite vient avec l'intention. Quelle est l'intention?
Well, in some respects,
est-ce que l'intention du propos que j'entends est, avec une grande compassion et une générosité sans pareille, d'assurer la sécurité énergétique de l'Europe? Ou est-ce que ce n'est pas une autre tentative de forcer des débouchés pour l'augmentation du commerce du pétrole de l'Ouest canadien? Qui, dans tous les scénarios, sauf moyen de transport complètement archaïque et avec les projets d'infrastructure dont on nous parle, n'acheminerait rien en Europe dans des délais le moindrement acceptable.
And at any rate, even if we were to start the projects right away, the gas and petrol wouldn't arrive to Europe quickly enough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his wonderful speech. Many things we agree with, as a matter of fact. One part I'd like the member to elaborate more on, Mr. Speaker, is that in regards to funding for our allies in Ukraine and making sure that they have the resources they need, the government has, as a matter of fact, been able to support Ukraine with some funding, but much more needs to be done. Would the member agree that money in hand for the government of Ukraine is needed now more than ever? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai tendance à dire, puis ce serait serait pas une bêtise de dire oui, il faut plus d'argent.
Yes, of course, it wouldn't be stupid to say they need more money.
J'ai l'impression qu'il y aura plus d'argent. À cet égard-là, je n'ai pas de reproche à formuler au gouvernement en ceci qu'à chaque jour qui va passer, l'argent, les moyens d'utiliser l'argent, les canaux pour acheminer l'argent, les canaux pour acheminer ce avec quoi on achèterait des armes ou des nécessités quotidiennes, il est peut-être plus simple d'acheminer directement des produits. Il y a plusieurs manières d'aider. Ça va coûter quelque chose. Et de donner moins de considération à ce que ça va coûter qu'à l'effet de ce qu'on va dépenser me semble important. Fait que je m'attends à une dépense importante des grandes démocraties du monde, que ce soit en argent direct ou que ce soit en différentes formes d'aide, notamment humanitaire.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Un grand merci à l'honorable chef du Bloc québécois. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec lui et j'apprécie son courage ici pour dire clairement que nous n'avons pas une raison pour laquelle appuyer les fossiles, des énergies fossiles. Aujourd'hui, c'est la journée où le GIEC a lancé un nouveau rapport qui est tellement clair que nous sommes trop proches à la pointe de basculement pour un grand désastre planétaire. Nous avons les menaces sécuritaires et les menaces planétaires. Et j'ai trouvé une citation de la chef de la délégation ukrainienne dans les négociations du GIEC. Désolée, j'ai la citation seulement en anglais, mais la chef Svetlana Rakowski
says this,
et je cite, "Human-induced climate change and the war on Ukraine have the same roots. Fossil fuels and our dependence on them. We will not surrender in Ukraine, and we hope the world will not surrender in building a climate-resilient future." Sans commentaire, s'il vous plaît.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Je ne souhaite pas détourner complètement le débat, mais bien sûr, ce rapport-là est alarmant, tellement que la réflexion que j'ai fini par me faire, c'est est-ce que les gens qui détiennent le pouvoir, qu'ils soient politiques et économiques, sont prêts à affronter les conséquences du changement climatique, essayer de le contenir, ou ne travaillent pas plutôt à se prémunir personnellement par plus de richesse, plus de commerce de pétrole, des effets du changement climatique qui fera plus mal à quelqu'un d'autre, plus nombreux peut-être, et tellement moins riches. Et ça, c'est d'un cynisme absolument horrible. Je ne crois pas que l'augmentation de la production et de l'exportation du pétrole rend service ni à l'Ukraine, ni à qui que ce soit. Je crois qu'il faut, dans ce contexte-là comme dans les autres, envisager d'autres types de solutions. Et il est évident que durant une transition, il faut dramatiquement accélérer. Les sources d'approvisionnement ne seront pas l'Ouest canadien pour l'Europe.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Monterville.
Monsieur le Président, j'avais le sentiment que j'étais trop petit et que vous ne me voyiez pas. Mais quoi qu'il en soit, un peu plus tôt aujourd'hui, j'ai demandé au gouvernement s'il ne croyait pas opportun d'appliquer au Bélarus les mêmes sanctions qui ont été décrétées jusqu'à présent pour la Russie. Alors, simplement, ma question au chef du Bloc québécois, ne croit-il pas que le Bélarus, qui s'est rendu complice de cette invasion, les Russes ne seraient pas aux portes de Kiev aujourd'hui si le Bélarus n'avait pas offert son territoire pour permettre cette invasion par le Nord? Alors, ne devrions-nous pas appliquer les mêmes sanctions au Bélarus que celles qui ont été décrétées pour la Russie jusqu'à présent?
Je me permettrai de dire, Monsieur le Président, mais puis j'ose penser que c'est considéré une question d'heure avant que le gouvernement canadien adopte une approche similaire, mais le reste du monde le fait. La plupart ou de plus en plus de juridictions à travers l'Europe imposent des sanctions comparables au Bélarus. Ils le font à la Russie. Pourquoi? Parce que le complice dictateur d'un dictateur ne rend pas le premier dictateur moins coupable que le deuxième. Le peuple du Bélarus subit l'oppression, a été
guilty.
dominée outrageusement par de mauvais moyens. Et en effet, en termes stratégiques, on a bien compris
Strategically speaking, we've understood
des troupes sur le bord de la frontière ukrainienne au Bélarus,
that a buildup of
c'était
troops
la voie
on the
rapide vers
Belarus
Kiev, qui
border
aujourd'hui,
has enabled
selon ce qu'on
Russia
en sait,
to
selon ce qui sera à nous, vrai, moyennement vrai,
attack Kiev.
mène une lutte farouche.
From what we understand, Ukrainians are waging a very courageous battle
pour sa dignité,
to maintain its dignity.
pour
And in this
ralentir,
spirit,
modérer, contenir, stopper et
to
peut-être
moderate and
éventuellement
even
sortir tout ce
stop,
beau monde-là qui n'ont pas d'affaires en Ukraine. Je pense en
get
effet que
all
le
these people
Bélarus doit
out
être l'objet
of Ukraine,
des
in
mêmes
fact, who shouldn't be there. And then I think, yes, indeed, there should be the same sanctions imposed on Belarus.
Avant d'aller retourner au débat, j'aimerais rappeler à tous les députés qu'il y a beaucoup de personnes qui veulent demander des questions.
That many people would like to ask questions. Sometimes you may feel that you've been ignored, but the chair is not ignoring you. We're simply doing a rotation through the members so that everyone can ask their question at the right time. So please, if may I ask for your patience and please persevere and you'll have a chance to ask your question.
Debate, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. New Democrats strongly condemn President Putin's flagrant aggression against Ukraine. And we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. My thoughts go out to all Ukrainians who are worried about this unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russia. War always brings terrible loss of life and human suffering. And as Canada has welcomed a significant population of Ukrainian Canadians, I spoke with some of them today who shared their worries, their fears, spoke with a young man whose parents still live in Ukraine. And despite the fact that his parents live in the Western region, which hasn't seen as much military action, his family lives just kilometers away from where rockets fell. I spoke with Bodana, and she shared with me her fears that she can't sleep at night. She has family and friends. She's got cousins that she's trying to sponsor, and she can't sleep at night without making sure that they're okay. She hasn't slept many hours over the past number of days. She's constantly checking in, constantly worried that something might happen. These are just two of the many, many stories of Ukrainian Canadians who are deeply worried about what's happening in Ukraine. And in this serious crisis, I want to outline two specific things or two specific areas where Canada can play a significant role in supporting people in this time. One is with stronger and more severe sanctions. And secondly is with an emphasis on humanitarian relief. I'll begin with the sanctions. The Liberal government must continue to use all tools to deter Putin's aggressive actions. And what we can specifically do is to impose additional economic sanctions where it hurts Putin. And that's by sanctioning Putin's closest oligarchs. I spoke with Bill Browder, who is the author and the motivating force behind the Magnitsky laws in Canada and the Magnitsky Act in other countries. He has outlined that the current sanctions that are in place, both in Canada and in other countries, ignore many of the ultra-wealthy oligarchs who hoard Putin's wealth. These oligarchs are well known through the diligent work of many activists and advocates, including Mr. Browder. We can use the Magnitsky laws in Canada. There's two categories, both one for human rights violations and secondly for corruption. We know who these oligarchs are. Many of them were identified by Alexei Navalny, who was a political opponent we all know that Putin imprisoned, tortured, and attempted to kill with poison. We need to use the tools that we have to hit Putin where it hurts, the money that he's hoarded in the names of the oligarchs, whose money is in country, or the resources are located in countries around the world. We also need more tools to identify where oligarchs are hiding their money and to deal with money laundering in general. we can accelerate the creation of a publicly available nationwide beneficial ownership registry. This would provide transparency on property ownership in Canada, including those owned by oligarchs who we know have property in Canada. And the current timeline for this registry is 2025, which is simply too far away. Putin's greed is well documented. It is his weakness. It is well known that the oligarchs hoard his wealth, the wealth that he has stolen from the Russian people. We need to stand up to Putin and do it in a way where it hurts him most, and that is his wealth, and that is by sanctioning those oligarchs with the tools that we have. We need to do that. That would have a significant leverage in putting pressure on Putin to end this war. Secondly, we need more support in humanitarian aid. And I break that down into two areas. Since Russia invaded Crimea in 2014, 1.5 million Ukrainians have been displaced from their homes. Many came to Canada after the initial invasion 8 years ago and have successfully resettled in communities across the country. With Russia's current invasion of Ukraine, the situation for people on the ground has become unfathomably more dire. Ukrainians will be seeking safety and refuge in Canada. And for years, we've been calling for visa-free access for Ukrainians and calling for urgent action. That's what we need to do. The government must work collaboratively to support and resettle those who've been displaced by this escalating humanitarian crisis. We need to automatically extend expiring documents and permits for all Ukrainians currently in Canada. Those who are already here should not be compelled to return to severe risks and danger in Ukraine. We need to make sure it's easy and that there is a barrier-free access for people who are seeking refuge and safety. We also need to increase humanitarian aid. Ukrainian people need our support more than ever, and Canada needs to plan for that humanitarian aid. The crisis is worsening. Families are torn apart. Children have been killed. Over 500,000 Ukrainians have fled the country in a few days, with many more internally displaced. All children in Ukraine, at least 7.5 million, those that are under 18 years old, are in grave danger of physical harm, severe emotional distress, and displacement. Canada must work with our allies, including the United Nations, to respond appropriately to this terrible situation. As we've seen with the Syrian crisis, neighboring countries who host refugees rely on significant support from those donor communities to ensure that the basic needs of the refugees and local populations are met. So we ask the government to ensure that additional funds to Ukraine will not be diverted from the existing humanitarian envelope that continue to necessitate Canada's attention. We are pleased to see the matching funds for the $10 million with the Red Cross, but this is just a drop in the bucket in terms of the massive needs. We need a plan with significant financial commitments to helping Ukrainians, both within Ukraine and those who have managed to get to safety in neighboring countries. Members of Canada's humanitarian coalition are operating in Ukraine and its neighboring countries. They also deserve our support. Canadian community, the Ukrainian community in Canada is also offering to provide support and is raising funds. We need to support those efforts as well. We know that there will soon be a UN call for funding, and Canada must provide its fair share of support for this call. Les néo-démocrates condamnent fermement l'agression flagrante du président Poutine contre l'Ukraine. Nous sommes aux côtés du peuple ukrainien. Mes pensées vont à tous les Ukrainiennes et Ukrainiens qui sont inquiets de cette attaque non provoquée et injustifiée de la Russie. La guerre entraîne toujours de terribles pertes de vie et des souffrances humaines. Plus tôt aujourd'hui, j'ai parlé à des Canadiennes et Canadiens d'origine ukrainienne qui sont terriblement inquiets pour leurs amis et leurs familles en Ukraine. Nous devons aider de toute urgence. Nous devons augmenter les sanctions contre les oligarques de Poutine. Nous devons augmenter l'aide humanitaire aux Ukrainiennes et Ukrainiens et aux organisations qui soutiennent celles et ceux qui cherchent refuge. Et nous devons travailler de toute urgence pour aider les réfugiés cherchant refuge au Canada arriver ici en toute sécurité. In light of the escalating crisis, we must recognize that Ukrainians seeking safety from the dangers right now in their homeland do not have months to spare. The most urgent action is required. The government must do everything in its power to help these people find safe haven from the threat of violence in Ukraine caused by Russia. New Democrats stand in solidarity with Ukraine, with the people of Ukraine. We commend and acknowledge their courage, and we encourage this government to offer all help possible to support them in this time of need. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I commend the honourable member for his thoughts in his speech. And it seems to be a general consensus that sanctions are the way to go, specifically Magnitsky sanctions. When he mentioned that he'd had a conversation with Bill Browder, I've always appreciated the advice that Mr. Browder has shared with me over the years, and I was just wondering whether he could share with the House any specific thoughts that Mr. Browder had with respect to sanctions and any specificity particularly on Magnitsky sanctions.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much for the question. Mr. Browder really wanted to highlight that the sanctions will only work if they target Putin. And what we've seen is Putin is not someone who cares about his country. He has robbed from the country, but he does care about his wealth. And his wealth is hoarded by oligarchs. And he pointed out that the Magnitsky laws provide for a provision of corruption. And where we can identify corruption, there's many cases where we can tie oligarchs that are close to Putin with corruption, and that those oligarchs need to be sanctioned. So we just need to start naming and sanctioning specific oligarchs closely connected to Putin involved in corruption. And that is something that will significantly impact Putin in a way that can apply real leverage and pressure on him to stop this war.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Leader of the NDP for his comments. And I know that he was talking about Magnitsky sanctions. As a matter of fact, I've worked very closely with Bill Browder when Senator Ragnall Andrzej, formerly in the other place, and I brought forward legislation here in 2017 to have the Magnitsky Act become legislation. Unfortunately, the federal government hasn't used Magnitsky sanctions since 2018. And really, for people to understand how the kleptocracy works in the Kremlin and in Russia, and understand how corrupt Vladimir Putin and his inner circle is, that everyone needs to read Red Notice, the book Bill Browder wrote about Sergei Magnitsky, who is his lawyer and accountant, who was trying to tell the truth of what was happening there. And of course, he was sadly arrested, impugned, beaten, and then died of his injuries in prison. So we know that we have a lot more work to do. So I'd ask the Leader of the NDP if you want to talk more about how the government should be using Magnitsky sanctions, since it sends the message in concert with our allies around the world that our country cannot be used as a safe haven for those who are corrupt foreign officials, for those that are enriching themselves through stealing from their own citizenry, and for those that are really having and causing gross human rights violations. And we have never seen human rights violations in a long time at the level that we're witnessing right now in Ukraine, all carried out by Vladimir Putin and his war machine.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. What's been identified really clearly is if we want to apply pressure on Putin, the current approach of sanctions, while important symbolically, will not impact Putin. He is someone who has amassed significant wealth by stealing from his own country. So sanctions on the country will not be sufficient to curtail his actions or to send a clear message that will actually hurt Putin personally. That is the only way to apply pressure in this case, is to make the pain be felt by by President Putin. And to do that, we know that his wealth is held and hoarded by oligarchs. They need to be, and many of them have been identified by many different advocates. We need to identify and sanction those specific oligarchs with the Magnitsky Law, with the sanctions that we have, the powers that we have. And that will send a very powerful message and hurt Putin where it counts, his greed and his wealth amassed by stealing from the country, from stealing from Russians. That is what we need to do, and that is a powerful tool that has yet to be used effectively. And that's a part of what we're calling for, to apply real leverage and pressure to end what is going on in Ukraine, to end the violence, and to stop Putin from continuing to do it.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le chef du NPD pour son intervention. Nous vivons des moments qui sont extrêmement graves. Je rejoins la plupart des propos du chef du NPD, entre autres au niveau des sanctions plus ciblées. J'aimerais l'entendre sur deux aspects. Est-ce que, selon lui, on doit étendre les sanctions, c'est ce qu'on croit, nous, étendre les sanctions à la Biélorussie pour avoir un impact le plus rapide possible, le plus fort possible. Et j'aimerais l'entendre sur la préservation des contacts avec les ambassades, avec les ambassadeurs, pour savoir sa position par rapport à la proposition de d'autres formations politiques.
L'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
Dans les autres cas, dans les cas normaux, on peut mettre en œuvre des sanctions, ou on peut envoyer un message avec les diplomates. Mais dans ce cas, ce qui est clair, c'est que le président Poutine ne s'inquiète pas de ses affaires. Il est quelqu'un qui est contrôlé par le fait qu'il veut avoir l'argent, et l'argent, c'est vraiment son faiblesse, sa faiblesse. Donc, si on veut vraiment aider les peuples ukrainiens, les gens qui souffrent à ce moment, on doit cibler les sanctions où il va vraiment heurter le président Poutine, et ça veut dire les oligarques. On doit cibler les oligarques et leur richesse. Ça, c'est comment on peut vraiment mettre la pression sur le président Poutine. Les autres outils et les autres sanctions et les autres efforts ne vont pas fonctionner, malheureusement, parce qu'ils ne s'inquiètent pas des choses normales. Mais si on cible les oligarques, on peut mettre la pression et on peut vraiment heurter Poutine.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the leader of the NDP for his strong condemnation of the attack by Russia on the Ukraine, for his support for measures that will take the fight directly to Vladimir Putin, and his suggestion to take up some of the measures that myself and other New Democrat colleagues have suggested for a long time to help Ukrainians get to Canada in an expedited fashion by, for example, eliminating the visa requirement. Of course, we know one component of Putin's attack on the Ukraine has to do very much with disinformation and how Putin and the Russian administration under him has excelled at propagating disinformation through social media. We've felt effects of that even here in Canada. We've known for a long time part of the Russian strategy has been to decenter Western democracies through disinformation, and we're going to have to be very vigilant during the battle between Ukrainian forces and Russian forces to understand and appreciate the role of disinformation. I'm wondering if he has some thoughts on what government can do and individual Canadians can do to fight against the propagation of disinformation and social media.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank my honourable colleague for the question, and it's very true. We've seen already the impacts of this campaign of disinformation led by Russia to particularly target democracies. And they do so by propagating messages, information and propaganda that is incorrect, to repeat the lines that Russia is encouraging people to believe, and information that is designed to subvert democracies and to incite hatred against different groups, in this case against Ukraine. We've seen clear concerted attempts to incite hatred against Ukraine that are baseless and propaganda that's baseless. And so a couple of things that we can do. First of all,
be very careful. When we see information, be very careful about the source. Make sure it's a source that you trust, a source that's been verified before spreading any of those messages. There's a clear effort, and we will be targeted with disinformation. Secondly, government has a strong role to play. We've seen through a number of different accounts, including whistleblowers, that social media benefits from divisive rhetoric and comments, and they amplify messages that might divide people because it'll keep, whether people criticizing that message or supporting it, it'll keep more people on their platform. So governments have to play a role in ensuring that disinformation is not spread. It's not allowed to be spread. And it can't be left in the hands of social media companies, which will give those messages that are divisive, that create controversy, more space and amplify them in people's feeds. So that is why government has to take a role in stopping the spread of that information, and something we've long called for.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River. I'm proud to rise today to speak during this emergency take-note debate in the House of Commons on Ukraine and Russia's military invasion. A couple of days ago, I was joined by several of my colleagues in requesting this emergency take-note debate in the House of Commons. We felt it was important as it provided an opportunity for members of all parties, all parts of the country, to speak to this issue, to discuss Canada's and the international community's response to what's happening in Ukraine. And I'd like to thank all parties for their support of that motion to have this emergency take-note debate. During our last take-note debate, I shared a story with all of you about my grandfather, Ivan, that I was with him when Ukraine declared its independence, that he was a great patriot, that when Ukraine declared its independence, it might have been the proudest day of his life. That my grandfather said to me that day that now that Ukraine is independent, we have to keep up the fight for Ukraine's independence. I was 14 years old at the time, and I said, Dito, what are you talking about? Ukraine's declared its independence, the people want it, the world has recognized it. I said, you are wrong. And I was wrong. In 2014, Russia twice invaded Ukraine, in Crimea and eastern Ukraine. In 2014, the world did not do enough. They didn't impose enough sanctions. They didn't send weapons. They didn't do enough to support Ukraine and to deter an invasion. Now, Vladimir Putin has begun an unprovoked, full-scale invasion of Ukraine. He has attacked the entire country. And not just the soldiers defending Ukraine's borders, but he's targeting and killing civilians. Men, women, children. He's bombing buildings, and he's bombing kindergartens, and much more. Civilians are dying as we speak. The courage of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian armed forces have been inspiring. And it's not just soldiers who are fighting courageously. It's men, women, people of all ages, seniors are taking up arms. They are outnumbered and they are outgunned, but they keep fighting. And they're holding the line against a much larger, much more well-armed military. In Ukrainian, we say, Slava Ukraini, Heroyam Slava. This means glory to Ukraine and glory to the heroes. I think we can all agree that Ukrainians are living up to those words right now. For those of us with Ukrainian ancestry, this touches us personally, but this is something that concerns all Canadians. It's a humanitarian crisis. We see not just the soldiers being killed, but the civilians being killed, civilians displaced, civilian communities being bombed. There's an attack on Ukraine's sovereignty, but it's also an attack on democracy in the international rules-based order. It's a threat not just to Ukraine's security, but to Europe's security, to the world's security, and Canada's security. Ukrainians are fighting bravely. And yes, they're fighting for their freedom. They're fighting for their homeland. But they're also fighting for something else. They're fighting for all of us. Today, this impacts all of us. This affects all our security. It affects democracy around the world. It affects global security. Today, they are fighting for all of us. Today, we are all Ukrainian. Ukrainians are fighting for us. Ukrainians are fighting for us, and we need to fight for them. And that is why Canada and its allies must do everything possible. to stop this invasion and to ensure Russia withdraws from Ukraine. Now, Canada has taken a tremendous number of steps along with our allies. Today, we banned crude oil exports. We announced that we're going to provide additional lethal weapons to Ukraine, anti-tank weapons and other rockets and other systems that Ukrainians have requested. We've announced that we will ask CRTC to review RT's presence on our airwaves. We need to get rid of RT in Canada. We've previously provided 2 shipments of weapons. We've trained over 30,000 Ukrainian soldiers who are fighting so bravely as we speak right now. And we've imposed a tremendous number of sanctions against Vladimir Putin, his oligarchs, and on the central bank, and much more. And these sanctions are having a significant impact. But it won't be enough. It won't be enough until Vladimir Putin is stopped, until Ukraine is free. Today, this House unanimously supported my motion, which called upon Canada to do a number of things, including continuing to impose sanctions, the provision of additional support to the government of Ukraine and the Ukrainian armed forces, the issuing of an additional order, to the CRTC around RT and broadcasting policy, and the removal of Russia from SWIFT from the payment system. We have to keep working until we stop Vladimir Putin, until the Ukrainians win. They are fighting for us. In 1991, that day with my grandfather, I was wrong. In 2014, the world was wrong. There is too much at stake. Ukraine's security is Europe's security, and it's Canada's security. Ukrainians are fighting bravely for our freedom, but they're also fighting for us, and we need to fight for them. Today, we are all Ukrainian. Today, everyone in the free world is Ukrainian, and today we can all say, Slava Ukraini, Heroyam Slava. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Saskatchewan has a large Ukrainian community with as many as 15% of the province's population tracing their roots back to Ukraine. Last week, the provincial government of Saskatchewan sent a letter to this government asking them to prioritize immigration applicants from Ukraine who have already applied under the Saskatchewan Immigrant Nominee Program, as well as to fast-track refugee applications from Ukrainians bound for Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, can the government commit to working closely with the provincial government of Saskatchewan on these priority items so that we can help as many Ukrainians as possible?
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
I thank the member for his question and for his advocacy around helping those Ukrainians who are displaced, who are fleeing their country, and who need our help. I think Canada has an important role to play in making sure that we support those who need our help in providing that humanitarian assistance and also welcoming Ukrainians to Canada where they can find refuge. And I think the Government of Canada has been working very closely with provincial governments and will continue to, I'm sure. But I think what the Government of Canada has shown to date through the measures that have been announced over the last few days and today is that we're taking every step possible to ensure that we help facilitate Ukrainians coming to Canada and finding safety here and continuing to build this great country as Ukrainian Canadians have for generations. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments, Honourable Député de
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It's been raised a few times today, and my colleague has just raised it again. But is the government considering providing a visa exemption for people who want to come to Canada urgently, whether it be temporary or permanent? I'd like to hear my colleague on that, please. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le gouvernement du Canada a démontré
the government of Canada has shown already that it will work to support Ukrainians who are fleeing the war, who are fleeing their country. I hear the suggestion of the member. I appreciate it a great deal, and I think it is crucially important that Canada does everything that it can to ensure that Ukrainians can get to Canada safely. We need to do this.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech and for his words in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Whether they are bringing their children to safety or fighting for freedom and democracy, Ukrainians are showing the world what courage looks like. And we have to support them. I've spoken to so many people in my community here in Victoria who are worried about their family members. They have parents, grandparents, people with disabilities, people with young children. They're trying to get to safety and they need to get here quickly. We know that our immigration and refugee system is broken. It's extremely backlogged. We're witnessing this unfolding humanitarian crisis. Can the member speak to the urgent need to put more resources and measures to support those in need of support and resettlement, fleeing Putin's violence? And does he agree that Canada should provide visa-free access to all Ukrainians?
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Well, I thank the member for her words, for her intervention, for her advocacy, and for her question. Look, I believe the humanitarian needs are tremendous. I actually asked a question of the minister about this today. Civilians are being killed as we speak. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, frankly, are being displaced and fleeing. And there's a tremendous need for the world to do so much more to support those who are fleeing, and I certainly believe that to be the case. And as far as allowing Ukrainians to come visa-free, I think those who look at my record will know that I've about my advocacy to ensure that we facilitate closer to people ties with Ukraine over the years, and I will continue to do that. And there's no time more important than now, when Ukrainians are in need and Canada can help. And the government has done that and will continue to do that.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many Canadians have a connection with Ukraine. First and foremost, there's a lot of new immigrants from the Ukraine in Canada. And first and foremost, my thoughts are with them, who have immediate family and friends in the Ukraine. I can certainly imagine what it's like for them every time they hear the phone ring, wondering who's calling and about what. But there are many, many other Canadians like myself. I spent the first number of years of my life living with my parents and grandparents in a part of Fort William, which is now Thunder Bay, which has a large Ukrainian-Canadian population. My Baba was from near Horodenka, my Guido grandfather was from near Kamenets-Podolsky. I spent many summer evenings as a child sitting with my Baba on the steps of her corner store, which actually wasn't on the corner, and partly because Baba used to brazenly bribe me with fudgicles and creamsicles from the store in order to get me to sit with her. But she would sit for hours singing old Ukrainian hymns and telling stories about what used to happen in the old country. That was in between coming and going from the store and selling people cigarettes and candy. Now, because so many of my early memories revolve around the Ukraine and Ukrainians, even though I don't speak Ukrainian, even though I've only visited Ukraine once in my life, I feel very much that Ukraine is part of my soul. Now, of course, you don't have to be Ukrainian in order to sympathize with what's happening in the Ukraine or with Ukrainians. We all see the pictures, but the pictures are only a very small part of what's happening in the Ukraine. Now, certainly we have statistics, contested statistics about number of deaths, number of injuries. But let's remember what Joseph Stalin once said, which is 1 million deaths is a tragedy, or 1 million deaths is a statistic, 1 death is a tragedy. And certainly for each statistic, every death is a tragedy. It means a phone call to a parent telling them that a child will not be coming home, or a child who won't have their parent coming home as they told them they would. All of this tragedy is the direct and total responsibility of Vladimir Putin and the people who support Vladimir Putin. It is Vladimir Putin who decided to walk in the steps of Joseph Stalin. Ukrainians and Russians are, in fact, brothers and sisters, but this is brother killing brother. The only brother that kills his brother is a madman like Putin. But let's not forget, in this immense human tragedy worthy of Dostoevsky, the suffering of many Russians as well. many of whom who are dying, fighting their brothers and sisters in the Ukraine. Let us not also forget about the mothers and fathers of Russian soldiers who are anxiously awaiting their return from the Ukraine. Now, as a doctor who certainly dealt with death and has worked in places where I saw a lot of trauma, including close to war zones, I can absolutely tell you that the suffering of a parent losing a child or the suffering of a child losing a parent is exactly the same. It doesn't matter whether you're from Ethiopia or Haiti, from Thunder Bay, Ottawa, or from Ukraine or Russia. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my allotted time, I could have talked about more lofty issues, the fact that how this invasion presents an existential threat to the international legal order, which it certainly does, and how that international legal order grew in no small part out of the Second World War, and the fact that in so many ways the UN Charter and international legal order was the result of the Second World War and the sacrifices so many Russians and Ukrainians made in that war. I also don't have time too much to talk about what we can and can't do other than to repeat what a number of people in our party have said, which is that all options remain on the table. To my family in the Ukraine, some of whom I know as I speak are waiting with guns for the Russians to come, for their parents who are worried and praying for them, for the people of the Ukraine, for the very many good Russian people. Let me tell you, I support you, my family supports you, the Canadian people support you, indeed, good people all around the world support you, and certainly this Parliament supports you. Slava Ukraini!
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker. Now, one of the most effective tools that the world has at its disposal right now is to stop the imports of Russian oil and gas. I certainly will say that I do acknowledge and congratulate the government for stopping that from coming into Canada. But we also could, with our Canadian energy, be the replacement for that Russian oil and natural gas with our good, clean, environmentally responsible and friendly Canadian oil and gas. And so I would just say that had the Liberal government only recognized that those benefits of our energy, that environmentally friendly energy that it is, the ability to grow our economy and create jobs here in Canada, and for the way that our energy respects human rights and would enable peace and security in the world by stopping dictators from like Vladimir Putin from being the source of energy instead. We would have a much safer place. We would have much stronger ability to go after the Russians for what they're doing in Ukraine. So will that Liberal government finally get behind our oil and gas and stop preventing its success?
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
The member opposite for his question, and indeed, hindsight is 20/20. And I think most of us a month ago, 2 months ago, 6 months ago, wouldn't have predicted that Putin would actually have gone into Ukraine. As to the situation right now and whether we should cut off Russian supplies of oil and gas to Canada, I personally support it. However, the devil is always in the detail. Like, what is the alternative right now? We certainly don't want people unable to heat their houses, businesses closing down in Quebec because they don't have access to heat or oil. But I think our government has already said and made clear that all options are on the table. I think this is certainly something we have to consider. And certainly I think we need to go on an economic blitzkrieg against Russia. We have to go on multiple fronts against Russia like Russia went against Ukraine. However we can harm Russia economically, we ought to do, whether it means imports, exports, financial connections, absolutely everything. We go after Russia.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie mon collègue de Thunder Bay Rainy River pour son discours. Il a mentionné quelque chose d'intéressant. Il a dit un frère qui en tue un autre, c'est un fou. Mais un petit cousin éloigné qui regarde le frère en tuer un autre, j'aurais tendance à qualifier ça de la même chose. J'aimerais savoir ce qu'il pense de la possibilité d'augmenter les sanctions sur le Bélarus à la hauteur de celles qu'on est en train d'imposer à la Russie.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
I thank you for the member for the bloc for her remarks, and to tell you the truth, I personally hadn't considered what we're going to do with Belarus when I was a question period today, and in fact, I admit when the bloc brought up Belarus, it kind of caught me off guard, but absolutely I agree with you that I personally, I can't speak for the government, but I agree with you that countries have to choose sides. And it's the same with China, like choose a side. You're either on the side of globalization and the right side or you're on the wrong side. Belarus they chose to be on Russia's side. Let them suffer the same consequences as Russia.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Malahat Langford. Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech and I thank him for his passion. There is evidence that Russian forces have intentionally attacked civilians and civilian targets. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to know his thoughts about how Canada can contribute to gathering evidence of possible war crimes and how we can hold the Russian military leadership to account and make sure they come to justice for the commission of any war crimes. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I was incredibly moved by the thousands of Russian citizens in St. Petersburg and Moscow who risked brutal imprisonment to protest for peace. And I'm just wondering if you can comment on that, because we need to isolate Putin, but not go after the Russian people, many of whom want peace and didn't want this war in the first place.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River, in 30 seconds or less, please.
I'd like to thank the member for his observations. And absolutely, the Russian people are not our enemy. The enemy is Putin. There's very many good Russian people. There's very many people in Russia who are suffering, seeing their kids going off to fight a war that they themselves do not want. And certainly, they're on our side. They're not on Putin's side. As for war crimes and things, I would say I would take a step back further and even suggest this, which is that what really kind of goads me is the fact that Russia continues to sit on the Security Council and be the president of proceedings dealing with what's happening in Ukraine. I mean, and for them to be the decision-making body in the UN, I think we have to fundamentally start looking at some of the underpinnings of the UN, and including Russia, who clearly is not in favor of globalization, the world order, in their position in the international legal order.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House representing my home communities in Durham. And last time I rose in this House on January 31st, my speech was on Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. And of course, a lot has changed since that speech, Mr. Speaker. Of course, for me and where I sit in this chamber, but more importantly, and something that has had the world transfixed, our fears about a Russian invasion were actualized. We've seen horrific videos of indiscriminate violence towards civilian populations by Mr. Putin and his Russian aggression. We've seen inspiring stories of parliamentarians, of elderly people, of people who've never held a rifle, picking one up to defend their land, to defend their community, to defend their country. So our fears have been actualized, Mr. Speaker, and when I last rose in this House, I never thought we would see the extent of aggression we see. So being back, and it's good to be back, Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by thanking all members of this House for their remarks tonight. This has been nice to see all sides coming together to stand up for our friends in Ukraine. I want to thank the government for moving on weapons for our allies in Ukraine. That was the subject of our debate a month ago, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank them for the aid that's been provided, the move alongside our allies to take Russia out of the SWIFT financial system, the restrictions on airspace. There must be a full court press of both diplomatic and security pressures brought to bear to halt this aggression and save lives, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the government. I want to thank the Conservative opposition and all members of this House for this debate tonight. I'd also like to thank Canadians, business leaders, community and charity leaders across the country stepping up, donating, doing drives to raise awareness and raise funds to help. And particularly, I want to thank the Ukrainian-Canadian community, Mr. Speaker, who have always inspired me from my very first speech as a fledgling politician in the Dnipro Hall in Oshawa with members of the long-standing Ukrainian community there, the League of Ukrainian Canadians, the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, charities, credit unions across this country are stepping up. And I know that is providing hope. So the debate we have here tonight, Mr. Speaker, is one of unity because it's about the values we represent as a country. The commitment to liberty, to democracy, to the rule of law that we want to see our millions of friends in Ukraine have as well, Mr. Speaker. And it's been shocking to hear some of the stories. This morning I heard an interview with a Ukrainian member of parliament. She's 37, Inna Suvsan. And here's what she said, speaking to a Canadian journalist, Mr. Speaker. I'm so much better with words than with arms, but I will pick up arms if it comes to that, end quote. We're so fortunate in this House, Mr. Speaker, that we never have to worry about going beyond our words. The very fact that we see the President, we see members of all sides of their parliament stepping up, inspiring, and even taking up arms to defend their land. It's something as Canadians we have to act and we have to be relevant within NATO, within the United Nations, within the G7, the G20, to make sure countries like Ukraine don't face this brazen aggression, this hostility of the highest order, or else we will become a world where politicians have to stop the words and pick up the arms, Mr. Speaker. And that's a scary notion. So I want Ms. Suvsan to know parliamentarians around the world, including here in Canada, are going to fight hard to make sure she can continue to fight with her words and her democracy and not have to resort to picking up arms. So in the spirit of cooperation with my words of thanks, I would like to provide two recommendations to the government in this debate. C'est un honneur pour moi, Monsieur le Président, d'être ici comme le député pour ma ville natale. Je suis un fier ancien combattant aussi, Monsieur le Président. Et on doit avoir des politiques sur les affaires étrangères ciblées sur nos valeurs comme un pays, comme une société, Monsieur le Président, et ciblées sur nos alliés aussi, nos amis à travers le monde, incluant en Ukraine. So there's two very specific recommendations that I'd like to bring to the government's attention. First is we have to have a return to interest-based foreign policy. What are our interests from an economic and trade standpoint? What are our diplomatic, our humanitarian assistance interests as a nation? What are our security concerns? Our defense alliances as a country. We are one of the most multilateral countries in the world because we've always had to be as a trading nation, as a nation that straddles the northern half of the Americas, Mr. Speaker, a nation born not of revolution but evolution from an empire and now stand as one of the world's great democracies. We have to have our foreign policy not based on appealing to small groups, appealing to the issue of the day. We have to make it based on our strategic long-term interests as a country and on our values as a country, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy Prime Minister, when she laid out this government's foreign policy approach in a speech in this place in 2017, she began her remarks with a question. Is Canada an essential country at this time in the life of our planet? End quote, Mr. Speaker. It then did not really lay out interests, but laid out a number of emerging issues. And we've seen that repeatedly with progressive trade agendas, with climate change and other issues outflanking our economic, our security, our trade, our diplomatic, our humanitarian interests as a country. And that has to change, Mr. Speaker, because all issues are a priority, from climate change to some of the progressive trade agenda that was promoted with the United States. But our security as a country, our relevance within NATO, within NORAD, are critical to what our country must advance. And so I would ask the government, in the spirit of cooperation we see here, to make sure that we have the equipment we need for our Canadian Armed Forces, that we arm our diplomats, our aid workers, with the tools and the funds they need to assert our interest and will around the world, Mr. Speaker. We've been lulled out of a sense of complacency. The second recommendation I would have, Mr. Speaker, relates to our Arctic, something that I've been talking about for many years, something that I was pleased to work with Michael Levitt when he was chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and we conducted the most robust examination of our interests in the Arctic in a generation. Nation building at home, vigilance beyond, preparing for the coming decades in the Arctic. An April 2019 report, it stated that the Arctic is fundamental and an indivisible part of Canada, and that right now, when we wrote it in 2019, our sovereignty is at risk. The first section of that report, Mr. Speaker, dealt with Russian military and security buildup in their portion of the Arctic, Russian interest in the continental shelf, Russian interest in polar trade and circumnavigation routes, Mr. Speaker. We are decades behind where we need to be in asserting our Arctic sovereignty. We, the North, Mr. Speaker, should be more than a hashtag that we use when we're proud of our basketball team. This defining element of our country right now is in jeopardy. So we need the ships, the drones, the personnel, the rangers, the infrastructure investments to realize the true potential of Canada and recognize that we are a neighbouring country to Russia, Mr. Speaker. We also have to, based on our national interest and a foreign policy based on that, help our friends in Ukraine. So the continued support through the winding down of the SWIFT financial system, in sanctions, including the Magnitsky sanctions brought in by my friend from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, we need to make sure that we have the military equipment needed for Ukraine to defend itself. And we should work within NATO to see how we can put parameters, including looking at restricting the ability for Russia to inflict more damage. And then, of course, help with refugee support, Mr. Speaker. The 1.4 million Ukrainian Canadians have helped build this country. Canada was the first nation to recognize Ukraine, and tonight, let's show as parliamentarians that we will continue to be one of the strongest, one of the most consistent, and one of the most steadfast allies of Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
To thank my honourable colleague for his remarks and his speech here tonight, and it's great to see him back in the House. Some of what my honourable colleague touched upon are actually things that are going to be in what I have the chance to say later today. But this gentleman, my colleague, has served in our Canadian Armed Forces. He has defended and protected our country, and I thank him for that. My question is, of course, actually around the military presence. The United States, indeed, we have ruled out the idea of having Canadian troops in Ukraine. Of course, the Minister of Defense has said that we will mobilize 3,500 troops to support our NATO commitments. This member served in that capacity. Could he give his thoughts to us as our colleagues in this House about what point Canada has to mobilize beyond its initial 60,000? Are we at that point in terms of our complement of Canadian Armed Forces, or do we have to be encouraging other Canadians that perhaps may take on the same profession that he did before he joined this House? Thank you.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Kings Hants for his thoughtful inquiry, and I know, like I do, he has a pride for the men and women who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces, particularly at CFB Greenwood. I was stationed at Shearwater and did a lot of training at that incredible airbase, and I think all parliamentarians are proud of any Canadian that steps up to put a uniform of service on for their country, whether service at home, which we've seen particularly in British Columbia in recent months, Mr. Speaker. But we've been also steadfast, going back to the Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, with operations like Unifier and Reassurance. We've had great collaboration within NATO, and particularly training operations in Ukraine and in the Baltics to make sure that we have a presence. But I really do think that there's been a creeping barrage of aggression by Vladimir Putin, and we've been lulled into a sense of complacency as a Western world. Starting in 2014 with the Revolution of Dignity, Mr. Speaker, that led Mr. Putin to go into Crimea, into the Donbass. We saw the Malaysian Air Flight 17 shot down. We saw cyber attacks in 2015 that took out part of the Ukraine energy grid, Mr. Speaker. There has been a steadfast and consistent approach of aggression, and we've hoped that the post-war world order would not change. It has changed. So in the spirit of cooperation, I know that member shares an interest in our Canadian Armed Forces. We need a nonpartisan plan to build out capacity for our Canadian Armed Forces and for exerting our control over our landmass in the Arctic, which right now, even our friends in the US have stepped away from the relationship Mr. Mulroney and President Reagan negotiated with respect to the Northwest Passage, Mr. Speaker. We must act now to help our friends in Ukraine, but also to make sure we defend our own territorial sovereignty.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The questions
Monsieur le Président, je remercie le collègue de Durham pour son discours. Il a mentionné que la dernière fois qu'il a pris parole en Chambre, c'était le 31 janvier. C'était un moment auquel j'ai aussi pris la parole en Chambre sur le dossier de l'Ukraine. Et à ce moment-là, effectivement, il était beaucoup question de diplomatie. Plusieurs journalistes avaient relevé des lacunes au niveau de ce qui se faisait au gouvernement, de changements assez fréquents d'employés, 5 ministres différents en 6 ans, pas de livre blanc sur la politique étrangère depuis au moins 17 ans. Question toute simple, est-ce qu'on en est rendu là à une revisite de la diplomatie pour arriver à quelque chose de beaucoup plus clair et structuré comme approche?
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci pour la question aussi. J'ai donné un discours en janvier sur la situation en Ukraine avant l'invasion de M. Putin. Malheureusement, maintenant, il y a une guerre en Afghanistan illégale et contre les droits internationaux, Monsieur le Président. Et on doit avoir une nouvelle approche sur les affaires étrangères comme un pays. Comme j'ai dit dans mon discours, on doit avoir une politique sur les affaires étrangères ciblée sur nos intérêts comme un pays, nos intérêts économiques, sécuritaires, diplomatiques, mais aussi une approche ciblée sur nos valeurs comme un pays démocratique, Monsieur le Président, un pays avec un grand coût pour les communautés pauvres à travers le monde. Et c'est le temps pour un relancement d'une politique. Et c'est un temps pour tout le monde ici de travailler en étroite collaboration sur nos intérêts comme un pays et sur les droits humains et la situation pour les Ukrainiens. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member from Durham. I have a serious question, and I hope that this House can unite around how important it is to ensure that we have visa-free requirements for Ukrainians seeking safety. We've heard several times today this question been posed, and I really hope that we can get some unity on this tonight. And I'd like to ask the member from Durham whether or not the Conservatives agree with the NDP's proposal from at least 2018 to ensure visa travel-free requirements for Ukrainians are waived.
Well, member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is the first time I've had the chance to respond to the new member from Edmonton-Griesbach, and I want to welcome him to the House and thank him for the question and remind him that Conservatives have been asking for this for many years. In fact, if I could have my friend from Selkirk Interlake Eastman whisper me how many years, it's been 4, Mr. Speaker. One thing I think we're very proud of in this House is strong, deep, historic ties between Ukraine and Canada. And the more we can facilitate those ties through parental, grandparent, family travel, through business relationships, through the free trade agreement that my friend, the honourable member from Abbotsford, helped negotiate, Mr. Speaker, these are the indications of a mature and important relationship for our country. So I agree with him. I do think that is something we need. We also need to work with allies across Europe, particularly in Poland. We've seen 500,000 people already flee. And I want to speak for a moment about someone that works on the Hill who just moved here from Ukraine a couple of years ago, a friend, Daria Fasenko. I spoke to her a few days ago. All her family are in eastern Ukraine and have had to hide out in the country away from a war being inflicted in their country. Daria is in contact every day, and like so many Ukrainian Canadians, they're worried about their family, and that's why it's so nice to see the House come together tonight. So nice to see Canada assert itself alongside our allies, and whatever we can do to help at this time of crisis, we need to do.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is an evening of remarkable consensus on all sides of the House of our support for Ukraine. And its people, and its brave and inspiring president. So I hate to find one small part of the honourable member for Durham's speech that I really do want to take up and ask him to rethink it. The notion which he may not have meant to sound as strong as it did, which was this government had spent too much time looking at things like climate change and needs to focus more on national security and the economy. But those are the same things. The climate crisis threatens national security and the economy, and as the report that just came out today from the IPCC will further inform him. But I wanted to put to him these words, which I think are hard to say too much attention on climate change when they come from Dr. Svetlana Krakowska, who is the head of the IPCC delegation from Ukraine. And today she said this, quote, "Human-induced climate change and the war on Ukraine have the same roots, fossil fuels and our dependence on them. We will not surrender in Ukraine, and we hope the world will not surrender in building a climate-resilient future. These are consistent and convergent goals, not competing." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would cite the report I referenced in my remarks and invite the honourable member to consult the report that our committee did in 2019, Nation Building at Home, Vigilance Beyond, Preparing for the Coming Decades in the Arctic. And climate change is part of preparing for the Arctic. In fact, at the request of the Conservatives, that Foreign Affairs report, Mr. Speaker, was the first report of a parliamentary committee prepared in the Indigenous languages of the partners we met with on the ground. That was Conservative request, Mr. Speaker, because that resilience, that vigilance we need to build in our Arctic is the Rangers for security, but it's also the impact of climate change, particularly on traditional ways of life. The challenge I have with this government is it will sometimes substitute these notions and ignore the hard and fast statecraft mechanisms that we should have. Indeed. The government completely ignored the need for us to be full partners in NORAD. That includes ballistic missile defense. It means asserting our sovereignty in the Arctic. It means supplying ships for the Canadian Armed Forces. We have to look at the world as the way it is, Mr. Speaker, and that's what I hope tonight's debate can do, to make sure Canada helps our friends in Ukraine, but make sure we're prepared at home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing time with the member from Kings Hants. My time is short, so I wanted to make some quick points. Over the last week, the world around us has changed, and we need to adapt. We need to change with it. Last week, people across the world were treated to two horrifying events that occurred at exactly the same time. First, what we've been talking about tonight, Russian missiles dropping on innocent civilians in the Ukraine, an illegal act of aggression committed by Vladimir Putin and his regime against a sovereign, independent neighbor. The second happened on our very continent in New York, where the Russian ambassador was chairing a meeting of the UN Security Council. The meeting was to discuss a resolution condemning Russian aggression against the Ukraine. And after denying that Russia ever intended to invade the Ukraine, the ambassador was confronted during the meeting with missiles dropping on Ukraine from Russian territory. The Russian ambassador was then allowed to continue to chair the meeting, to which his country was the named party. And then when his country was the only one to vote against the resolution, he was able to veto it. Mr. Speaker, my first point is that the United Nations badly needs reform. Whether the Security Council, the Human Rights Council, where dictatorships that abuse human rights judge democracies, we need to reform this organization. My second point, Mr. Speaker, is we need to hold Vladimir Putin and those around him in his regime, his military commanders, those who support this aggression, to account. That means we need to find a way to ensure that we let Vladimir Putin know that he will be brought before an international tribunal. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that that international tribunal would be the International Criminal Court, and Russia has not acceded to the Rome Statute. Therefore, in my understanding, it would require a referral from the Security Council where Russia would hold a veto. Coming back to my first point, we need to reform that organization. I think, Mr. Speaker, we all have been so incredibly proud to watch the resolve of the Ukrainian people. My heart goes out to all those who are suffering there, and also to the Ukrainian Canadian community. I'm also part of a diaspora, and I think you need to be part of a diaspora to fully understand the pain when your ancestral homeland is attacked, no matter how many generations prior they were there. And so my heart goes out to those Canadians. My heart also goes out to the Ukrainians who are standing up not only for their democracy and their freedom, but for ours, but for the world's. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be inspired and learn from Ukrainians. And my third point is that nobody in the Ukraine today is asking who they voted for in the last election or whether they believe in vaccine mandates. People are pulling together against a real threat to their country. We can use this example as a stark reminder that there are a lot of threats to Canada and the world, and we need to pull together and stop being divisive. We as members of parliament can set the example that we can disagree with people without disliking or hating them. We all believe in a strong, united Canada. We are all there to defend our country, and we need to pull together. Mr. Speaker, for the last number of years, we have had warning signs of real threats to the world order. A rise of authoritarian strongman regimes, Russia's annexation of Crimea, repression by China in Hong Kong and its threats in the South China Sea, the rise of Donald Trump and isolationism rising in the most powerful democracy in the world. The attack in the Ukraine is a culmination of this, and we need to rise to the challenge. My next point, Mr. Speaker, is in this battle, Ukraine is our friend and ally, and Putin is not. There are not two sides to this. We need to fully support Ukraine. We need to do everything we can to make sure that the economy of Russia is absolutely destroyed so that Putin's act of aggression ends and that he is replaced. And I've been very proud of how Canada has led in this regard. My last point, Mr. Speaker, before my time ends, is that we need to seriously look at increasing defense spending. I understand that military spending is not popular, but we are now faced with a world order that is changing. We are faced with new challenges posed by cybersecurity and disinformation. Russia is a neighbor in the Arctic. We need to seriously consider, are we prepared to confront this new world? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Regina, Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vladimir Putin needs to understand that his invasion of Ukraine is totally unacceptable, and Russia needs to become a pariah on the world stage, just like North Korea. Mr. Speaker, will the government expel the Russian ambassador to Canada and at the same time recall Canada's ambassador to Russia?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member knows, I don't speak for the government on this issue. However, in my view, that will depend on whether or not we believe the Canadian ambassador in Russia, who would clearly be expelled if we expelled the Russian ambassador, is able to find things out on the ground that we need to know. I have no personal objection to strongly considering the expulsion of the ambassador, but I think there's other things that we need to do that are far more important, such as making sure that sanctions are opposed in the strongest manner against Russia, and such as making sure that there is so much pressure that the Russians try to overthrow Putin. And finally, I'm in agreement that Russia should not be part of international organizations as long as the Putin regime is in place.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie mon collègue de Montréal pour son discours. Et j'ai bien écouté le mot qui a été mentionné de la part de mon collègue est cybersécurité. Dans les derniers jours, la minerie Alouette basée à cette île a été victime d'une attaque et on soupçonne l'intrusion de la Russie. Est-ce que le gouvernement est prêt à faire face à ce genre d'attaque et qu'est-ce qu'il compte faire dans le futur? Merci.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Je remercie mon honorable collègue pour sa question. Et oui, le gouvernement est prêt. La ministre de la Défense a répondu aujourd'hui à une question sur la question de cybersécurité et on reconnaît absolument que c'est impératif qu'on protège non seulement les instances du gouvernement, mais toutes les différentes instances dans le pays. C'est sûr et certain que Russie utilise les cyberattaques et il faut être prêt. Et ça, c'est une raison que j'ai proposé d'augmenter le budget pour augmenter notre capacité de relever ce défi.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. It's great to see MPs across party lines united in their support for Ukraine and also united in their condemnation of Putin. That's not the case everywhere, and the member mentioned Donald Trump in his speech, and it's appalling to see the former US president praising Putin. Putin's government has a track record of using disinformation to target democracies. So my question is about how disinformation has been used by Putin and by his regime to destabilize, to undermine support for Ukraine, and to justify this unjustifiable war. Can the member speak to what the government needs to do to combat disinformation online, on social media, and in our communities?
Honorable Secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question. We need to make sure that the platforms are held accountable for driving traffic to disinformation. We have seen over and over that platforms seek to monetize revenue and make sure that people stay on their platforms for as long as possible. And hate is driven to hate. And people who believe in one world theory are driven to other conspiracy theories that they would agree with to keep them on the platform longer. We need to make sure that platforms are not allowed to continue to do that. We need to make sure that disinformation is not only flagged, but it is removed when it poses a threat to a nation's security. And I think that Russia has been the most culpable, but there are other foreign threats in this regard, and we need to take this very seriously.
A commentaire, time for a short one. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Mount Royal for his always unifying tone. We've also heard tonight from a lot of parliamentarians the call to waive visa requirements for those fleeing violence, and I wonder if the member would mind sharing his personal views of the importance of doing so.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question, and I think it would be an appropriate thing to thank Poland for taking in so many refugees in all the neighbouring countries around the Ukraine. We certainly have to make it easy for Ukrainians who are seeking a temporary or permanent solution to come to Canada, and I am certainly open to any suggestions that would make it easier for Ukrainians to come to Canada.
Resuming debate, repeats the débat, the honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an absolute privilege to be able to be here tonight, albeit just to have 5 minutes to talk about a subject that is much more nuanced than the time allows, but I'll look to try to give my remarks proportionate to what we've seen. I'd like to thank the member from Etobicoke Centre and other colleagues in this House who have pushed for this debate. It is extremely important and timely that we're having it right now. Mr. Speaker, I will join the chorus of my colleagues in this House, indeed individuals around the world, who are condemning and denouncing Russia's egregious attack on Ukraine. It is unjust, it is unprovoked, and indeed it is against international law. Mr. Speaker, this is the largest mobilization of state-to-state warfare that we've seen in Europe in decades. And indeed, it marks a very nuanced and challenging point vis-a-vis the Cold War. I'm 31 years old. I was born in 1991, right at the time that the Soviet Union was collapsing. And this, of course, is very pronounced in the last 31 years that we've seen this. The images have been horrific. I don't know if words necessarily give justice to what we've seen. Horrific, but also inspirational in the same way. Horrific in the sense that we've seen civilians killed. We've seen beautiful, peaceful cities that just a few days ago were not dealing with this, now being bombarded with Russian missiles and bombs and soldiers on the ground. Beautiful in the sense that how we've seen the Ukrainian people come together, and the resistance from the leadership of President Zelensky to everyday Ukrainians who are banding together in such a unified fashion to fight for their democracy, to fight for their freedom. It is truly, in every word of the sense, every sense of the word, I should say, incredible and inspiring. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take just a quick moment to talk about our response, the Government of Canada's response. I think that there would be it would be difficult to find someone in this House that doesn't support what the government has done to date. Indeed, there are calls for us to do more. And I think that those are warranted, and as the situation continues to evolve, we will continue to need to do even more for the Ukrainian people. Whether it be lethal and non-lethal weapons, whether it be the economic sanctions, which we saw today, are continuing to have an impact on the Russian Federation. The price of the ruble dropping significantly, the fact that we have worked to limit the central bank from having any access to SWIFT in those global payments is doing important work. That will not change the dynamic overnight, but it will be an important piece. I want to take the last 2 minutes that I have, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the fact of not only do we have to continue to support Ukraine, but we also have to recognize that this is a change in foreign policy around the world. And as I mentioned just previously, this is the end of the post-Cold War period. No one has a crystal ball on where things may go, Mr. Speaker, but the fact of the matter of Russia and China having an agreement signed just 4 weeks ago, the fact that China did not vote against the Russian invasion as being contrary to the principles under the United Nations signals an axis that I think should have all parliamentarians, indeed all Canadians, mindful of that dynamic from a geopolitical sense. And I, like other colleagues have done, I just want to provide some recommendations that I think it's going to be important for all of us as parliamentarians and indeed as the government to consider in the days ahead. One is looking at Canada's propensity to feed and fuel the world. I come from a riding where we're agriculture-based, Mr. Speaker. We have a tremendous capacity to feed not only Nova Scotians, but those around the world. How can we start to incorporate that into our foreign policy of Canada providing healthy, sustainable food, particularly to our allies? And if those trading relationships change over time, how we can be at the front line of making sure that we're providing that, similar to what was done 8 decades ago during World War II. We do have to be mindful of our defense spending. I asked the member from Durham earlier his thoughts in terms of mobilization. I think probably we're early yet in that conversation, but we do need to be mindful of making sure that our military, our Canadian Armed Forces are available and ready. And indeed, I would agree with my colleagues that have been talking about the Arctic, whether it be for reasons of climate change, infrastructure, economic opportunities, or our sovereignty. That will be an important piece. I wish I had more time, Mr. Speaker. 5 minutes is short for a conversation of this nuance and this gravity, but I look forward to taking questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie mon collègue pour son discours et sa sensibilité. On sent la préoccupation qui nous habite tous ici ce soir. Il y a plusieurs choses supplémentaires qu'on dit. J'entends mon collègue dire, bon, on est prêt à en faire plus. Il y a plusieurs choses, des pistes de solutions qui ont été évoquées aujourd'hui. Entre autres, étendre les sanctions à la Biélorussie. J'aimerais
extending sanctions to Belarus. I'd like to know if there have been discussions with the various partners to move forward with those sanctions in order to hurt the enemy's side. People who have taken Russia's side, they're not any less guilty than Russia of this aggression. And talking about targeting the oligarchs because of their incredible wealth, that might hurt Putin as well. The honourable member for King's Hands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Simplement, oui, absolument. Je pense que c'est raisonnable
yes,
pour notre gouvernement.
It is reasonable for our government
évaluer les mesures, les sanctions économiques contre Belarus, parce que Belarus,
extending the sanctions rather to
avec
Belarus.
aider Russie dans cette façon à l'Ukraine, c'est aussi
that would be a way to assist Ukraine.
Donc, absolument,
because
je pense la conversation ici dans la Chambre
and so I think that our conversations here in the House will continue.
Cette pense et je suis d'accord avec le principe.
I agree with
the principle. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important debate and conversation that we're having here this evening. You know, the last few days we've seen the spirit of my riding, Kelowna Lake Country, stand strong with making their voice heard in support for Ukraine. And I want to be clear that Vladimir Putin has created this invasion and human tragedy. It's not the people of Russia. And the central Okanagan is home to about 14,000 Ukrainians of Ukrainian descent, including myself. And I've been in touch with Ukrainian leaders in my community, and one of their asks was to immediately implement visas. And as the official opposition for Conservatives, we've actually taken it even a step further and have recommended that visa travel from Ukraine to Canada, that we eliminate visas. So I'd like to ask the honourable member if he would be in support of that.
The member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. First of all, just on one of the points that she raised in her intervention, the fact that there is a separation between the regime in Russia and Russian people. And I think we've seen that in the demonstrations in cities across Russia. I just want to go on record for saying, of course, we have to separate Russia, the Russian regime from the Russian people. As to her question on immigration, I know our minister, as he mentioned today in the House, is exploring all options. I don't pretend to be privy to the information that he might in Cabinet, but I know that we'll be exploring all avenues to be able to get Ukrainians who want to come to Canada to be able to get here, and any process to expedite that, I certainly support on this side of the House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We've heard a lot of questions and replies about what Canada can do. We've heard from the Conservatives that we should stop importing Russian oil, which we don't do now anyways. I'm just wondering through you, Mr. Speaker, what the member would think about having the Canada Pension Plan divest itself of many very questionable investments that many of them relate to Russian oligarchs, that money that is used to create war. And I'm just wondering if he could respond to that. My colleague from Couch and Malahat Langford put forward a private member's bill on this in the last Parliament, and it's something that the government should act on.
Honourable member for King's Hands, 30 seconds or so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I mean, the pension board is independent of government, but I think now is the time for government to be looking at all tools available to limit the ability for Russia, for Putin, for the oligarchs to be able to finance the war that we're seeing in Ukraine. So if that was something that was available and there was ties, I think that that's something that government can look at, particularly given the circumstances that we're seeing right now.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je vais partager mon temps avec le député de Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the attack on Ukraine by the Russian Federation, ordered by President Vladimir Putin, is the first European war since the Second World War and a serious violation of international law and our collective humanity. This attack threatens not only Ukraine, but Canada, because our security has always been inextricably tied to that of Europe's. Canadians know well the price we paid in 2 world wars in Europe. 100,000 Canadian war dead can attest to that. This attack, coming on the heels of an autocratic pact between the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China, threatens the rules-based international order that has existed since 1945, an order that Canada helped establish, an order that has ensured the longest period of relative peace and prosperity in the modern period, an order that, if dissolved, threatens Canada's peace and security here at home. We support the actions taken to date by the Government of Canada, but more needs to be done. The government should expel Russian Ambassador Oleg and recall Canadian Ambassador Leclerc from Moscow. It should seek Russia's removal from multilateral fora such as the G20 and OSCE. Diplomatic isolation is needed because diplomacy did not work. In fact, President Putin used diplomacy for his own purposes to disinform and to distract. The government should direct the CRTC to adopt a new policy to terminate licenses of state-controlled broadcasters that spread disinformation and propaganda, so that Russia Today, RT, can be removed from Canadian airwaves, as should other authoritarian state-controlled state-controlled broadcasters here operating in Canada. We must get serious about the disinformation and propaganda spread by proxies of Russia and China here in Canada. The government should also immediately implement visa-free travel for Ukrainians wanting to come to Canada, as has the European Union already, as have member states of the European Union already have done. We must be clear-eyed about these proposed measures. We must be clear-eyed that these proposed measures are not going to stop the invasion in Ukraine. We must be clear-eyed that the measures announced to date by the Government of Canada are not going to stop the invasion in Ukraine. We must be clear-eyed that a middle power like Canada can only do certain things to counter the threat from Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation. And if we are clear-eyed, there are 2 things we can do. First, we must understand that energy is vital not only to our economy, but to our security. Russia understands this. Canada has not. Russia supplies 40% of Europe's natural gas and uses this to intimidate Europe and Ukraine, threatening to cut off supplies. If supplies are cut, people will freeze, factories will shutter, and Europe's economy will plummet. Canada is the 5th largest natural gas producer in the world, but we can't get gas to Europe to assist European democracies because we can't get pipelines built. Getting natural gas to Atlantic tidewater is vital not only to our economic interest, not only to our environmental interest, but vital to our security interest. We were an arsenal for European democracy decades ago. We can be energy for European democracy today. We must understand that Russia considers the Arctic its most important region. It has spent considerable resources there in recent years. Canada, like Ukraine, shares a border region with Russia, the Arctic Ocean. We no longer can afford to take our security for granted. We need a robust plan to defend Canadian Arctic sovereignty and security that includes purchasing F-35 jets, modernizing NORAD's early warning system, fixing our national shipbuilding program, joining ballistic missile defense, and closer cooperation with Scandinavian and American allies in the Arctic region. Mr. Speaker, the world has irreversibly changed in the last week. We must get serious about the threats presented by China and by Russia, and that starts with treating energy as vital not only to our economy, but to our security, and treating seriously the Arctic as crucial to our sovereignty and to our security. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Wellington Halton Hills for his intervention. And I know he's a man deeply concerned with foreign policy. What I've remarked upon is the pace at which the international community has moved on this issue, and in particular in changing from previously established positions. And I'm going to point him to the example of Germany. We've seen in a matter of very short days or weeks, Germany rejecting the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, Germany moving to actually fund weapons being delivered by their nation to another foreign nation in Europe, and thirdly, backing the elimination or removal of Russia from the SWIFT system of economic exchanges. I wanted to ask him about his view of the role of Canada in prompting that kind of multilateral cooperation, and how we can keep that level of multilateral cooperation with NATO and other allies alive and well going forward once we get past this crisis and get Putin out of Ukraine.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. I think the most important role that Canada can play is to bring members of the NATO alliance more closely together. I think the single biggest threat that has created gaps between the positions of the various members of the alliance is energy. I think Russia has used energy as a weapon, as a hard power tool, to cow and intimidate Central European democracies, particularly democracies like Italy and Germany, into not taking certain positions in defense of our collective security into our collective defense with the threat of cutting off the 40% of natural gas that Europe uses to heat homes, to power industry, to produce fertilizer for agriculture, and so many other things. And so I think if we in this country can understand that security is not only essential to the economy, that energy is not only essential to the economy, but our security, and get pipelines built to Atlantic tidewater, we can help replace Russian gas in Western Europe with Canadian natural gas and bring the alliance more closely together. And I think that's one of the two most significant things we can do to strengthen our collective defense and security.
Now, les commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie mon collègue pour son discours, toujours agréable de l'entendre. J'aimerais bifurquer un peu de la question qui nous occupe ce soir, quoique c'est en lien. On est plusieurs à se demander, dans les gens qui regardent le conflit, il y a nous, oui, mais il y a aussi d'autres gens comme la Chine. Et j'aimerais peut-être avoir un commentaire sur ce qu'il pense que la réponse internationale peut avoir comme effet dissuasif ou au contraire sur la Chine et ses visées sur Taïwan. Est-ce qu'on doit avoir ça en fond de tête lorsqu'on analyse le conflit en Ukraine?
L'honorable député de Wellington-Halton Hills.
Merci à mon honorable collègue pour la question. Je pense que la Chine nous regarde maintenant dans une manière très claire et très proche, et tous nos alliés aussi, pour regarder nos actions contre la menace que la Russie a présentée dans l'Est de l'Europe. So the actions, I think, taken by Western democracies today are going to dictate the actions of the People's Republic of China for years to come in the Indo-Pacific region. And that's why we've got to get serious about our foreign policy. We've got to get serious about our defense policy, and we've got to get serious about our energy policy. And if we are clear-eyed about these interests, I think we can defend our values, both here and abroad, our belief in freedom, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law.
Question et commentaire, and just a very short one for the member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To hear the member talk about Canada's energy, you would think that, the Canadian government was in a position to decide who we export to and who we import from. But in fact, the free market in energy means that government doesn't make those decisions. So I wonder, when the member talks about a more strategic approach to Canada's energy sector, if he means actually having some direction from government about who Canadian oil producers sell to and who Canadian consumers buy from.
Honourable member for Wellington-Halton Hills, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. Our energy is vital not just to our economic interests, vital not just to our security interests, it's also vital to our environmental interests. The single thing that the world could do in the next decade to meet our Paris targets, to reduce global emissions, is to replace coal-fired electrical generation with natural gas-fired electricity generation. It is the single biggest step we can take to reduce global emissions. European countries, many of them in Western Europe, still rely on coal and gas to fire their electricity plants. We should be working to replace that with natural gas, a more environmentally friendly way to produce electricity in the transition to a renewable, non-emitting future.
Reprise du débat, continuing the debate. L'honorable député de Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
Merci, M. le Président. Monsieur le Président, je me lève dans cette Chambre ce soir pour ajouter ma voix à celle des millions de personnes partout à travers le monde qui voient le grand danger maintenant que représente Vladimir Poutine. On va passer des années à les forces canadiennes à apprendre par cœur l'organisation du pacte de Varsovie, après avoir regardé et mémorisé les tactiques soviétiques, les différents véhicules utilisés comme le T-80B, RDM-1, le BMP, apprendre à reconnaître les différents types d'avions. Je peux vous dire que j'espérais toujours pendant ces années
But I always hoped over all those years that I would never have to face
à partir du début des années 2000, le terrorisme international est devenu l'ennemi. Et pendant ce temps-là, Vladimir Poutine se préparait. J'aimerais débuter avec une citation du correspondant de la BBC à Moscou, Steve Rosenberg. Il a déclaré qu'il se questionnait sur le comportement de Vladimir Poutine. Dans ses réflexions, il disait ceci de Poutine, et je cite, « Il n'annexera sûrement jamais la Crimée. Il l'a fait. Il ne déclenchera jamais une guerre dans le Donbass. Il l'a fait. Il ne lancera jamais une invasion à grande échelle de l'Ukraine. Il l'a fait. Il a aussi dit, j'en ai conclu que l'expression « ne fera jamais » ne s'applique pas à Vladimir Poutine. Et cela soulève une question inconfortable. Il n'appuiera jamais sur le bouton nucléaire en premier, n'est-ce pas? Ce n'est pas une question théorique. Poutine vient de mettre les forces nucléaires de son pays en alerte spéciale, se plaignant des déclarations agressives sur l'Ukraine de la part des membres de l'OTAN. Fin de la citation. Monsieur le Président, c'est pas faire de la petite politique ou faire de la politique quand on s'inquiète de cette situation. Plus que jamais, nous devons nous unir comme pays pour nous assurer que le Canada joue son rôle avec ses alliés. Le Canada n'est pas et n'a jamais été une superpuissance militaire. Nous pouvons exercer une influence pour mettre de la pression sur Poutine pour qu'il fasse marche arrière et se retire de l'Ukraine. À court terme, nous pouvons et nous devons déclarer l'ambassadeur de la Russie au Canada, Oleg Stepanov, persona non grata, et l'expulser du Canada. Rappeler l'ambassadrice Leclerc du Canada, qui est à Moscou, la ramener ici. Isoler la Russie sur le plan international en cherchant à retirer l'organisation comme le G20 et l'Organisation pour la sécurité et la coopération en Europe. Et mettre en place un système de voyage sans visa entre l'Ukraine et le Canada. Monsieur le Président, Vladimir Poutine est un homme dangereux. Depuis longtemps, il nous démontre qu'il est prêt à tout pour garder et augmenter son pouvoir. Après tout, c'est un personnage qui, au début de sa carrière, a travaillé comme officier du KGB pendant 16 ans. C'est pas pour rien que tous ceux qui le critiquent perdent la vie de façon suspecte. À long terme, le Canada peut vraiment être une superpuissance à sa façon. Pour nos amis de l'Europe, en voilà un exemple. Nous devons faire construire de nouveaux pipelines qui se rendront jusqu'aux côtes est du pays pour remplacer le gaz naturel russe. La Russie fournit 40% du gaz naturel de l'Europe et s'en sert pour intimider l'Europe et l'Ukraine en menaçant de couper l'approvisionnement. Si cet approvisionnement est coupé, les gens vont geler, l'industrie européenne ne pourra plus fonctionner et le PIB de l'Europe va s'effondrer. C'est possible que maintenant, après que les Russes aient envahi l'Ukraine, que le gouvernement libéral puisse enfin reconnaître que le pétrole et le gaz canadiens sont essentiels à la sécurité du Canada et de l'Europe. Ouvrons nos yeux face à cette réalité. Aussi, il est temps de prendre au sérieux la sécurité et la souveraineté du Canada dans l'Arctique. Le Canada partage ses eaux avec la Russie. Au nord-ouest de notre pays. Nous ne pouvons plus nous permettre de tenir notre paix et notre sécurité pour acquise. Le gouvernement doit proposer un plan solide pour l'Arctique qui permettra de moderniser le système d'alerte rapide du NORAD, améliorer le système d'approvisionnement militaire qui est très amoché, accélérer le programme national de construction navale, acheter les avions de combat F-35, travailler en étroite collaboration avec les pays scandinaves et les États-Unis pour assurer la paix et la sécurité dans l'Arctique. Et surtout, en finissant, Monsieur le Président, équiper les forces canadiennes de façon professionnelle avec un équipement digne des années 2020. Soyons fiers et efficaces et donnons-nous les moyens de l'être. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. Now, we've heard since the beginning of the day, we've heard Conservatives talk about pipelines to help provide oil and gas to Germany. We all hope that this war will end quickly. Can my colleague tell me
si, par exemple, les oléoducs ne sont pas terminés de construire,
these pipelines haven't even been finished, they haven't finished building them. So, what does he think?
Monsieur le Président, merci à ma collègue pour sa question. Je vois où elle veut venir. Moi, je pense qu'il faut plus s'ouvrir les yeux aujourd'hui, de voir ce qui se passe avec l'Europe, de voir ce qui se passe avec la Russie. On a des menaces. La menace russe existait. Mais les gens hésitaient à vraiment prendre ça pour un danger réel. Là, on le voit maintenant. Ce qu'on doit comme Canadiens, on a des ressources naturelles. Oui, on doit viser pour les changements climatiques, viser à changer. Mais pour les prochaines années, on a encore besoin de gaz naturel, qui est une ressource en passant qui est beaucoup moins polluante que les usines au charbon. Et l'Europe aurait tout avantage à avoir plus de gaz naturel, du gaz naturel canadien, qui remplacerait aussi le charbon.
Gas, well, Canadian natural gas to replace coal. It would be advantageous for the planet.
De se retirer du lien qu'on a avec la Russie pour l'Europe surtout, et ça avantagerait le Canada d'un point de vue économique tout en aidant l'Europe.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire de la ministre du Commerce international.
I thank the member opposite for his comments and for his contributions tonight. I presume he would share my view that we've all been quite amazingly and showing admiration for the courage and strength of the Ukrainian people and for the leadership of their president, President Zelensky. And when offered an exit strategy out of Ukraine, he responded, and I quote, I need ammunition, not a ride. That was his response to the Americans. That's President Zelensky. In response to that kind of plea, what we've seen on the side of the Canadian government is we've had defensive equipment provided, we've had lethal armaments of $7.8 million provided, and just today the minister announced 100 anti-tank weapons and 2,000 rockets being provided. And I know the member opposite is a defense critic and is very knowledgeable on this file. If he can comment to me on what that kind of lethal aid provision represents as a precedent for Canada and how it bodes for Canadian future military policy in aid of our allies around the world, fighting against bold-faced aggressors engaging in unlawful acts such as Vladimir Putin. Thank you, Ms.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg,
Haute-Saint-Charles.
Monsieur le Président, merci à mon collègue pour sa question. Effectivement, je sais un peu de quoi on parle pour avoir tiré de différentes armes en char, entre autres. Et j'appellerai mon collègue que le Parti conservateur, depuis plusieurs mois, demande au Canada de fournir des armes. Là, on avait de la misère à dire armes létales, on avait peur de prononcer le mot létal parce que ça faisait peur. Là, maintenant que l'Ukraine est sous attaque directe de la Russie, il n'y a plus personne qui a peur du mot. Donc, de parler d'armes, anti-chars, anti-blindés, c'est le minimum qu'on pouvait faire pour aider l'Ukraine, en plus des armes qu'on a envoyées, des C7, C9, C6, des armes de sniper, de la munition. C'est tout ce que ça prend pour faire une guerre. Puis ça fait longtemps qu'on disait qu'il fallait supporter l'Ukraine avec les armes dont le Canada dispose, les réserves qu'on avait. Et je suis content qu'on le fasse. Et oui, on doit continuer à le faire et fournir ce qu'on peut. Et tout en aussi pensant aux forces canadiennes qui ont besoin de façon urgente d'équipements aussi ici chez nous pour défendre notre pays en cas de besoin. Merci.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. And part of that, I spoke to some of my constituents just recently. Is Friday and Thursday, and many of them were concerned with IRCC in light of the crisis. We have said that while prioritizing permanent residency applications and travel documents for Ukraine is a necessary measure, the Liberals must not repeat the mistakes that have been made with the Afghanistan humanitarian crisis. They must ensure this work is done properly with new staffing, resources, and immigration levels so that existing significant backlog for all streams within IRCC is not further impacted. Do you agree that the government should be allocating new resources to IRCC in order to process these new applications?
L'honorable député de Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, 30 secondes.
Merci, M. le Président. Merci à mon collègue pour sa question. Effectivement, le ministère de l'immigration, c'est un problème qui est récurrent, qui est majeur. On a actuellement offert aux Afghans, à 40 000 Afghans de venir chez nous. On a eu de la difficulté à en faire venir 5 000 000, puis on apprend que les talibans ont décidé que personne ne peut sortir de l'Afghanistan. C'est impossible. Là, maintenant, ça prend des ressources. Ça prend surtout un sentiment d'urgence. Je pense qu'au niveau de la Chambre des communes, le sentiment d'urgence, tout le monde là. Je demande au gouvernement d'inculquer aussi à la fonction publique un sentiment d'urgence, de tout le monde travailler en accéléré et de s'assurer qu'on réagisse comme les gens en Europe doivent réagir en temps de guerre. Notre guerre à nous, c'est de faire en sorte d'aider les gens le plus possible en accélérant le tempo.
But we have to pick up the pace.
Refereeing to debate, continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my good friend, the Member of Parliament for Ottawa West, Nepean. Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight, with a heavy heart for the Ukrainian people, whose nation has been invaded by a savage dictator, and for all those who value democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Like all my colleagues in this chamber, I am seeing the images coming out of Ukraine. I'm watching missiles explode and Russian tanks and soldiers swarm over places I know in the communities of people I've met. I was an election observer in 2004, stationed in the Luhansk region of Ukraine, only 60 kilometers from the Russian border. This was the first round of the Ukrainian presidential election, rife with interference by Putin and the Russian state that eventually led to Ukrainians rising up in the Orange Revolution and the election of Viktor Yushchenko in the final round of voting. I saw firsthand the massive police presence around polling stations and the indisputable evidence of election fraud. But I also experienced the kindness of local Ukrainian citizens at the polling stations I visited, and I witnessed their belief that they were participating in an important moment in their country's history. Years later, Putin began waging a covert war in this same region of Luhansk, as well as in the Donbass, costing the lives of 17,000 Ukrainians. Since that time as an election observer, Mr. Speaker, I have traveled to cities like Zaporizhia and Kherson on missions to help Ukraine strengthen its healthcare systems, where tanks now roll over the black soil of the countryside that reminds me so much of my home province of Manitoba. I have spent time in the beautiful capital of Kiev, on that iconic square known as the Maidan, in the aftermath of the revolution of dignity that cost so many Ukrainian youth their lives. My mother's family have their roots in the Lviv region, where young people in their late teens and 20s are now brandishing firearms to fight for their homeland. So, Mr. Speaker, like so many in the House today, I am heartbroken about what those families and friends are going through, huddled in basements or subways, fleeing the country, or taking up arms to defend their homeland. Ukrainians have been fighting Russian aggression for centuries, Mr. Speaker. They have been through some of the darkest times in history. And yes, there will be dark days ahead. But what I know, Mr. Speaker, is that the Ukrainian people have an indomitable spirit, an undying love for their country, their culture, and their freedom. They have always prevailed and will prevail again. Let us be clear. Vladimir Putin's latest act of war on a sovereign nation is not only an attack on Ukraine, but an assault on the rules-based order that has kept global-scale conflict at bay for 80 years. It is an attack on democracy itself here in Canada and around the world, and so we must take a stand. And we, with our allies, are indeed taking a stand. Vladimir Putin strives to divide NATO. But in fact, he's given NATO a renewed sense of purpose and of unity. With the voices of nationalism and populism so loud around the world these days, it may seem that there are few who are willing to defend liberal democracy with their whole hearts. But the people of Ukraine are showing us all that those values of freedom and an open society are worth fighting and even dying for. The question for us here today is, what will we do to help them? Mr. Speaker, this government has taken strong measures to help Ukraine in concert with our allies and NATO partners. Our government authorized the provision of lethal weapons, which arrived in full and on time, and more is coming. Humanitarian assistance and support for refugees is on its way. As of yesterday, Canada's airspace is closed to all Russian aircraft operators. Alongside our allies, we have announced 3 sets of severe and coordinated sanctions on Russia and Belarus. We will continue to impose severe, coordinated economic sanctions as we call on Russia to reverse course, withdraw its forces, and choose diplomacy. Our resolve to uphold the rules-based international order and to support the security of Ukraine, of Europe, and of the world is unwavering. And I wish to end with these words from Mahatma Gandhi, Mr. Speaker. And he says, "When I despair, I remember that all through history, the way of truth and love has always won. There have been tyrants and murderers, and for a time they can seem invincible. But in the end, they always fall. Think of it always. Slava Ukraini, Heroям Slava."
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member of Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague, from fellow Winnipegger across the aisle for his very thoughtful speech. Many stakeholders have called for the expulsion of the Russian ambassador from Canada. I'm just wondering if the honourable member could give us his thoughts on that measure.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend and colleague from Winnipeg for the question. And Mr. Speaker, I heard a number of ministers say today that all options are on the table. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, even you need to talk to your enemies. And so that is a measure I know our foreign minister will consider carefully, and I trust her judgment to make the right decision.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
For Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie mon collègue pour son discours.
I thank my colleague for his speech.
J'aimerais l'entendre sur l'aspect
humanitaire de cette guerre. Parce que ce qu'on sait,
les bribes d'informations qu'on a actuellement, c'est que le courage extraordinaire et la mobilisation fantastique du peuple ukrainien leur permet de garder encore le fort, entre guillemets, et garder les villes. Par contre, ces villes-là se retrouvent présentement assiégées, ce qui laisse présager une crise humanitaire dans ces villes-là. Comment le gouvernement envisage peut-être apporter une aide terrain, peut-être par le biais de la Croix-Rouge? Et je profite de l'occasion quand je parle de la Croix-Rouge pour demander si on évalue de relever le plafond.
How could we? Right now we have a ceiling, I think, of $10 million. And we're going to match what is donated to the Red Cross, but how can we help on this front?
L'honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from the bloc for that very important question. As the member mentioned, our Minister of International Development made an announcement that Canada would match up to $10 million of humanitarian aid. And I think he also heard, and we're going to hear from the Parliamentary Secretary shortly, that he was open to increasing that amount. I know the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress, through the Ukrainian Foundation, has issued an appeal, and we are all working in our communities to raise money for Ukraine. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, while I have the floor, I was at a rally in Winnipeg with 5,000 Winnipeggers, Ukrainian Canadians, non-Ukrainian Canadians, standing up for Ukraine, all pledging to help Ukraine on the humanitarian, on the military, and on the sanctions side.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech, for standing in solidarity with the courageous people of Ukraine as they fight for their freedom and for democracy. I asked about visa-free access before, and I didn't get a clear answer from the government, so I'll ask it again. Ukrainians don't require visas to travel to 141 countries, including most European countries. The NDP has been calling for visa-free access for Ukrainians for the past 4 years. Does the member agree that Canada should offer visa-free travel to Ukrainians? And what does the member think is behind this government's hesitancy to offer this to the people of Ukraine?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for Victoria, who I serve on the Environment Committee with, and thank her for standing with Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, we heard the immigration stand up in the chamber today, and again say that a number of these things are under consideration. Mr. Speaker, I think we should do everything in our power to help people in danger make it to our shores. We have 180,000 people of Ukrainian extraction and ancestry in the community of Winnipeg, and I know that we can welcome them with open arms. They can be in touch with their culture, their language, their religion, and find a safe home in Winnipeg.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Ottawa West, Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with sadness, alarm, and great resolve that I stand in this House today to speak at a moment in history where our words and actions will have great impact. I had hoped to never be in a position to speak about war in this chamber, but in the face of open aggression by Putin's Russia, which is undermining decades of peace brought about by the post-World War II international rules-based order, Canada must do everything in our power to stop this. L'attaque de la Russie contre l'Ukraine est également une attaque contre la démocratie.
On the part of Russia against Ukraine is a war against democracy. It also attacks freedom and human rights and should not remain unpunished. We continue to support Ukraine.
We've all been watching heart-wrenching scenes of civilians being targeted and killed, fleeing their homes, taking refuge in subway tunnels, and stepping up bravely to fight for their country and for freedom in Ukraine. These are scenes we never hoped that we would see ever again in Europe. We've heard interviews with Ukrainian civilians who have expressed a sense of shock and disbelief that something like this could happen in 2022 in Europe, that it could happen in full view of the world. Most of them, like us, grew up in a generation that has never known war. It seems unthinkable to them. But, Mr. Speaker, the unthinkable has become reality. Before entering politics, I worked in the former Yugoslavia. When I was 29 years old, I spent a year in Bosnia-Herzegovina, just a few years after the Dayton Peace Accords. I grew up like most Canadians thinking of war as something that happened to our grandparents, as something that could never happen to us. I took peace and democracy and freedom for granted. But working in Sarajevo, it was my peers, those who were my friends, who were then in their 20s, who had been at the front line. Eventually, my colleagues and friends started opening up to me about their experiences. Women who'd been raped, who'd watched their fathers and brothers taken away at gunpoint, shot and left in mass graves. Young people who would go out for bread and be shot by snipers. They told me of atrocities that I can't repeat here in this House. At the age of 29, I stopped being sheltered by a false sense that war is something of another time and another place. I lost my sense of innocence about what humanity is capable of doing to one another. The comfort that comes from a veneer of civilization that I came to know is incredibly thin. My friends in Sarajevo were Europeans. They were students. They never imagined that they would see war. In fact, they told me that when they marched in the streets and their own army, the Yugoslav National Army, took aim and started shooting at them, they didn't run because they didn't believe it was really happening. And Mr. Speaker, I'm seeing the same incredulity on the faces of Ukrainians today. We cannot abandon them because peace is not inevitable. Peace takes constant vigilance. And sometimes peace means fighting to stop war crimes and aggression and horrors from spreading. If we let it happen in Ukraine, what does the world do when Russia comes for our north? When other dictators learn lessons from Ukraine? We cannot allow the unthinkable to happen just because we can't imagine it. We must do everything to stop it right here, right now. From the beginning, the Canadian government has stood resolutely with Ukraine. We have responded with all the tools at our disposal, through diplomacy and leadership in the UN and with our allies, through sanctions targeting Putin and his inner circle, the oligarchs, Russian banks, and the SWIFT financial system, canceling all export permits to Russia, banning imports of Russian crude oil, over $620 million in sovereign loans, through renewing and expanding the Canadian Armed Forces support to NATO through Operation Reassurance and Op Unifier, delivering lethal and non-lethal aid to civilians displaced and harmed in this illegal war, closing Canadian airspace to Russia, and expediting immigration avenues for Ukrainians to settle here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, today Ukrainians are not just fighting for their freedom, they're fighting for all of our freedom. We will not allow Putin and his thugs to dismantle the peace and prosperity that democracy has brought to the world. We will not waver. We will stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her intervention and her contribution to tonight's conversation. I've been hearing from some constituents, including one that actually just passed through one of the border crossings from Ukraine into Poland. And one of the things he mentioned to me was the lack of supplies and necessities that people at the border have to support those individuals, you know, blankets in cold in the elements. Many of these individuals fleeing are women and children. I'm wondering if the honourable member would like to comment on some of the humanitarian aid that we could provide and if she would support increasing that support. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. I agree 100% with my colleague. We've already seen that we have created the matching fund with the Canadian Red Cross of $10 million. That is just a start. We've already provided $35 million in development aid, another $15 million in humanitarian aid. We are working with other countries, not just for Canada to step up further, but for other countries to also step up. We are taking a leadership role, and I know that the honourable member will hear more in the coming days. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Ottawa, West Nepean, for her speech. The previous speaker, my colleague, asked about why Canada doesn't provide visa-free travel for Ukrainians when we have the largest Ukrainian diaspora in the world, and 141 other countries offer that. But what I would like to know is, will the government automatically extend the visas of Ukrainians who are here in Canada now, whether they be student visas or work visas, so that they're not forced to go back to Ukraine at this time?
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. And yes, we are extending visas for those Ukrainians who are here in Canada on temporary visas. We are expediting all immigration visas. We're creating corridors for Canadians, for permanent residents and their families to be able to come here. And I thank the honourable member for his advocacy, because these are incredibly important moments to be able to bring as many people as we can to safety, and those who are already in Canada to not have the stress of worrying that they're going to have to return home. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, et je remercie ma collègue pour son discours. Monsieur le Président, on le sait, le Canada et ses alliés ont fait l'action de retirer les banques russes du réseau SWIFT. On sait cependant qu'il reste encore plusieurs banques à, bien évidemment, retirer de ce réseau. Je veux savoir quel est le plan du gouvernement pour enrayer complètement les banques russes dans le réseau SWIFT.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Yes, thank you very much to my colleague and Mr. Speaker. We have been working in very close coordination with our allies, with like-minded countries, to be sure that we are standing united in making sure that Putin, that the oligarchs, that the banking system is going to be completely isolated in the world. You heard the Prime Minister very clearly say that we want to remove Russia from the SWIFT system. We have a number of other measures, and we are working very closely with other countries, with our European counterparts, to make sure that there is not impunity for what is happening right now in Ukraine. Thank you.
Time for another question and answer. Question et commentaire. Here you go. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for her, not just her remarks, but for her advocacy and her work, particularly in her role as in her parliamentary secretary role. And going to that, I'd just like to ask her if she could speak to summarize for folks watching at home what some of the key things are that Canada has done from a humanitarian perspective, and needs to be focused on in the days and the weeks to come.
Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Etobicoke Centre for his incredible advocacy on this and for his untiring and unwavering work in this area. And I would like to assure the member that in addition to what I mentioned previously, the $10 million matching fund, which I encourage all Canadians to take advantage of, and the $50 million that we recently announced, which is in addition to over $240 million that we've provided in previous years, we are working globally. We are working with our counterparts to make sure that we are providing more humanitarian aid and that other countries are stepping up as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I'm splitting my time with the member from South Surrey, White Rock, and I just want to thank her for her leadership as our Shadow Minister for National Defence on this file on Ukraine, as long with the great work that's been done by my friend, the Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs, the member from Wellington, Halton Hills. And I also want to thank the government for coming up with the sanctions that we need, delivering the lethal weapons that we've been calling for. Ukraine has desperately needed, and there's another bunch of weapons that were announced today that are going to go to Ukraine, which will go a long way in helping them defend their homeland. You know, what we've been witnessing over the last 5 days, I think all of us find surreal. It's heartbreaking with those of us that have friends and family still in Ukraine. And it's hard to watch, as I'm hearing tonight, that Russia has gotten way more aggressive in dropping in thermobaric warheads. This is a step down from nuclear. This is a very catastrophic event that's happening tonight, and one that should be classified as a war crime. And I think all of us here are keeping the people of Ukraine right now in our thoughts and prayers as this is playing out before the world on TV. But you know, it's heartbreaking, and it's something that it's going to take a long time to get over. But at the same time, we've all been inspired by the leadership of the government of Ukraine and what they've been able to do in mobilizing their citizens. We've been inspired by the bravery and courage of just regular people picking up arms to defend their country and fight side by side with their soldiers who have been courageous in warding off the invading hordes coming across the border from Russia. And, you know, it's because of that tenacity that Putin didn't count on. He completely miscalculated on going forward with this invasion of Ukraine. And we've got to keep in mind here, why has Ukraine been able to hold off one of the greatest military powers in the world? And it's because when you look at the Russian troops, they're fighting for a tyrannical dictator. You know, and you look at the people of Ukraine. You know, what are they fighting for? They're fighting for their country. They're fighting for their democracy. They're fighting to protect their freedom. You know, they're fighting because they are trying to protect the European aspirations that they've had since the Maidan in 2014. And of course, they're fighting to protect the Ukrainian culture. And most importantly, they're trying to protect their families. And that's why you see men and women, you know, have come up and picked up arms. These are true patriots. Now, you know, we've witnessed already Putin's revisionist history, you know, his toxic rhetoric, and we all know from everything leading up to this that Putin is a pathological liar and we should never trust him, and that's why diplomacy will never work with this man. And so we have to do everything we can to help Ukraine and everything we can to stop Putin's war machine. And so there's three things here that we have to do. We have to go ahead with breaking Russia's financial bank. That's why sanctions are important. That's why using SWIFT to target Russian banks. That's why we have to replace Russian energy, take away the ability for Russia to finance their war machine. We have to keep sending more and more support to Ukraine so they have that ability to fight back. So the lethal weapons, the anti-tank, the anti-aircraft, the anti-missile systems are what they need right now so that they can continue on with the fight. So more ammo, of course. We don't want to see them run out of ammo on the street fights that are taking place today. And of course, we need humanitarian aid
You know, one of the things that I've heard in the last little bit is that we can use improved first aid kits and send those over. We have them here in Canada, send them so they get to the front line. We have Roll 3 hospitals that I know the government purchased for the purpose of COVID. They're still sitting in the containers. Let's put them on the C-17s and get those Roll 3 hospitals over there to deal with the trauma that's happening. And of course, we have to continue on with isolating Russia on the world stage, suspending them from the G20, the OSCE, and other international organizations. Look, at the end of the Cold War, gave us peace dividends, but the whole, mirage of peace dividends has now been shattered. And so we have to do more and spend more on defense. We can't do defense on the cheap anymore, Mr. Speaker. So we have to step up with our deterrence and our investments in NATO, in NORAD, our Arctic sovereignty, because if we don't, dictators, despots, and tyrants will keep redrawing international borders through force, and we can't let that to happen. We have to stand with Ukraine. They are the front line today, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for his vigilance on the Ukraine file, for his advocacy, and for many things that we see eye to eye on, particularly on this issue. What I've seen at rallies in my riding, at rallies in the city of Toronto, some of which the member opposite has been at, is that the support for Ukraine is not just from Ukrainian Canadians. It is not just from Canadians generally. It is from people of all demographics, all ethnicities and backgrounds. I've seen Tibetan Canadian constituents of mine gathering forces with Ukrainians supporting this fight against authoritarianism. I've seen Taiwanese Canadians standing up with Taiwanese flags at these rallies. And I'm wondering if the member opposite could comment upon the unifying feature that we've seen amongst Canadians in rallying to this cause and what that portends for, in general, the fight against authoritarianism going forward and how we can ally against this cause and against the repression that Vladimir Putin represents.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Yes, and I want to thank the honourable member for his comments. And it's been inspiring watching how Canadians from all walks of life have come out to support Ukraine at these rallies right across the country, from coast to coast to coast. And I've been at a few of these now in Manitoba and Ontario, and people are overwhelmingly in support of Ukraine and want to help, regardless if they have Ukrainian heritage or not. And as Canadians, as I say, we're all Ukrainian today because Ukraine is fighting for democracy. They are fighting for human rights, and they are fighting for the international rule of law. And, we have to, since Ukraine is fighting for all of us, we have to, all of us, do everything we can for Ukraine. And that's why, UCC has been organizing these rallies. I encourage people to get out there and donate. I appreciate the government is matching donations with the Red Cross right now so that we can increase humanitarian aid and use organizations like the Canada Ukraine Foundation to help those in need in Ukraine during this unpleasant time of the war.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague. He's actually been very wise, and as soon as I've gotten to this place here in the House of Commons, I've learned a lot from this member, particularly to Ukrainian issues. And I would like to seek this member's advice again in relation to the Russian war crimes that we're witnessing right now. These crimes are truly atrocious. What role could Canada play to making sure that we can hold Russia accountable for these war crimes? In particular, can Canada fund some of the observations for these missions? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Edmonton-Griesbach for his kind words, and I also just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the OSCE has been active in Ukraine, monitoring what was originally the line of contact under the Minsk Agreements 1 and 2, and have been already documenting a lot of the things that were happening in violation of those Minsk Agreements, and they are also the ones that will be documenting all the war crimes that are happening. We need to make sure that the UN, of course, is involved in this documentation, but there is a role to play. For NATO, for the RCMP, for the FBI, for other law enforcement agencies to ensure that everything that Russia is doing right now, that we can hold Putin and his inner circle to account, including dragging them in front, as I said yesterday, dragging them in front of the Hague at the International Criminal Court.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the conversations that we're having as a result of this war crime by Vladimir Putin is the issue of energy security in this country. Obviously, Europe is supplied by natural gas with Russia. Canada is the fifth largest producer of natural gas. Clean Canadian energy can be exported around the world, not just used here at home. But the issue of energy security is becoming critical, and I'm wondering if the honourable member would comment on that.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Barrie for that question. And I can tell you that energy security for Europe is something that is of utmost importance. If we want to ensure that Europe doesn't have to be reliant on Russian natural gas, Russian oil, then let's capitalize on our ethically produced, environmentally friendly, heavily regulated oil and natural gas sector and move those products to Tidewater in the Atlantic so that we can easily supply them. This has to become an issue of national importance, of national security, and ultimately this is about international security to ensure that Russia doesn't have the abilities to keep funding their war machine.
Here, here. Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I stand here tonight, as with all my colleagues in this House, my thoughts and prayers are with the people of Ukraine, their indomitable spirit and their keen sense of patriotism as they stand up to a ruthless Russian dictator in Vladimir Putin. As Shadow Minister for National Defence and a former Associate Minister of National Defence, my mind is also on the 550 Canadian soldiers in Latvia and the crew of our frigate, HMCS Montreal, now in the Mediterranean, and their families, and what they're going through right now. I think of the reinforcements we're sending as well. When I was in Cabinet, we had made the transition from war fighting in Afghanistan to the Afghanistan training mission. These things weigh on your heart and mind. I can imagine that my government colleagues are not sleeping that well right now. So my thoughts are also with the ministers who are directly involved and the government at this time. Close to home, Canadians pride themselves on their majestic and largely untapped Arctic. Our Northwest Passage and surrounding areas are increasingly of interest to China and to Russia for access to minerals, natural resources, and for shipping trade between Asia and Europe. Russian aggression on the European continent brings home to Canada that an aggressive Russia might also be eyeing our Arctic. Russian aggression could just as easily take place in the area adjacent to our Arctic coast and waters, and this must be understood by all Canadians. The prospect of further Russian aggression in the north only reinforces the need for this government to purchase new F-35 fighter planes without delay and to cut steel on new warships. As we all know, Canada has its signals intelligence listening post at Alert and an Arctic training center and a command center at Resolute Bay. This year, we are supposed to get our first Arctic port as operational. In terms of defense capabilities for this vital region, we have our aging CF-18 fighter fleet, Victoria-class patrol submarines that can linger near the edge of the ice cap, a force of Canadian Rangers, and Arctic offshore patrol vessels. It's simply not enough, and we must do more. Canada's Northern Warning System needs a major upgrade of its sensors and its coverage, both north and south, to protect us from a variety of new military threats, like hypersonic ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and hypersonic glide vehicles, all armed with nuclear warheads. Russia's Kola Peninsula is one of the most militarized areas on the face of the planet. It is home to Russia's Northern Fleet and therefore home to its sea-based nuclear deterrent. In the last few years, Russia has refurbished 13 air bases, 10 radar stations, 20 border posts, and integrated emergency rescue stations on its Arctic coast. Russia has also created a Special Forces Arctic Brigade to be deployed to the region and has tested a series of hypersonic cruise missiles and nuclear-powered undersea drones. Canada must take our Arctic sovereignty and security much more seriously and not allow Russia's huge military buildup to go unnoticed and unchecked. Canada must push back on the Russian government with several initiatives. And I note, and my colleague mentioned this, that the latest reports say that Putin has used thermobaric weapons today in Kharkiv. These weapons cause massive shock waves that suck the air out of the lungs of its victims. This is very serious, and there is now a 40-mile-long Russian convoy outside the capital of Kyiv. There's many things we can do. We can expel the Russian ambassador. We can recall our ambassador. We can give visa-free access. We can immediately move to remove Russia from the G20. We need to send more help. These concrete actions will send a message to Putin, to his oligarchs, and the people who keep him in power that you can't invade a sovereign state. It's time that they listen to the words of a great leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, who said, "The world will not accept dictatorship or domination. We need only look at the patriotic fire in the eyes of Ukrainians and their President Zelensky, and Ukrainians here and everywhere, and understand they too yearn to be free." Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to thank the Honourable Member for her speech. I counted it a privilege to be able to serve on the Defence Committee with her, and it's been a good relationship. I agree with her. One of her core points that the Russian militarization of the Arctic is moving at a furious pace, and it is of considerable concern. It should be a considerable concern to every Canadian. But I wanted to bring her back to a question that interested me in our hearings this afternoon, and that is that Canada has spent millions of dollars in the training of Russian soldiers, or sorry, Ukrainian soldiers. There's a slip. Of Ukrainian soldiers. And it appears that this may be actually paying off, that the resistance being put up by the people and the soldiers to the Russian invasion is really quite impressive. And it may have something to do with the training that's been provided over the last few years.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you to my colleague. And yes, we're working away in the Defence Committee, and in fact, just were there earlier this evening. I think this is a very important point that you make, and I think that's something that all Canadians should be proud of, that we have had trainers in the region for some years now, and no doubt that Canadians have had a big hand in their readiness to fight. You can't put the heart in people, they find that themselves. But what we have done and can do is continue to train those who stand up for democracy and who have actual threat like Ukraine has been dealing with now for a long time.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de
Berthier-Masquinrouge.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Since she is very familiar with military matters, I'd like to have her opinion on a proposal that was made by the Conservative Party earlier today to expel the ambassador of Russia, the ambassador to Canada back to Russia, and to bring back the Canadian ambassador from Russia. So we do think, though, that a certain amount of dialogue should be maintained. So does she think it would be productive to expel the ambassador instead of maintaining dialogue? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you, and thank you to my colleague for your question. Yes, I do think the ambassador should be expelled at this point, and I do think we should recall ours. Yes, dialogue is always important, but this is a ruthless, tyrannical dictator that is now in charge of an enormous army, the second largest military force in the world. And he has shown over and over again that he's not interested in dialogue. He's not interested in talking. There's been all kinds of opportunities for that dialogue, and I'm always one who pushes for dialogue and pushes for talking and not going that extra step unless we have to. But this person is not listening at this point, and if he shows any indication of at all of being willing to listen, there are avenues that we can make that happen.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
I want to thank my colleague for her speech tonight as our defence critic, and I had the opportunity on the European Union Friendship Committee that we have in Parliament to spend a few years as on the Standing Committee of Parliamentarians for the Arctic region. And my colleague mentioned the Arctic sovereignty that we have as a neighbor with Russia in our north. And I wonder if she could elaborate just a little bit more in regards to the issues around the Arctic and our independence and making sure that that we stand our ground in that area.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock in about 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that excellent question. I think on both sides of the aisle, everybody is talking about a need for NORAD modernization. I don't think that's news. But what needs to be done, there's an expression that is used, and it's either use it or lose it. And as far as China and Russia are concerned, they have been very clear that they want to be the powers in the Arctic. Whereas Canada, we believe that we should be standing up for Arctic, and that means all of Canadian sovereignty. We simply have to do more. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time tonight with the honourable member from London North Centre. Mr. Speaker, first I want to start by again thanking members of the opposition and from all parties for agreeing to this debate tonight, because was it not for our unity of purpose, we wouldn't be having this discussion tonight. I'm rising to speak on an issue that none of us want to be talking about. It's as simple as that, Madam Speaker. We were here on January 31st talking about a possible threat of invasion of Ukraine. Just a few short weeks later, we're standing here worried about the threat of the use of nuclear weapons. I never thought I would see this in my lifetime, Madam Speaker. It is surreal in the extreme. For the second time in 2 years, the world has come together to fight significant challenges. This time, it is to voice our aggression from one antagonistic individual who is actively, aggressively threatening democracy and attacking an innocent nation. Mr. Speaker, we join the international response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We must send a very clear message to Russia that its flagrant violation of the UN Charter of International Law and of the sovereignty of territorial integrity of Ukraine will not be tolerated. Short, Madam Speaker, we stand with Ukraine. Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot tonight and over the past weeks about how we have friends and constituents and colleagues from the Ukrainian community. We all do, and we're proud of that. I want to talk about some of my own personal experience. I have lifelong friends, Anne-Marie Corello, Tim Walkichuk, John Kozak. These are people I went to high school with, Madam Speaker. Anne-Marie Corello, who is a friend to this day, sat beside me in grade 9 Latin. John Kozak, who I've known since high school, sent me a text a couple of days ago thanking me, the government and Parliament, for what we are doing to help Ukraine. I could feel the emotion reading the words, Madam Speaker. My friend Tim Walkichuk, when we were in high school, he would always take a day off to celebrate with his family in Ukrainian Christmas in January. At the time, we just thought he was goofing off and skipping a day of school. I realized later this was an important celebration for the Walkichuk family. I realize now how truly important that is. I think about my friend and our former colleague, Don Rusnak, who represented the riding of Thunder Bay Rainy River, or Fort William, where I was born. I'm joined tonight by the current member. I went to the Prasvita Club with Don a few years ago when I was visiting my hometown. I was born in Thunder Bay, Madam Speaker. It's a club where Ukrainian Canadians and Canadians of all walks of life come together to celebrate Ukrainian Canadian heritage. It was a moment I remember now more than I did just a month ago. Many of us in this chamber have welcomed young Ukrainian interns into our office. I've spoken of this before in this chamber. I think of them now. I reached out to one of them a few days ago. I sent him a message through social media. I simply said, "Are you okay?" His response was, "I'm fine, but I'm worried about my mother and my family and my friends. My mother is working in a hospital and she's now subject to martial law." I gave him my word that we would do everything within our power to help Ukraine and to make sure that his family and his friends are safe. I give that word to all of the interns who worked in my office and worked here on Parliament Hill. Madam Speaker, over the last number of weeks, I've attended many rallies. The member from Selkirk has been at a number of them. He's come to Toronto. I had the member from Thornhill in my riding on Friday outside the Ukrainian consulate. The member from Barrie was there last week. We're all part of these friendship groups, Madam Speaker. Ordinarily, we participate in these things, and politically, we're tripping over each other to show our support for a community more so than the other party. Now, those groups have meaning. The Ukrainian-Canadian Friendship Group is the most important group on the Hill at this very moment. I've had occasion to speak with some Ukrainian MPs over the past few days. I'm sitting at home, comfortable. They're not. They're fighting for their lives. So I am calling for unity in this House. Put partisanship aside. Let's lock arms. Let's work together, government, Parliament, as MPs, and do everything we can to stand with Ukraine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The other member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. Is that correct?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from across the aisle for his personal speech in connection to what we're seeing unfold in the world today. And I am with him to say I believe this House is united. Parties are united, Canadians are united, and it's been wonderful to see the number of countries around the world that are calling out this horrific invasion and the tactics of Putin for what they are. I want to maybe get him, and Madam Speaker, through you, in the opportunity and questions and comments. We've talked about the military support and what is necessary for that. But one of the things we don't talk often enough, I believe, is something that's been unfolding the last few days, are the impact of the economic sanctions that I believe are immediately being felt in Russia. And there have been strong support for removing Russian banks from SWIFT, the central bank, and numerous other economic sanctions that have an impact. I'd appreciate his comments on that, of how through globalization presents some challenges, but here an opportunity to make a difference in the situation to date.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for that very, very important question. Look, everything has to be done. I can remember several years ago the former member of Parliament for Etobicoke Centre talking about removing Russia from the SWIFT system. That's being done now. Sanctions have been imposed on many of the oligarchs. They've been imposed on President Putin himself. I believe they are working. I believe we need to do more, and I think, and we're working with countries around the world, and that's an important message in all of this. People, I used the phrase arm in arm earlier. The world is working together on these things collectively, consistently, and together, and it is working. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie mon collègue pour son discours. Pour son discours bien senti, plein d'émotions. Effectivement, on sent qu'il y a une unité qui s'est créée. D'ailleurs, aujourd'hui, le Bloc a offert son soutien au gouvernement pour la suite des choses. On a mentionné qu'on voulait travailler de concert avec le gouvernement parce que la cause est beaucoup plus grande que nous tous. J'aimerais savoir si mon collègue a des choses à demander en fait à l'opposition. Est-ce qu'il y a des enjeux sur lesquels il souhaiterait qu'on puisse continuer à travailler de concert pour finalement en arriver à un dénouement le plus rapide et paisible possible de la situation?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I genuinely want to thank you for that question, because one of the most powerful moments in question period for me today was when the first question posed by the Bloc was not, why haven't you done this? Why haven't you done this? It was, what can we do to help you work together to help stand with Ukraine. That was very powerful, and I thank her for the question tonight. So the answer is, talk to us, support us, give us ideas. There's no monopoly on ideas, Madam Speaker, and I ask that of not only she and her party, but all of the members in this House, because we have to leave no stone unturned.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for I want to say South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Is that correct?
That is
and
correct.
A very brief question, please.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. We've heard today how the government has acted on things like automatically extending work and student visas for Ukrainians here in Canada. But again, we hear of the special relationship of Ukraine and Canada. We have more Ukrainian Canadians in Canada than there are outside Ukraine. It's the biggest diaspora in the world. And yet we don't offer visa-free travel to Ukrainians, whereas 141 countries do. And I'm just wondering if the member would consider posing that to his party to do for Ukrainians, at least temporarily, so that they can travel to Canada in this very uncertain time.
Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The short answer is yes. I will, I have. These issues have been discussed by myself and all of my colleagues. He knows tomorrow is the first day of Irish Heritage Month and how important that is to me. Ireland did just that last week. It is an issue that we are talking about. It is something I would like to see done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor for all of us tonight to come together and discuss this. I hesitate to use the word debate. It's been a very good discussion where you've seen a free exchange of ideas across the aisle, and it is a testament to the fact that this issue does unify us. Even in war, Madam Speaker, even in war we find inspiration, and we find so many examples of inspiration to draw upon in Ukraine. The way that its people and its leadership have stood up against the tyranny, against the carnage of the Russian regime and its president, Vladimir Putin. The people of Russia, it needs to be said, have shown enormous strength and courage. And let us make an important distinction, Madam Speaker, between the regime of Putin and the Russian people. Thousands have been arrested. Thousands have been put into jail. Who knows what fate befalls them, Madam Speaker, but that courage needs to be recognized. And so Canada has acted as it must. Sanctions against the Russian elite have been introduced, including against its president. Canada has come together with other countries, taking a leading role in helping bring countries together to block Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system. Canada has also played a leading role helping to bring countries together to support placing sanctions on Russia's central bank, and that is having an effect already. It's providing arms in the form of anti-tank weapons and ammunition, and as we saw yesterday, Canadian airspace has been closed to Russian aircraft. And so we've contributed, but we must do more, Madam Speaker. I think that we must do more for two primary reasons. Obviously, the bond between Canada and Ukraine is incredibly strong. There are many reasons for that, but I think migration is the key factor. Ukrainians have helped to build this country. There is no other way to put it. That's true particularly in Western Canada, but it's true in Ontario, it's true throughout the country. I want to thank the Ukrainian community of London for its advocacy at this time. It's been a true honor to work with them to raise issues of concern in the past few weeks, and I will continue to do that. And I know that members in this House feel the same way about their community leadership in their respective cities and towns. I want to also point, of course, to the fact that, and I think it was the colleague across the way who spoke probably about 20 minutes ago, who emphasized that Ukraine is now at the front line. He used that word, front line. And I go for that, Madam Speaker. Ukraine is indeed the front line of the battle against authoritarianism. It is the front line of where democracy has been put into question. And we have a choice to make as Western democracies and as elected representatives within Western democracies on how this is going to be confronted. Do we want to live in a world defined by the whim of a despot, or will we stand up collectively as individuals in this House, as countries, democratic countries, who believe in the rule of law, who believe in sovereignty, who believe in the rights-based and rules-based order that has defined the world and its international relations since World War II? Because that is precisely what is at threat. That is not hyperbole. That is not an exaggeration. It is the reality that faces us. The need for democracy extends, though, beyond simply cherishing it as an inherent value. It is the great stabilizer in our politics, not just domestically, but internationally as well. It is a truism, it remains a truism, Madam Speaker, that no two democracies have fought a war against one another. There's a whole theory around this called democratic peace theory. You've told me I have about 30 seconds or so left, so I will not go into that. But what I will say, we can do it another time, Madam Speaker, I would love to. But what I will say is that democracy as a stabilizer needs to be taken seriously. For that reason, Madam Speaker, I think we ought to look at putting more funding into our defense, of course, and helping promote democracy abroad. I was in Ukraine a few years ago and saw the great work that Canada has done in terms of working with NGOs on the ground to promote democracy. Thank you very much. I look forward to questions.
In comments, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm hearing overwhelmingly from people in my riding, those of Ukrainian origin and those who are not, about how much they want to help with the situation on the ground. And there's three issues they've raised with me that I want to put to the Parliamentary Secretary. The first is they want it to be easier for them to be able to send money to friends and relatives in Ukraine. Sometimes it can be very cumbersome to send money to family members overseas. And I wonder if, as the Parliamentary Secretary for Revenue, he could commit to looking into that issue, facilitating those remittances. Another issue is Canadians who have purchased supplies or donated supplies that could be useful for people in Ukraine, and they want assistance in getting it over. Is the government, in the process of sending supplies, able to assist with the transportation of donated goods? And then the final issue is clarity for volunteers, those who want to volunteer and go over to help. Are they able to do that? What kind of support could they receive from the government? So I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could comment on those three issues.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, on the last point, Madam Speaker, obviously it's a dangerous time. That goes without saying. And so individuals will have to think very carefully about what they do. But I know that there is enormous interest in not just Canada, but throughout other democracies that individuals have expressed going to Ukraine and assisting in the form of a volunteer force. And we saw something quite similar materialize during the Spanish Civil War, among other examples. But that's the one that stands out. And so if individuals wish to make that kind of a contribution, that is up to them. But of course, I emphasize the point that it is a dangerous situation and individuals have to think responsibly about their own safety. On the other 2 points that were raised, I'd be happy to speak with the honourable member about the specifics. He didn't point to any specifics there, but through an email or a chat, I'd be happy to hear more about the identified challenges that he points to and have a conversation.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. In my riding of Vancouver East, in fact, today a constituent contacted our office, and basically they have not been able to bring their loved ones to Canada. They've been, in fact, stuck in the immigration system for more than 2 years with their applications with the backlog. Now that they're in this situation, obviously there's urgency. The quickest way for individuals to get to safety with their loved ones is visa-free access. Why is the government not proceeding with that? And what can we do as parliamentarians to help the government move in that direction and expeditiously bring about visa-free for Ukraine?
Mr. Secretary.
The question of visa-free travel can be looked at and considered, Madam Chair. But I also point to the honourable member that the government, in fact, has acted proactively. Going back to January, in fact, putting in place a plan to ensure that individuals in Ukraine that had applied to Canada for work permits, for example, would be given support to have their have their applications approved. Individuals in Canada on a temporary resident visa, for example, or students will be able to stay longer for obvious reasons, Madam Chair. And so I think that all of us in this House look at those measures as entirely reasonable. We'll continue to work together, I hope, to put to the government even more ideas about what can be done to ensure a reasonable approach guides the way forward, but one that has the well-being of all Ukrainians in mind at the forefront.
Question, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've asked this earlier, but I'd like the opinion of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Will the government be considering going after the personal assets of the Russian oligarchs, including massive homes and mansions and yachts? I know where one mansion is. It's in my riding, and I'd like it to be seized.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I always appreciate the passion of the member, and especially on this matter. I think that what Canada can do and ought to do, and I speak here as a member of Parliament, but I join colleagues, I think, in this. I think we have to join other countries and explore exactly what's been suggested here. There's no doubt that the network of oligarchs that is in Russia has many assets abroad. If there are ways to address that, if there are ways to seize those and ensure that they are not put to use by oligarchs who have surrounded themselves around the president to the detriment of the Russian people, then countries can discuss that, work among themselves for resolution.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Montarville.
The honourable member for Montarville.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dieu sait à quel point j'ai voulu croire à la paix. Et encore aujourd'hui, Madame la Présidente, je continue d'y croire. Parce qu'il n'y a pas d'autre issue que la paix. Et il faut investir tous nos espoirs dans ces négociations un peu étranges qui ont cours présentement pour que ce conflit prenne fin le plus rapidement possible, avec le lot de souffrance qui l'accompagne. Madame la Présidente, vous vous souviendrez que lors du précédent débat exploratoire sur la situation en Ukraine, le gouvernement et nous avions quelques divergences de perspective quant à l'imminence du conflit. Mais force est de constater, Madame la Présidente, que ces divergences de perspective n'ont aucunement empêché le conflit d'éclater. L'Ukraine a été attaquée injustement, de façon tout à fait déloyale par la Russie. Et j'ai eu l'occasion de dire à la ministre des Affaires étrangères que si cela devait advenir, il n'y aurait pas l'épaisseur d'une feuille de papier entre le gouvernement et nous en termes de solidarité par rapport à la réaction que nous aurions pour punir la Russie et manifester notre soutien à l'égard du peuple ukrainien. Solidarité entre nous en cette Chambre, Madame la Présidente. Solidarité entre les alliés. Les alliés ont été exemplaires dans cette solidarité. Solidarité envers le peuple ukrainien, dont le courage et la résilience forcent l'admiration. Samedi, Madame la Présidente, quelques collègues et moi rencontrions des collègues ukrainiens. Nous avons échangé quelques minutes avec un certain nombre de collègues ukrainiens. Et une de nos collègues nous a dit, à un certain moment, le président reste dans la capitale, les députés restent dans la capitale. Il aurait été si facile pour les parlementaires de retourner dans leur circonscription, retrouver les leurs, retrouver les gens qu'elles représentent. Mais il y avait un symbole là, et ça ne fait qu'illustrer le courage dont font preuve les Ukrainiennes et les Ukrainiens devant l'adversité, devant ce combat inégal auquel ils sont confrontés. Madame la Présidente, nous n'avons tout simplement pas le choix de soutenir le peuple ukrainien. Nous n'avons pas le choix, d'abord parce que la troisième communauté ukrainienne de la planète vit dans ce pays. Ce sont des gens que nous côtoyons au quotidien, qui ont des familles là-bas, Madame la Présidente. Leur malheur, leur tristesse, leur inquiétude, nous la partageons, nous la ressentons. Ensuite, parce qu'ils ont fait l'objet, comme je le disais, d'une attaque déloyale. Une attaque contre le peuple d'Ukraine, bien sûr, mais une attaque contre la démocratie, une attaque contre la liberté, une attaque se faisant contre nous. Nous n'avons pas le choix de soutenir le peuple ukrainien. Et finalement, Madame la Présidente, nous n'avons pas le choix parce que le courage dont ils feront preuve nous amène à les soutenir. Nous avons déployé jusqu'à présent, et quand je dis nous, c'est bien sûr le gouvernement du Canada, mais l'Occident en général. L'Occident avec un grand O, là, on a l'impression qu'on sait toujours de quoi on parle lorsqu'on parle de l'Occident, mais l'Occident a déployé toute une batterie de mesures pour punir la Russie, pour punir, et je le soulignais aujourd'hui, on devrait peut-être aller plus loin de ce côté-là, le Bélarus, qui s'est rendu complice de cette invasion de l'Ukraine. Comme je le disais un peu plus tôt, les Russes ne seraient pas aux portes de Kiev si Loukachenko n'avait pas offert son territoire comme base de lancement pour l'attaque du nord de l'Ukraine. Et je dois dire, Madame la Présidente, que j'ai été franchement impressionné par la rapidité et la vigueur de la réaction des pays occidentaux. J'avoue bien honnêtement que j'avais des doutes. Dans les premières heures de l'invasion, on entendait des échos nous promenant d'Europe de la part de certains pays qui disaient qu'il faudrait que certaines de nos compagnies soient exclues des sanctions. Tu sais, je veux dire, si on exclut les banques russes de SWIFT, on va avoir de la difficulté à réaliser nos transactions. Et là, on a senti qu'il y avait un petit peu de mou dans la poulie, Madame la Présidente. Et on s'est inquiété. Mais l'Occident s'est ressaisi. Et les Alliés ont agi. Et il y a lieu d'être admiratif devant la vigueur et la rapidité de la réaction. Il y a encore beaucoup à faire. J'entendais notre collègue du Parti vert parler d'un certain nombre d'oligarques. Leonid Volkov, le chef de cabinet d'Alexei Navalny, est venu nous dire au Comité des affaires étrangères et du commerce international qu'il fallait agir. Il nous a dressé une liste d'oligarques qu'il fallait mettre sous sanction. Et plusieurs de ces oligarques échappent encore aux sanctions. Je suis heureux d'entendre mes collègues du Parti ministériel nous dire « tout est sur la table ». Mais si le gouvernement décide d'aller de l'avant de ce côté-là, il aura encore notre soutien. Parce qu'il faut aller plus loin. On ne peut tolérer cette agression inacceptable contre l'Ukraine. Il faut bien sûr, et on a commencé à le faire, apporter tout notre appui au peuple ukrainien. Et ça passe par des équipements militaires. Non létals, bien sûr, mais létals aussi. Parce que les Ukrainiens en ont besoin. Ils font face à la deuxième plus importante armée de la planète. Mais on parle aussi de denrées alimentaires. On parle de médicaments. On parle d'équipements médicaux. Il faut être au rendez-vous. Il faut donner aux Ukrainiens ce dont ils ont besoin. Il faut également accueillir des réfugiés ukrainiens. Ils sont près d'1,5 million présentement massés dans les pays limitrophes. Ils appellent à l'aide. Et le chef du Bloc québécois le soulignait, si on peut accepter que des gens passent le chemin Roxham sans aucun visa, comment pouvons-nous continuer à exiger de la part des réfugiés ukrainiens qui remplissent toutes les formalités de visa? Il faut lever ces formalités, faciliter l'entrée chez nous des Ukrainiens qui veulent, temporairement ou non, trouver refuge au Canada. Il faut couper les ailes à la propagande russe. Il faut interdire la diffusion de RT sur notre territoire. Et parlant de propagande russe, il faut informer le peuple russe. Ça force également l'admiration que de voir des milliers de personnes dans les rues de Moscou, de Saint-Pétersbourg et d'autres villes en Russie risquer d'être arrêtés dans les minutes même où ils vont se présenter sur la rue pour protester contre cette guerre. Protester contre cette guerre qu'on mène à l'endroit d'un peuple qui n'avait rien fait pour mériter cette guerre. Un peuple avec lequel, pendant plus de 75 ans, ils ont partagé les destinées. Beaucoup de Russes ne comprennent pas. Et beaucoup de Russes, non seulement ne comprennent pas, mais se révoltent, trouvent ça inadmissible. Et on va voir combien de familles éplorées en Russie qui vont voir revenir les corps de leurs soldats décédés dans un conflit injuste. Comme je le disais aujourd'hui, il y a peut-être de l'espoir dans cette Russie qui se fait entendre aujourd'hui, malgré la pression du pouvoir. Et comme le disait...
Je m'excuse, le temps est écoulé. Oui, j'ai donné... L'honorable député pourrait conclure pendant la question et commentaire. Il y a 10 minutes de questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to say thank you to my honourable colleague for his excellent speech and for talking about solidarity. It's such an important word, solidarity, and it was exemplified by the people of Ukraine over the last number of days. They've really given us an example of that word and what it means. This weekend, I had a chance to participate in a rally in Lansbury Park in Windsor-Tecumseh that was organized by two very strong women and local leaders, Lisha Nazarevich and Carol Guimond. And many people at that rally asked, as Canadians, what can we do to show solidarity with the Ukrainian Canadian community? And so that is my question to my honourable colleague.
Honorable député de Montarville.
Bien, Madame la Présidente, très simplement, je dirais qu'il faut faire plus. On ne doit pas se contenter, même si c'est très impressionnant ce qui a été fait jusqu'à présent, on ne peut pas se contenter de cela parce que le conflit se poursuit. Des gens, des hommes, des femmes, des vieillards, des enfants continuent de perdre la vie. Et nous ne pouvons tolérer cela, Madame la Présidente. Nous ne pouvons tolérer ça. Notre nature humaine même fait en sorte qu'on ne peut tolérer une telle chose. Et on doit déployer tout ce qui peut être déployé pour mettre un terme à ce conflit, Madame la Présidente. Et une des choses que je souhaitais dire en conclusion, Madame la Présidente, c'est le courage dont font preuve les Ukrainiens. Les Ukrainiens, on les voit s'installer devant les chars d'assaut russes. Le président qui reste dans la capitale, qui mange avec ses soldats. Madame la Présidente, nous avons affaire, en la personne de Volodymyr Zelensky, aux défenseurs, aux dirigeants actuellement du monde libre.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire pour le président du Conseil du Trésor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam
J'aimerais aussi
Speaker.
remercier mon
I'd
collègue
also
de
like to
Montarville
thank my colleague,
pour
the
son
member
excellent
from
discours
Montarville, for his
et
excellent
sa preuve de
speech
solidarité au
and
nom
of
de tous les
his
parlementaires ici et certainement de
show
sa
of
formation
solidarity.
politique. J'avais l'intention de lui offrir du temps pour finir son discours parce que j'ai trouvé que c'était bon, mais tout à la fin, il a ajouté quelques mots. Alors, ma question pour lui, Madame la Présidente, c'est ceci. Madame la Présidente, est-ce qu'il voit ça de la même façon que moi je le vois? Que si on laisse la Russie de continuer à imposer, d'envahir un pays, si le monde laisse ça continuer, cela va donner un mauvais message que, comme on dit en anglais, might makes right. Et ça c'est quelque chose que moi, en tant que Canadien, moi, je ne peux pas tolérer. En tant que Québécois, je ne peux pas tolérer. Et j'aimerais avoir ses commentaires là-dessus.
Montarville?
Merci mon collègue de Gatineau de sa question et surtout de son intention d'avoir voulu me permettre de compléter mon discours. Je suis très touché, chers collègues. Il a parfaitement raison, Madame la Présidente. Il y a des autocrates dans ce monde qui se sont imaginés que l'Occident avait démontré une faiblesse dans la façon dont on a mis un terme à l'opération en Afghanistan. Et je suis convaincu que les autocrates du monde entier ont le regard tourné sur ce qui se passe présentement en Ukraine. La démocratie est sous examen. Elle est testée. La Russie teste la solidarité, la détermination des États démocratiques. Je ne veux pas faire de comparaison inappropriée, Madame la Présidente, mais en Europe, il y a de cela quelques décennies, un autre autocrate a testé la détermination, la volonté des démocraties et il l'a payé de sa vie.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon estimé collègue de Montarville. C'est toujours un plaisir de l'écouter. Il a mentionné dans son discours le fait qu'il a été un peu surpris de la réponse internationale, du fait qu'elle a été très rapide. Et aujourd'hui même, quelque chose de surprenant s'est encore produit. La Suisse est sortie de centaines d'années de sacro-sainte neutralité. Et je me demande s'il partage mon impression, l'effet que ça aussi, ça marque un peu un point tournant dans la façon dont l'Occident est en train de gérer ce conflit-là.
Le député de Montarville.
Une fois, Madame la Présidente, ma collègue a tout à fait raison. Il y a quelque chose d'un peu spectaculaire que de voir la Suisse, dont la neutralité était une valeur cardinale, dont la neutralité a toujours été une valeur cardinale, s'aligner, prendre position dans un conflit et décider d'imposer les mêmes sanctions que les autres États démocratiques. Parce que tout neutre que la Suisse puisse-t-elle être, il s'agit d'une démocratie. Et moi, je suis convaincu que les autorités suisses ont bien compris ce que je viens d'évoquer tout à l'heure, que ce qui se passe présentement est un défi lancé à l'ensemble des démocraties de la planète. Et la Suisse s'est sentie interpellée par ce défi lancé par la Russie. Et la Suisse a donc pris le parti des démocraties en condamnant l'agression russe contre l'Ukraine.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to work with my colleague on the Foreign Affairs Committee and in the previous Parliament to work on the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations. There's been a lot of discussion about the role of misinformation and in particular concerns about RT. And I think it's important to note that some of the content we heard in the last Parliament is that there are various so-called media outlets that are state-backed coming out of Russia, but also coming out of China that push misinformation, and also sometimes that feature atrocities as part of their programming. That you have instances, for instance, of forced confessions, human rights abuses that are happening in the context of TV production, and yet those are licensed to operate in Canada. So I wonder if the member could comment on the need to, yes, as many members have said, address the issue of RT, but also to look across the board at state-backed misinformation, propaganda that's coming into Canada, and whether or not those entities should have privileged access to our airways. Of course, they still exist on the internet, but in my view, they shouldn't have the privilege of broadcasting licenses of access to our airwaves.
Député de Montarville.
Madame la Présidente, je parlais de valeurs cardinales tout à l'heure. Et l'une des valeurs cardinales en démocratie, c'est la liberté d'expression, la liberté de presse. Donc, il faut toujours être extrêmement précautionneux, excusez-moi le néologisme, il faut toujours faire très attention lorsqu'on décide de paramétrer, d'encadrer, de limiter la liberté d'expression et la liberté de presse. Mais comme l'ont statué les tribunaux depuis un certain nombre de décennies, Madame la Présidente, arrive un moment où il y a des limites raisonnables à imposer. Et lorsqu'on sait qu'on fait affaire à des opérations de propagande, il faut intervenir. Et bien, comme je le disais, Madame la Présidente, et je conclue là-dessus, comme je le disais, les principales victimes de cette propagande, de cette désinformation, ne sont pas tant les Canadiens, les Français, les Britanniques, ce sont les Russes eux-mêmes. Et il faut essayer de faire en sorte de faire passer l'information sur ce qui se produit véritablement en Ukraine présentement, de telle sorte que les Russes voient à quel point ils ont à leur tête un gouvernement inique et tout à fait antidémocratique.
Je vais allouer une petite question, l'honorable député de Saanich-Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Et mon collègue du Bloc québécois a une question très courte. Est-ce qu'il est d'accord avec moi que maintenant nous avons une guerre mondiale contre les dictateurs et les vraies démocraties à cause de l'effort comme la désinformation, comme mon collègue de Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan a dit encore.
Réponse, l'honorable député de Montarville.
Tout à fait d'accord avec ma collègue, Madame la Présidente. Je l'évoquais dans mon intervention. C'est à travers l'Ukraine et la Russie, ce sont deux philosophies, deux visions du monde qui s'affrontent et nous devons faire prévaloir celle qui met au premier chef les droits des gens, les droits des peuples. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Surrey Centre. It's a true honour for me to stand in this House this evening to take part in this important discussion and debate that we're having on Ukraine, on Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine. I want to start by thanking my colleague from Etobicoke Centre and all other members of this House for making sure that we had the space and time to have this important discussion. At a time when Canada is going through so much, our ongoing fight against COVID, the unpredictability, the uncertainty, and so much change that's happening in the world today, despite all of this, this unprovoked attack on Ukraine is very much top of mind for Canadians, and it's most certainly top of mind for the residents of my riding of Davenport. I firmly stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine and with its legitimate democratically elected government and parliament, not just because I'm a proud Ukrainian Canadian, but also because I too join all Canadians in condemning in the most unequivocal manner the unprovoked, the unjust, and the illegal attack by Russia on Ukraine. Two images stand out for me. The first image is President Zelensky standing his ground, not leaving Kyiv and saying, I am staying. We're fighting for our freedom, our democracy, and our country. And the images of Ukrainians, not just the soldiers, but citizens, everyday citizens who've decided to stay and use whatever's at their disposal to fight the Russians. Molotov cocktails, taking up arms, whatever's at their disposal. Their bravery is inspiring. The second image for me is this big country, Russia, a global military power, attacking a smaller nation, unprovoked. And the world has taken notice because all of a sudden we all feel threatened because if we do not stop this illegal and unconscionable attack on Ukraine, who is to stand up for us should this happen to us? This illegal invasion is against international law and against Article 2 of the UN Charter, which says that there's no nation that is less sovereign, less equal than any other nation, and that no nation has a right to violate the integrity of another nation. Canada's UN ambassador reminded us in a speech at the UN a few days ago that the Soviet Union was actually present at the drafting of the UN Charter after World War II, and they are now in breach of the rules that they helped craft, that they have promised to follow. They know what the Charter says. They have chosen to breach it. I am so proud of Canada stepping up to do its part. We've stepped up to do our part, not only working closely with our allies, working in conjunction with them and taking action with primarily our NATO allies, but we're also taking action independently and stepping up to do our own part. We are taking action in terms of economic support, in terms of providing defensive weapons, lethal and non-lethal weapons, supplies, sanctions. On the immigration front, we are fast-tracking the applications for Ukrainian refugees. We're banning crude oil imports from Russia, and the list goes on, and we will not stop until this attack on Ukraine stops. Yesterday, I've attended, Madam Speaker, thousands of rallies in my life, but one of the best ones I attended was yesterday. It was not only well organized, but it was beautiful. We can all say the words, "We are Ukrainian," but yesterday I really felt it, and I really believe that the 30,000 people in the center of Toronto really felt it too. We had leaders from Jamaica stand up on stage and say, "Jamaica is Ukrainian today." We had Hong Kong Chinese stand up and says, "We are Ukrainian today." I saw members from the Portuguese and the Brazilian community there as well, and they were there to show their solidarity. Every single culture, nation we had here in Canada was standing up for Ukrainians yesterday. The event ended with the Ukrainian Canadian Congress telling us to look up. There was a drone that was taking photos above us because they said that the photos were going to be sent back to Ukraine to show all Ukrainians how Canada was there supporting them, thinking of them, praying for them. And I hope they did see our photos and felt our love and support and our hope for a peaceful end soon, because we want them to be victorious. And most of all, we want peace for the Ukrainians, who are part of a world that has seen too much bloodshed for too many years. And I do hope that we find a way to get to a peaceful end. I hope with all my heart that there is a way for Putin to stand down. Our Canadian UN ambassador indicated a few days ago that it's never too late to stop, to dialogue, and to negotiate, that we are prepared to find a way to peace, to prosperity and progress for all peoples living in the region. I'm going to end by quoting Taras Shevchenko.
We'll have to do that through questions and comments. I do apologize. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brandon Sirs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to congratulate my colleague for her excellent speech, and I'll give her a couple of minutes to finish her speech.
Member for Davenport.
Oh, thank you, Madam, and I want to thank the honourable member for allowing me to do that. I want to end by quoting Taras Shevchenko. For those that don't know, he's a Ukrainian Kobzar, or the Bard of Ukraine, and he talked a lot about Ukrainian independence. He said, "Love your dear Ukraine, adore her. Love her in fierce times, in the last dread hour of struggle. Feverly beseech God for her. Fight on, and you will prevail. God helps you in your fight. For fame and freedom march with you, and right is on your side." Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. It was a very moving speech, and I think we all feel it. It's one thing that it is important to note, that everyone in this House stand with Ukraine and with Ukrainians in our communities and abroad. Now, I know that this is something that is really important for a lot of people. Ukrainians don't require visa to travel to 114 countries, including most of Europe, and Ireland just also announced that recently as well. The NDP has been calling for this since 2018. Why is the government so reluctant to provide visa-free travel to Ukrainians?
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her support, her kind comments, and her pushing for a visa. I think that our Minister of Immigration was very clear today. I think all of our ministers on the government side have been very clear. All options continue to be on the table. I believe that we are looking at the visa. I also, too, hope in the coming days it is something that we are considering, and so I have great hope that we'll have some good news in the days to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? I'm sorry, I can't see without the mask. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga. Okay, perfect.
Forgot about that. Sorry, Madam Speaker. You know, my colleague mentioned a massive rally in Toronto, and in smaller communities, we had smaller rallies, but with no less passion. And in Kitchener, I attended a rally at Victoria Park, and we had members of the Ukrainian community, as well as from our smaller communities, members from the Mennonite community standing in solidarity. Can the member, my colleague, explain the importance of people in Ukraine seeing communities all around the world coming together in solidarity to show that support?
Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his great question. I think that, you know, I think that so many people come to this country because they are fleeing conflict, and they are fleeing injustice, and they are fleeing autocratic governments. And I think that coming to Canada, we very much value and appreciate our democracy and our freedom and our parliament. And I think that it is something that we all value, and I think that we have seen that in rallies, whether it's in small towns and cities or whether we have seen it in big cities across this nation, and I would say around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich-Golf-Highlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot of proposals have been put forward on top of the very good actions the government has already taken. One that I think came up earlier today is that the Canadian pension funds are invested in Russian operations. We'd have to amend the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board Act. Would the honourable member agree with me we should do so, and quickly, to divest of Russian investments?
The honourable member for Davenport.
You know, Madam Speaker, I'm reluctant to sort of provide advice to our pension fund about what to divest or not divest. I will say to you, I'm very proud of not only how the government has taken action, but also Canadians right across this country. That includes businesses, small, medium, and large. I think everybody has stepped up to say, what is it that we can do? I would encourage everybody to continue to do so. What more can we do? How more can we support Ukraine? How more can we support Ukrainians? And I think that that's something we all should be doing in the coming days and weeks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada's ties with the people of Ukraine have historical roots, since well before Ukraine was a sovereign nation. This is why we were the first Western country to recognize Ukraine's independence just over 30 years ago. Let me begin by saying that I am with Ukraine. Russia's invasion is unlawful, uncalled for, and needs to be stopped. We must do everything we can to stop this unprovoked war. We have developed a strong diplomatic relationship, fueled by a passionate and engaged Ukrainian diaspora of over 1.4 million people. The Ukrainian diaspora and other communities across the country are stepping up to support Ukrainians in need. I'm very proud of the Sikh community in Surrey, who are organizing a radiothon and telethon with the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress to raise funds for Ukraine. Efforts like this are happening all over Canada and bringing people together to support those affected in this time of need. Throughout history, we signed the Joint Declaration on Special Partnership between Canada and Ukraine in 1994, which affirmed our countries' shared interests and desire for international cooperation. In 2014, thousands of Ukrainians stood up for a democratic future during the Revolution of Dignity. Canada supported many of the activists, human rights defenders, and civil society organizations that fought tirelessly for a free and democratic future. And we continue to do so today in response to President Putin's aggressive actions. Canada condemns Russia's unprovoked and unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine in the strongest possible terms. We reject President Putin's attempts to rob Ukraine of its history, identity, democracy, and independence. President Putin's actions are a blatant violation of international law, including the UN Charter, and they threaten our shared security. President Putin has no interest in resolving the crisis peacefully. Instead, he is putting millions of innocent lives at risk and causing a humanitarian crisis. In coordination with our allies and partners, Canada has implemented immediate and hard-hitting sanctions that target President Putin himself and Russia's leadership. Key individuals in President Putin's inner circle, key Russian banks and financial institutions, as well as export control and sovereign debt restrictions. By hitting at the heart of Russia's financial sector, we're suffocating the Russian regime's ability to fund this war. To support Ukraine's defensive capabilities, Canada recently announced more than $7 million in lethal equipment and support items to the Ukrainian armed forces. This is in addition to the previously announced non-lethal equipment. On February 27th, the government announced that Canada will send an additional $25 million worth of protective equipment to Ukraine to support the Ukrainian armed forces. Since 2015, we have been helping to enhance the capacity of Ukraine's armed forces through our non-lethal military training and capacity building mission, Operation Unifier, and we were pleased to announce the extension and expansion of this mission to March 2025. Further, we also backstopped Ukraine's resilience to Russian aggression through offers of financial assistance. This will help support Ukraine's economic stability. We also announced an additional $35 million in development assistance that will help coordinate and scale up support for services for those affected by the conflict, particularly women and marginalized groups. Furthermore, we are continuing to provide over $10 million per year in peace and security programming, including support to Ukraine's defense and broader security sector, advancing the women, peace and security agenda, and countering disinformation. In order to meet the needs of those affected by the conflict, we responded rapidly by providing an initial $15 million in humanitarian assistance, which has been allocated and dispersed to experienced human rights partners in Ukraine who are ready to respond flexibly to the situation as it evolves. This early response is now being complemented by the launch of a matching fund, and I'm sure my colleague, the Minister of International Development, will speak more on how Canada reaffirms our unwavering commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We will continue to stand with the government and people of Ukraine as we have for the past 3 decades of diplomatic relationships. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2014, after Putin invaded Crimea, Russia was expelled from the G8. Should Canada seek Russia's removal from the G20 and possibly the OSCE? What is the member's view of that?
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you. That's a good question. I think all cards are on the table. As you've seen, our government, this government has put the severe sanctions and any tool in the tool chest that we can to persuade or to dissuade President Putin from his invasion into the Ukraine is on the tables, and I think many other G7 and G20 countries will be looking at that, and as the OSCE as well.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
member.
C'est-tu Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, c'est-tu bien ça?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Écoutez, je salue mon collègue de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, qui peut-être nous regarde en ce moment. Je veux également féliciter le collègue de Sur-et-Centre pour son discours. Madame la Présidente, le collègue aujourd'hui a déposé une motion visant à accroître les voies pour l'immigration, pour les résidences, donc les temporaires, ou encore les étudiants internationaux. Présentement, Madame la Présidente, il y a des milliers, voire des millions de gens qui vont devoir s'enfuir du désastre, d'une guerre. Quelle est, selon mon collègue, ses propositions sur le fait de retirer les visas concernant les gens qui doivent, bien sûr, évidemment, fuir la guerre?
Thank you to my colleague, and thank you for addressing my private member's bill earlier, and hopefully you'll support that motion. I'm very open. I think if our government can work out the semantics of Ukraine visas, I think this country in times of need has demonstrated that whether it's Syrians, whether it's any community as Miley's in the past, fleeing from Eastern Africa, any people that are in need of refuge and in need of a place to stay when times of need, we're open to that. I'd be very supportive of our government to relax conditions so that Ukrainians that need to flee should be able to leave.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the comments around doing everything they can, and certainly the travel visas and release of visas is very important to the community of Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belterra. Many families there are very anxious and awaiting the release of that visa qualification. I wanted to talk a little bit about another thing that the people in my community are concerned about, and that is the airing of RT Russia Today on the Canadian broadcast system. And I just wonder if the member agrees that although some of the suppliers are removing that from their airwaves, if the CRTC should take the steps to say that no more RT TV being aired in Canada.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you. I think that's a good question, and actually that issue came up earlier today. Was speaking to some colleagues from the opposite side. I think CRTC is a government can't tell them who to remove, but I think there can be direction, just like many of the publishers or broadcasters have removed them from there. I think a direction can be made and some instructions on what type of propaganda television should not be allowed in Canada, and based on that policy, I'm hoping that CRTC will be able to remove such channels.
Time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires? Brief question? No? Oh, the honourable member for, is it the Etobicoke Centre?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to thank the member for his remarks and for his advocacy. He mentioned during his remarks that the Sikh community was working with the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress and the Canada-Ukraine Foundation to raise money for humanitarian needs. I wonder if he could tell us about the important work that they're doing there to help the Ukrainian people.
A brief answer from the member for Surrey Centre.
Sure. Thank you to the member from Etobicoke Centre. Yes, I was very happy to hear members of the Sikh community led by Dr. Gulzar Chima, a philanthropist and fundraiser for the community, stepped up and has spoken with several TV stations as well as radio stations to do a cross-Canada telethon and radiothon to raise funds to help those that are in a time like this in need, and to give any financial and support that we can. I'm very proud of the community in Surrey and also across the country who are helping their brothers and sisters in a time of need.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. So I rise today on a very serious issue, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We know that Russia's attack is the most serious threat to the rules-based international order since the Second World War. Since 1945, Madam Speaker, we have not faced something like this. And it really threatens the longest period of relative peace and prosperity in modern history, and as a consequence, of course, threatens the security that Canada depends. And I think all Canadians have seen in the last number of weeks or days, actually, the horrific footage on the ground from Ukraine. We know that there's 1 million Canadians that share direct routes to Ukraine. They have millions of loved ones and friends and family that are on the ground witnessing these horrors. The casualties are mounting, and it is a growing concern for all Canadians. I too actually share heritage from that area of the world dating back 5 generations, so this hits very close to home. And just a few days ago, actually, I saw an image that just hit me like a ton of bricks. It was a young woman about my age. She's an opposition member of parliament, much like me, in the Ukrainian parliament. And she's a new MP as well. And I saw a photo of her that she posted where she was holding a firearm. And she explained that just a few days ago, in essence, she was a normal legislator, just going about her job, much like me. And then within days, she's learning how to use firearms to defend her nation's security, to defend her people. And so to see someone that I relate to on so many levels showing that kind of courage, you know, it kind of makes you emotional. It hits really close to home. I hope that if I'm ever faced with that kind of horror, that I have half the courage that MP Kira Rudek, that's her name, from Ukraine, and the people of Ukraine have shown in the last couple of days. The resolve they've shown, the determination to protect their country and their sovereignty. It's one of the most incredible things I think I'll ever witness in my time in Parliament. So I applaud them for their bravery and their courage, Madam Speaker. And, you know, actually I'll conclude about Kira with something she said recently. She said, "We will now have a generation of children who will know what war is." If that doesn't hit close to home, Madam Speaker, I don't know what does. And the Conservatives, we very much appreciate the efforts from the Liberal government in recent days. We do wish that they would have equipped Ukraine with military tools far sooner, but we're very happy to see the efforts they're taking now. And we have a number of things that we've proposed that could be taken immediately to support Ukraine, and also things that we need to seriously be talking about in this House and across the country to ensure not only the sovereignty of Ukraine and of Europe, but also Canada here at home. And so in the immediate term, we've called on the government to declare the ambassador to Canada from Russia persona non grata. So it's time to kick him out of Canada, Madam Speaker. And it's time to recall our ambassador from Russia. That's something we can do immediately. That's something we can do today. We've also asked the government to ensure they are banning all Russian propaganda from our airways. And I do believe that this is starting to happen as well. That's great to see, but it needs to happen quicker. And again, needs to happen now. There's no place for Russian propaganda on Canadian airways. We also need to, you know, with Russia's actions, they have no right to be on international organizations like the G20, for example, or the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. It's time to kick them off that. They don't have no right to be on those international organizations, Madam Speaker. And also, to support the Ukrainian people immediately, we can see the government implement a visa-free travel regime so we can bring Ukrainians to safety as soon as possible. I have many constituents in my riding who have family there. We need to bring them to safety. And then the last two things, and I hope to continue some of this in my question and answer period, but we've proposed that the government must take very seriously and bring forward a plan to focus on Arctic sovereignty and security. Remember, we share a very, very long Arctic border with Russia. We are one of the largest land masses in the world, and most of it is the Arctic. Russia has 40 nuclear-powered icebreakers that are equipped with torpedoes. Do you want to know how many Canada has, Madam Speaker? 0. We have 0. There are serious investments that need to be made, and I'll look forward to concluding my remarks in the question period. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank you to the member for her speech. One of the issues that I'm very cognizant of is, of course, the variety of measures that the Canadian government needs to put in place to support Ukrainians. And with respect to immigration, the government has announced that some effort is being made. However, we also just learned that the government is not putting additional resources to support that work within IRCC. If we don't put additional additional resources into it, I fear that the backlog within IRCC in other streams will just escalate as we have seen. So what is the members' thoughts with respect to the government needing to put additional resources to support immigration measures to support the people of Ukraine?
Member for Kildown and St. Paul.
I thank the member for the question. We work together in Immigration Committee, and I very much support seeing the government put more resources into ensuring we have a visa-free regime, that we can bring Ukrainians to Canada, be reunited with their family, to be reunited with Canadians, to bring them to safety. That's something we can move forward with immediately. The government has the resources. They can put that in place in the coming days. Another thing that we can do to support Ukraine and all of Europe is to ensure our pipeline capacity takes Canadian gas to Tidewater, so we can offset Europeans' dependence on Russia for gas. They depend 40% of European gas is dependent on Russia right now. So what does that do to countries in Europe that are looking to support Ukraine? Well, they're in a vice grip from Russia because of the energy that they provide those European countries. So we can easily offset that by getting our resources to Tidewater and supporting the security of energy to our European allies, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Dundas. Oh, sorry, I'm going to blow it here. The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, yes.
Not a problem, Madam Speaker. It's a long riding title. I don't blame you. Thank you for recognizing me to my colleague for her speech. Well done as always. And she was referencing in her previous intervention there, talking about the economic pressures that we can put on Ukraine. We've seen that from the global community the last couple of days, and I believe in the coming days we're going to see even more pressure and more success through that. I'd just like my colleague to take the opportunity to talk about some of the economic measures been done to date, but elaborate further of where Russia for years has used their energy sector as a war machine, funding their war machine. How can we stop that? How can we send a message and set that precedence that we're not going to accept it in the global community?
Member for Kildown and St. Paul.
I'd like to thank the member for the question. Thank you very much. Well, one of the things we can do immediately is move to remove Russia from the G20, from other international organizations that they have no place, having violated the international order. They have no place on those international bodies. Again, I mentioned that we can expand our pipeline capacity to ensure we're offsetting the European dependence on Russian gas. We have gas. If only we can get it to Tidewater to get it to Europe. This is something that we should be hearing today from this government that they're silent on, as far as I'm aware. I'd like to hear more from them on that. But another thing that I'd really like to bring into this is that recently, Russia really, as we know, is a nuclear superpower, and it recently has raised the level of its own level of nuclear readiness, pardon me. So it is critical that we hold President Putin and the Russian government accountable for this gross violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. But also at the same time, we need to ensure we are avoiding at all costs any escalation or accident between nuclear superpowers. That is paramount, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and to my honourable colleague, I'm going to leave aside the wisdom of wanting to send natural gas or any other fossil fuels to Europe, but ask if, on reflection, anything can be done quickly, given that with all the supports in the world, the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which was originally booked for a $4.5 billion cost, is now estimated to be a $21.4 billion cost and will be years behind schedule. It's not a viable solution, is it? I ask the honourable member through you, Madam Speaker.
Answer from the member for Kildown and St. Paul.
You know what I think is not viable is having Europe dependent on Russian gas. Having our country's own sovereignty and security at the whim of 40 nuclear-powered, weaponized icebreakers. I don't really care about the cost. We need to ensure that security of Canada is first and foremost the priority of this federal government, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Henley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today with all members of this House to join in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. This unwarranted attack on a free and democratic country highlights how our security is inextricably tied to that of Europe. NATO and its allies understand the danger of a belligerent Russia that seeks to redraw the international borders of Europe by force. Might cannot make right, Madam Speaker. Those dictatorial thugs who think they can take other countries by force now know the price they will pay. Canada must strengthen our own defenses and renew our commitment to the NATO alliance. Madam Speaker, let us take pause and note the extraordinary courage of the Ukrainian people. They've galvanized the spirit of the entire world. They will never give up, and we will always be with them. Defying the expectations of its collapse, Ukraine has kept going. They've kept on fighting as we speak here at this very moment. History has found the Ukrainian president, and his courage is remarkable to witness. President Zelensky has been subjected to the most intense stress test of character. Putin, in his hubris, has made a tremendous error. Never underestimate the strength and courage of those that fight for freedom over tyranny. Never underestimate the will of the free world to defend those who fight for freedom. And never assume that your own citizens will support a leader that would rain such terror on their Ukrainian brothers and sisters. This is a conflict entirely of Putin's own making, and every drop of blood is on his hands. Now it is clear he craves war and fears freedom and democracy. Putin thought that in seeking an invasion, NATO would just hand over Ukraine. Yet even in that scenario, Madam Speaker, all they could have gotten was internal chaos and civil strife. Madam Speaker, I support our leader's call to expel the Russian ambassador. The ambassador should be expelled right now, and this government should recall our country's envoy in Moscow. Our leader is also correct that Russia today needs to be taken off the airwaves. Foreign, state-controlled broadcasters have no business spreading their misinformation in Canada, and I commend Rogers and Bell for making the decision to remove them. Parliamentarians cannot ignore what is literally and figuratively fueling Putin's power: oil and gas. We can't ignore that, Madam Speaker. The Liberal government has failed to recognize that Canadian oil and gas is vital to Canadian and European security. We need to get new pipelines built to Tidewater to displace Russian natural gas. Russia supplies 40% of Europe's natural gas. If supplies are cut, people won't be able to heat their homes, industry will shutter, and Europe's GDP will plummet. In buying Russian oil and gas, Europe has been filling Putin's coffers, paying him the money he needed to build up this brutal army that he's now using to savage his neighbor. No more, I say, Madam Speaker. No more can Putin impose tyranny and expect to enjoy the economic spoils of the free and democratic world. No more can a leader who has behaved as irrationally as Putin has have that much power over its neighboring states. No more will we idly stand by. Canada is the world's 5th largest producer of natural gas, but we can't export gas to Europe to assist European democracies because we can't get pipelines built. This Liberal government must get serious and realize our energy sector is not only vital to our economy, but vital to our security and the world's security. Moreover, Conservatives are calling on this government to step up for freedom and democracy by allowing visa-free travel from Ukraine to Canada. Madam Speaker, our red lines must be clear. NATO must stand fast. Article 5 must be sacrosanct. Madam Speaker, I'd like to close with the words of President Kennedy as he addressed the nation on October 22nd, 1962. He said, "My fellow citizens, let no one doubt that this is a difficult and dangerous effort on which we have set out, but the greatest danger of all would be to do nothing. The cost of freedom is always high, but Americans have always paid it. Our goal is not the victory of might, but the vindication of right, not peace at the expense of freedom, but both peace and freedom here in this hemisphere, and we hope around the world, God willing, that goal will be achieved." Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Montarville.
Madame la Présidente, en 1994, l'Ukraine, entre autres, a accepté, dans ce qu'on a appelé le mémorandum de Budapest, de se départir de ses armes nucléaires. 3 puissances étaient garantes de ce mémorandum. On parle des États-Unis, de la Russie et du Royaume-Uni. Alors que le Bélarus, entre autres, laisse entendre qu'il pourrait se doter de nouveau de l'arme nucléaire en contravention du mémorandum, mon collègue serait-il d'accord pour dire que la Russie, d'une part, contrevient aux dispositions du mémorandum à travers son action présente et que les États-Unis et le Royaume-Uni ont une responsabilité à l'égard de l'Ukraine en vertu du mémorandum de Budapest qui stipulait, qu'il fallait respecter l'indépendance et la souveraineté ukrainienne dans ses frontières, 2, s'abstenir de toute menace ou usage de la force contre l'Ukraine.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley.
Let me be perfectly clear, Madam Speaker. Mr. Putin's word is not worth the paper it is written on. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Brandon Sears.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just wanted to congratulate my colleague on his excellent speech this evening, and I've talked to or asked other members of the House tonight about the issue of Canadian sovereignty in our Arctic, and I know that my colleague coming from Winnipeg has a heart and soul in that with the research that we have in the University of Manitoba. I wonder if he could just elaborate on the fact that we are a neighbour to Russia and what we can do to defend ourselves in that area.
And the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question because I think what we've all recognized here today is that we have woken up to the tyranny of Putin's Russia. And that affects the entire world, and Canada is not immune to that. We share a border with Russia. Mr. Putin just the other day spoke about raising his nuclear arsenal's alert. We have to wake up to the reality of Putin's Russia and do whatever we can to protect ourselves, protect all Canadians, including protecting the sovereignty of our Arctic.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the honourable colleague from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley, it's kind of a personal reflection from other contexts that hasn't been mentioned tonight, that I find it so extraordinary that President Zelensky is also a Jewish leader in a country that has been known in the past for anti-Semitism. And I wonder if the honourable colleague would have any reflections on that.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley.
Well, again, I think President Zelensky has shown us all what true leadership is, Madam Speaker. And I think we have to give him all the support that we can and wish him well in his endeavors to protect his country. And I would only hope that if Canada ever faced a similar situation, that our Prime Minister would act in the same vein. Thank you.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Tobicoke Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his remarks, and really say that I'm grateful for the support and that many of the members on the official opposition have shown for the steps that the government has taken. A lot of unity has been shown, and I think that's really important at this time. I just wanted to ask, a lot of the measures that Canada and other countries have instituted have been around providing Ukraine with military support, like the announcement that was made today around the weapons, but also economic sanctions in a variety of forms. And I'm wondering if he could speak to whether he agrees with those measures and what, if any, impact he thinks those measures are having to help Ukraine.
The honourable for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley, a brief answer, please.
Well, Madam Speaker, I have to say in my brief time here, I was elected in 2019, I've never seen the House come together in such a way, and it's really wonderful to see. And I think we work together. I sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee. We've been working together as a team to promote sanctions, Magnitsky sanctions, sanctions under the SEMA legislation, and the whole world has come together to work in lockstep to do the same thing, because we recognize that this is a fight of freedom over tyranny, and it's a line that simply cannot be crossed.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll start off by just mentioning that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said this evening with respect to the various different measures that Canada has put in place to help Ukraine and indeed come together with the world in terms of our response to the outrageous aggression that's coming from Russia right now, and in particular Putin. I think it's very important to put on the record, at least from my perspective, I don't believe that the Russian people are bad. I just think that Vladimir Putin is a monster. You know, we've talked about the various different things that have been put in place, whether it's sanctions, whether it's money that's flowed to Ukraine, whether it's the different personnel that's been sent over as part of Operation Reassurance. What we know from, you know, the history over the last decade or so of Canada's involvement is that there's been an opportunity to really help Ukrainian people prepare for what has unfortunately come. You know, what I really want to talk about in the short amount of time that I have, Madam Speaker, is the incredible resolve that we've seen come from Ukrainian people. The member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman talked in his speech about the manner in which Ukrainian people were responding to what's going on. And he compared that to the manner in which we are witnessing Russian troops engage in. You know, the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman specifically said, when you are under a dictatorship and you're being told what to do, you're never going to have the same resolve as those that are fighting for something that they believe in and that they so passionately are chasing after. It reminds me of when I was on the Defense Committee and I traveled to Ukraine as part of a study that we were doing on Operations Unifier and Reassurance. The member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman was there as well, and he would remember that at one point we went to meet with the new police chief of Kyiv. We met him in the center of town, and he couldn't have been more than 35, 37 years old. And it was remarkable to listen to this young individual talk about the future of Ukraine. And indeed, what we know is that going back to 2014 and the revolution that took place, it was led by future generations. It was led by the youth. It was a youth movement that changed the course of Ukraine back in 2014. And what we saw, what we heard from this police chief, this young police chief, is he basically told us, he said, you know, things were done differently in the past. Remnants of the former Soviet Union still existed in Ukraine, and they literally had to fire almost every police officer who was over the age of 40 just because they did things differently. And that's not the future that the younger generations wanted. They knew what they were going for, they knew how to chase after it, and they knew what had to be done. You know, if you want to talk about the resolve of the Ukrainian people versus the resolve of those that are under a dictatorship, look no further than the former president, one of the former presidents of Ukraine. It was Yanukovych, who was president during the uprising. And what did he do? He fled the country as a result of a youth revolution. He literally got up and left because of what was going on. And you compare that to the president of Ukraine today, Zelensky, he won't go anywhere. He's steadfast in his commitment to staying with his people and staying in Ukraine to see this through to the end. And you know, if nothing can show the difference of what the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman was talking about in his speech more than just the approach in the two different presidents, one that was basically a puppet of Putin and one that is for the people, it's that. And so I genuinely believe that regardless of what happens, regardless of the wars that are fought today, the battles that might be won or lost today, at the end of the day, Ukrainian people are going to get what they want. They're going to get this freedom because they've been fighting for it for a long time. They have the resolve to see this through to the end, and it is clear that they will win their freedoms at the end of the day, regardless of these temporary impositions that Putin is putting in the way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then comments, the Honourable Member for Kildone and St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for a very civil discourse tonight. It's really great to see. I think this was probably the most civil I've seen any debate in the House in my few years as a parliamentarian, so I thank him for those efforts. I would like to ask the member what his thoughts are on European dependence on Russia for gas. What does he feel the impact of that is on Europeans and their ability to support Ukraine? And does he feel that Canada has a role to provide energy resources to Europe?
The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think that the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands answered this very well through her question, which basically indicated that even if Canada was to try to take on that role, it would be a long time in the making. It's not something that's going to be able to correct and help immediately. Should we ensure that dependence on a nation like Russia, in particular for Europe, should we be doing what we can to assist in ensuring that that doesn't happen? Yeah, absolutely. But we can also do what we're doing now, which is putting in tough sanctions on Russia to make sure that they are crippled, to make sure that Putin is crippled to the point where he is unable to do anything globally. We know that our economy is so dependent on the global movement and interchanging of goods and services throughout the globe. If we can bring him to his knees in this regard, we certainly will be doing the world a favor and, in my opinion, helping Europe as well.
Questions and comments? The honourable for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Kingston and the Islands for his speech. And, you know, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, here in Canada we have the largest Ukrainian population in the world outside of Ukraine. 141 countries in the world offer Ukrainians visa-free travel, yet Canada does not. And at this time especially, is there any way that the government can, at least temporarily, give Ukrainians the right to visa-free travel so that they can get here as safely and quickly as possible?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Two things very quickly, Madam Speaker. The first is that we certainly have put in place, and I'm sure that the member is aware of it, various different measures for those that are already here to make sure that their stays are extended, whether it's a student visa or people that are traveling, to ensure that they don't have to go back to Ukraine right now. But to the point that this member and others have been bringing up today about visas, you know, I haven't given it much thought yet. Personally, when I think about it, I think, yeah, you know, that makes a lot of sense. I also know that, you know, these decisions are made by weighing a whole host of different variables. I haven't heard the other side of it, but I certainly think that the question that's being asked is a good one because it warrants discussion. And if it's one way that we can assist and it proves to be in a safe and effective way, then I personally would not have anything against it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I echo the comments of the honourable member for Kildone and St. Paul's. It is certainly a wonderful thing when we can come together and unify around common cause, which is to defend the people of Ukraine against an aggressor that I don't think is a nation of Russia. It increasingly seems to be its leader, who is unconcerned with the fate of his own people as well as the people of Ukraine. I asked the honourable colleague if he has any thoughts on how we can reach out to the people of Russia who are bravely standing up in peace marches to encourage them to fight against Putin.
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you for that question to the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands. And it certainly is encouraging to see people that are standing up and going out and protesting in a country that we know things can happen to those that are very loud and vocal about their opinions, yet they're still doing it. So I think that is even all the more inspirational about it. What can we be doing? I think we can be giving them the tools to make sure that their voices are heard. I think that we can be communicating through the various different technologies that we have today to make sure that the right information is getting forward. When President Zelensky specifically spoke to the Russian people in Russian, I think that was incredible, but we know that's not going to be played on RT, Russia Today. We need to make sure that we're doing our part to get messages like that in front of the Russian people because they are being suppressed, and the manner in which that they're being push down is this exact same thing that Putin wants to do to Ukrainians. So whatever we can do to make sure that that gets through, we should be doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise tonight in this debate of historical importance because the world has changed, and I know that's an overused phrase, but we're not in the same place we were in a week ago, because Vladimir Putin is even threatening the use of nuclear weapons after an illegal, appalling, aggressive assault on a democracy that didn't threaten him. One can look back and say, what should we have done at different points in the history of the relationship with what is the former Soviet Union and the West? When the Soviet Union fell, I remember wishing that we had launched, that we would, in that moment, wishing, where's the Marshall Plan? What are we going to do for the former states that were once the USSR, Russia and its neighbors? Clearly they need help. We didn't offer it. We were in a triumphal mood of Western capitalist hegemony, and we just abandoned the people of Russia. We essentially abandoned them to organized crime. Capitalism, maybe, democracy, not much, but a lot of kleptocracy, of natural resources, and the people of Russia had reduced life expectancy in this time, and still to this day. Their quality of life, having gotten rid of the USSR, went down. That should never have happened. We should have been thinking, we should have been, and some of us were, wishing for the peace dividend. We'd been waiting for the peace dividend, that when we'd stop putting so much money in budgets in the United States and all around the world into a military-industrial complex. We don't need it anymore. There is no more USSR. But no, we found other enemies. We decided we didn't need a peace dividend. We kept investing in war. And we missed the chance. This is probably the biggest chance we missed, because Mikhail Gorbachev and Ronald Reagan started down the path of nuclear disarmament, global nuclear disarmament. And here we stand as Canada. We have a treaty to abolish nuclear weapons, and Canada isn't even a signatory. We need to pay attention to this, but we thought that nuclear weapons were in our rearview mirror. They're not. They're in stockpiles, and they're in missiles. And we need to pay attention again to the threat of nuclear war. In tonight's debate, which has been mostly very much on the same themes, I need to address there has been more than occasional misplaced notions that now we need to build more pipelines, that Europe needs more fossil fuels. But if we look at what the leaders in Europe and even in Ukraine are saying, we do not hear these calls. In fact, the Energy Commissioner for the European Union, Kadri Simpson, said this: the crisis in Russia means that we have to, quote, boost renewable energies and energy efficiency as fast as technologically possible. What does Germany say? Well, Germany just axed their biggest carbon project with Russia. Nord Stream 2 pipeline has been canceled. And what does the economy and climate minister, who happens to be Green Party co-leader Robert Habeck, say in Schulz's government? Now is the time to accelerate and shift to renewables. It's being a petrostate and having dictators of petrostates that makes the world less safe. Some of the big oil companies are even saying they have to get out of Russia. Shell and BP have pulled their projects out of Russia, but look at Exxon, it's still in there. Let's ask Exxon in every way we can why it's still invested in Russian oil and gas. And the French company, Total in Energies, still invested in Russia. But the most compelling information about what should we do about fossil fuels in this crisis is to listen to the head of the IPCC Ukraine delegate, the scientist, Dr. Svetlana Krakowska, who said this, quote, human-induced climate change, and she said this while bombs were falling near Kyiv. She said, human-induced climate change and the war on Ukraine have the same roots: fossil fuels and our dependence on them. We will not surrender in Ukraine, and we hope the world will not surrender in building a climate-resilient future, close quotes. I want to thank our Deputy Prime Minister. We are unique in the world that our Deputy Prime Minister happens to be an expert on Russia. She wrote the book, Sale of the Century, about the kleptocracy and organized crime that took over the former USSR. I know that her background, and with the unique honor of being personally banned from Russia by Vladimir Putin, equips her well to lead the fight to get the swift financial resources taken away from Russia. My time is up, Madam Speaker. I look forward to questions.
Questions or commentaires? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for that speech. I knew she was going to be speaking about fossil fuels, but I'm very happy that she brought up nuclear weapons and Canada's inaction in the nuclear ban, treaty ban. But I would just like to give her some more time to talk about, to respond to some of the conservative calls for Canada to export more oil to Europe or gas to Europe, just some of the logistical problems that faces that being even contemplated.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay. If the Ukraine, if Zelensky was saying, Canada, send your oil, I'd have a really hard time saying no. I don't think I could say no to President Zelensky for anything. I am so inspired by him, but that's not what he's saying. It's not what Germany's saying. It's not what the EU is saying. It's what Alberta is saying. And I think taking advantage of a crisis to promote your own product is not a good look.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her intervention here tonight. And I want to build on the comment from the NDP in talking about that. And I mean, the line is the logistical challenge of Canada providing, for example, natural gas to Europe. But the other reality, the logistical challenge we have and that Europe faces is they are reliant on Russian energy at this point. So I think part of the opportunity is when we look at the perspective we have as Canadians of the attention to I think from a human rights perspective, from a global perspective, as what we're seeing here, our record on the environment, our record in the international community stands much better than Russia. So I just like the member from Saanich Gulf Islands to talk about the logistical reality of where Russia, kind of has Europe caught in a bind when it comes to natural gas. Can Canada not play a better role? Thank you.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Some of the commentary that I've been looking up today of the German discussion about what to do now that they're cutting off Russian natural gas is discussions about the fact that natural gas that comes from fracking has the same carbon footprint as coal. So they're actually discussing whether in the short term they should use a bit of coal to bridge till they get to renewables, which is the only reason they were going to use natural gas. Obviously, the propaganda around natural gas has been very effective because I know a lot of people honestly think it's a low carbon fuel. But when you look at the whole upstream fracking and massive releases of methane, it's a climate killer.
L'honorable député Saint-Jean.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est toujours plaisant quand on est en Chambre de voir les différentes positions des partis quand il y a des enjeux un petit peu plus clivants. Puis une des choses qu'on a discuté ce soir, c'est qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec les diplomates qui sont ici, les diplomates russes, est-ce qu'on les expulse ou pas? Et je suis d'accord avec le fait qu'ils ont contribué à la désinformation encore aujourd'hui. Là, on mentionnait que les manifestations qui étaient extrêmement pacifiques mettaient en danger la vie des diplomates. Donc je serais curieuse d'avoir la position de la députée de Saanich Gulf Islands sur
Saanich Gulf Islands on the Russian diplomats.
Merci à ma chère collègue. Je pense que c'est une bonne idée. Le gouvernement dit que toutes les choses sont sur la table. Mais je pense que peut-être il y a les liens de communication. Ça, c'est la seule chose que je pense que peut-être il y a une raison pour laquelle on doit protéger les diplomates de la Russie ici. Peut-être ils sont sympathiques avec la cause de l'Ukraine. Sinon, envoyer tout le monde chez
Definitely. Send them back.
Brief question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given the discussion of what's been going on about oil and Canadian oil and gas and this member's comments about it, I'm wondering if she can give us or give me her perspective on what she thinks is more realistic. That a pipeline that is supposedly now 4 times as much as it was before is going to be built and provide this sustainable carbon-based fuel to Europe, or if there's going to be a transition towards more renewables and electrification? What's more realistic of happening?
Member for Central Violence, a brief answer.
There's what's realistic and what's necessary. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report just today reinforces that we don't have a choice. If humanity wants to survive within a climate that sustains our lives and human civilization, we don't have a choice. We get off fossil fuels as quickly as possible. And for the governments of Europe, they seem to see that this is an opportunity to move faster towards renewables, not to back up into the fossil era.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And tonight, I rise in this place, only months after my arrival in this House, to discuss a matter of utmost importance and true urgency. Albeit I wish this day would never have come. But we all must rise to this occasion. A moment in our history, a moment for unity, and a moment for all of us to stand with Ukraine at this time, in their hour of most need. Prior to moving to Edmonton, I grew up in a small Métis community in Alberta called Fishing Lake. Like many who know that part of our province well, they know that there's largely two groups, many Indigenous, like myself, and Ukrainians, our neighbors, for over 100 years. The Ukrainians are the very same who paint our fields gold each summer, a truly remarkable sight to see. Ukrainian families were some of the very first peoples to settle Treaty 6 territory, and they were here long before even Alberta was a province. A true example of the spirit and intent of treaty. Many of these friendships still endure today. Ukraine has shocked the world with its heroic resistance against Putin's war of aggression. President Zelensky and hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have bravely resisted the Russian attack, even in the face of overwhelming odds. But despite the brave efforts of Ukraine's military, the situation on the ground is dire, especially for the many civilians who are caught in the crossfire. As we speak, Russian artillery and missile attacks are pounding Ukraine's cities, day and night. Kyiv, Ukraine's capital, is under siege. Its 3 million inhabitants have been forced to take shelter in their homes, in Kyiv subways, and in improvised bomb shelters. According to the UN Secretary General, there are credible amounts of residential buildings, other civilian infrastructure, and non-military targets sustaining heavy damage under Russian attack. As he emphasized in his speech today, quote, "This escalating violence is resulting in civilian deaths, including children." The people of Ukraine are no stranger to Russian imperialism. Putin's invasion is the latest in a long line of aggressive and illegal attacks on Ukraine's sovereignty. The escalating tactics that the Russian military are employing against Ukraine's military and civilians alike are in keeping with a long line of atrocities. As Amnesty International Secretary General recently put it, quote, "The history of Russia's military interventions, be it in Ukraine or Syria, or its military campaign at home in Chechnya, is tainted with blatant disregard for international humanitarian law. The Russian military repeatedly flouted the laws of war by failing to protect civilians and even attacking them directly. Russian forces have launched indiscriminate attacks, used banned weapons, and sometimes deliberately targeted civilians and civilian objects, a war crime. While Russia's government and military, and above all its president, deserve our complete condemnation, it is vital that we recognize the Russian people are far from united in this war. Many of them are showing incredible bravery by standing up to Putin and saying no to war. Tens of thousands of ordinary Russians have stood up against this brutal war in the streets of cities across Russia, from St. Petersburg to Vladivostok. Night after night, they have flooded into city squares to call on the government to withdraw their troops from Ukraine and leave its people in peace. These brave protesters have put their freedom and their physical safety on the line to say no to war and no to Putin. The growing number of Russians who are bravely protesting against this authoritarian government understand a fundamental truth about this invasion. This is Putin's war. To stop it, we must act aggressively with sanctions not only against Vladimir Putin himself, but also the wealthy class of oligarchs that support his rule over Russia. I strongly agree with the member from Burnaby South and experts like Bill Browder that the only way to truly deter them is by seizing the wealth they've hoarded from Russian people and stashed abroad in tax havens and luxury real estate. Canada must immediately expand our sanctions to target the assets of Russians ultra-wealthy and act decisively to ban their financial transactions here in Canada and across the globe. We must ensure that Putin's inner circle are not able to hoard their wealth in luxury real estates in Canadian places like Vancouver and Toronto. Even after the invasion of Ukraine, many oligarchs with well-documented ties to Putin's regime are not the subject of Magnitsky sanctions. This must change, and it must change now. But Canada can't stop there. We must do everything in our power to ensure that Ukrainians fleeing this horrific war find a safe haven here in Canada. Even before Putin's invasion, Ukraine was already facing a truly massive refugee crisis. According to the Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine, approximately 1.5 million people were internally displaced after fleeing the conflict in Donbass and from Russian-occupied Crimea. Now, thanks to Russia's invasion, there are millions more refugees who are fleeing Russian airstrikes, missile attacks, and military columns. They need our help, and they need it now. As the proud home to the largest Ukrainian diaspora in the world, Canadians, including my constituents in Edmonton, Griesba, are ready to step up. But the reality is the federal government can do much more as well. Despite years of calls from the Ukrainian community and the NDP, Ukrainians still do not have visa-free access to Canada. This must change. Ensuring that Ukrainians have visa-free access to Canada is truly the bare minimum. But IRCC's response today at the Foreign Affairs Committee on the visa requirements was not encouraging. When asked about the Ukrainian visa requirements, the Director General of Immigration Program Guidance at IRCC said, and I quote, "We're going to continue to look for ways as the situation evolves to make that facilitated, but the Ukrainian visa requirement is not currently under review." This is not acceptable. The Liberal government needs to immediately remove the Ukrainian visa requirement. While Putin was amassing troops in Belarus and on borders of Ukraine, my colleague and member for Edmonton Strathcona and I wrote to the Minister of Immigration urging him to take action to prioritize family reunification and to ensure that Ukrainians are not caught in the years-long IRCC backlog. IRCC has been broken for years, now more than ever. We need a massive investment in human resources and personnel to process the many people who are fleeing wars and seeking safe haven in Canada. While we must act decisively to ensure that Ukrainians find refuge in Canada in the coming days and weeks, we must not also turn our backs on those who have already been fleeing from wars in other regions. In particular, I'm thinking of the people of Afghanistan. This House should not forget that the fall of Kabul took place just over 6 months ago. Afghan people who fled the Taliban are extremely vulnerable, and Canada must make sure that we have the resources to help everyone who is fleeing conflict. I want to thank my honourable colleagues from all parties in this House. What I've witnessed this evening has been truly a pleasure to see. When the world needs Canada, this House is united in doing what is right. Although there is much work ahead, I remain hopeful that our unity here will ensure Ukraine's freedom, sovereignty, and security. Lastly, it is in the spirit and hope of unity I want to share with this House what I had experienced just 3 days ago. I stood at the Alberta legislature with Ukrainians from across Alberta. I had friends there, Ukrainian friends like Marnie from my community, who are in pain, but whose strength has shown through these truly dark times. I heard the Ukrainians' national anthem. It touched my heart, and I was moved by the many who joined in the beautiful harmony. The song of a people united and strong, as we all must be here in the coming weeks. Upon us, fellow kin, fate shall smile once more. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the member from Edmonton, Giesbrecht, for his speech. a very thoughtful speech, a very measured speech, and a very passionate speech. Like him, in my riding of Vancouver East, the Association of United Ukrainian Canadians, the Vancouver's branch, also stands with the people of Ukraine and have been calling for peaceful resolution. Their heart bleeds for the fact that their family and friends are in this horrible situation. Now, Canadians, the Canadian government has taken action with our allies. I'm wondering whether or not the member thinks that the day will come when there would be peaceful resolution and for this violence to end.
Our member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much to my honourable colleague for that question. And I do believe that peace is more of a process in many ways than it is a goal. We must continuously protect and safeguard the principles that make our society truly free and democratic. We have to ensure that we can protect those who are most vulnerable and ensure that our country and our society is protected and safeguarded against true evil tyrants and oligarchs like the ones we're seeing with Putin and his gang of thugs. We have a lot more work to do. And in terms of the work that has to happen at immigration, refugees, and Canadian citizenship, I know that this member from Vancouver East and myself will work hard as we can to ensure that those fleeing conflict get to safety. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to thank all the members today who have participated in tonight's conversation. That wasn't much of a debate because we're all standing in unity here with Ukraine and with one another in the face of the terrible atrocities that are being committed by Vladimir Putin in Ukraine. And I do appreciate the member from Edmonton Griesbach on pushing the issue of making travel from Ukraine to Canada visa-free. It's the same thing the European Union has done. And we know the European Union is taking in massive amounts of Ukrainians who are fleeing. They don't have to apply for refugee status to enter into the European Union. So we need to, first and foremost, establish our own visa-free travel to Canada for everyone that needs to get out of harm's way in Ukraine. And secondly, is we need to support the European Union nations who are currently housing and feeding those Ukrainians who have gotten to safety and left behind their loved ones. So I was wondering if the member would like to elaborate on that. What type of humanitarian efforts are going to be underway to support those in the European Union who are dealing with the frontline trauma coming across the border from Ukraine?
Our member for Edmonton Griesbach.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question, and I truly want to thank all members of this House for what I found to be a truly uniting discussion in a time that our country truly needs to see leadership. We have many, many people across this globe that look to Canada as a leader, not just in peace and security, but also in our ability to provide support to others. The humanitarian crisis that's happening and unfolding in Ukraine and across Europe right now is truly tragic. We need an entirety of the globe's approach to ensure that that level of human suffering does not get worse. It's up to each and every one of us here and truly our colleagues across the world in all free and democratic societies to safeguard that and to make sure we provide that support, that we don't simply measure our actions by words, but we measure them truly by the people we support. And I'm confident with what I've heard tonight from this House that we will truly achieve that. I want to thank that honourable member again for his steadfast commitment to Ukraine and the people of Ukraine. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député Saint-Jean.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon collègue pour son discours. Comme je l'ai mentionné un peu plus tôt à la députée de Saanich Gulf Island, c'est intéressant d'avoir les points de vue de tout le monde sur les parties qui sont peut-être un petit peu différentes parce qu'effectivement, il y a un très grand consensus ce soir. Donc, dans le but, moi aussi, de me faire une tête, je l'admets, on aime ça discuter pour arriver à forger nos positions. J'aimerais l'entendre sur la possibilité comme sanction à l'égard de la Russie finalement de retourner chez eux les diplomates russes.
On expelling Russian diplomats.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for that very important question. We have to really seriously consider the role that diplomacy can play and whether or not Russia is truly a country that can or is willing to negotiate. And I think that question is one that we have to truly debate in this House. And it's still up for debate. I think that there are attempts, especially after I seen Ukrainian officials meet with Russian officials. I thought that was a hopeful sign that diplomacy truly is still alive. However, I remain very cautious and very, I'd say, nervous for the actions that are unfolding right now across Europe, in particular with security in Ukraine. And I think that as tensions continue to rise, diplomacy will become less and less of an option. And when that route is very clear that it's no longer an option, we must expel the ambassador. But to this point, I do believe there are still opportunities to ensure that we have a discussion and that Russia has a moment to still prove to us that they can, in fact, be reasoned with. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Séance de commentaires, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du Premier ministre ainsi que de la présidente du Conseil du Trésor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Puis j'aimerais remercier mon collègue d'Edmonton Griesbach de son discours et puis aussi son sentiment. Comme j'ai posé une question à mon collègue de Montarville, je suis certain qu'il n'est pas... il est en faveur du fait qu'il faut combattre l'idée que la force peut faire la loi dans les systèmes de relations internationales. Est-ce qu'il est d'accord avec moi qu'au lieu d'engager la Russie purement avec la force, que c'est très utile de se servir des sanctions économiques pour forcer les oligarches russes déterminer que ça suffit, là, il faut qu'on aime bien nos bébelles, puis on va poursuivre la paix, effectivement, au lieu de continuer avec cette incursion dans l'Ukraine.
I want to thank the honourable member for his question and for really highlighting the problem that exists right now in the world. We have a very small group of people, oligarchs, meaning they have tremendous power and wealth, controlling systems across the globe, not just in Russia. But I do believe Russia is one of the most aggressive countries that has found and manipulated ways to use capital and to use that capital to create pain and particularly hide that capital as well. What we're seeing across countries all over the world is these safe havens for these terrible amount of wealth that truly goes into fueling a war machine. That's what's happening right now, is a select few very wealthy people are using their means to create harm, to murder innocent lives, and to create division across what was historically, in the last at least 75 years, peaceful Europe. And what we're seeing is the use of terrible capital that is harbored even in Canada right now, in places like Toronto or Vancouver in real estate, where they've been able to harbor this wealth. And we have roles to play in order to target that wealth, sanction those individuals, and truly bring them to justice, because this isn't a war against the Russian people. This is a war against tyrants like Putin and the oligarchs that support him and his efforts. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Comments? We have time for a brief question. It being 11:52, pursuant to the order adopted earlier today, the committee will rise. En conséquence, la Chambre demeure ajournée jusqu'à demain à 10 heures, conformément à l'article 24.1 du règlement.